offering it up. In other words, literally, the Gemara says that pledging something to a dish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, we say ultimately again that the act of going in and not pushing over is the equivalent of offering it. Although not push them, offering it out is offering it out. That means well, that's right. Not push ultimately again, but it's so pleasant. So she had your good. What happened? She was not pushing it. Again, it wasn't clear. Chinese. In the case that she offered out on Tuesday, here occurs, Avi again is wrong. Right? So it can't be called an excellent zona as it was no longer in existence. In this case, what we hear on Tuesday, she's not pushing. Wednesday, here occurs, and ultimately, so the kind of the object is still here. See now, the shadow is because the object becoming explains. So the truth of the other level. You can start with those, right? So let's say going back to the other after that. Right? So that never was that. The top of the liquid bus. So remember again, the way the lesson was the case of Zena, right? Because she went ahead and she already offered, right? She offered it up already by the time the third. That's when it was. So that's what she offered. That is no longer existence. The shot so low, and for the ones who still here, she's not pushing. The only is still in existence. Perhaps the animal really have this zone. Much the mercy is no. So that the loss of the state to be quiet. Is this actually this Shiva is not the was of itself. So the mercy is not me. Just low that we said Shakespeare. Because you will also say the only time it doesn't mean essence. The animal was offered up for the Pia. Because by the time the Pia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just not conscious, the animal still existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, the animal is recategorized as an Islam zone. All your love, if you was up, she could be shot on the south. Or no, maybe I see she up and not and it's going on existence. You know, of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Islam zone. But in case we should just consecrated it, which the Imam says taken. So we're reading that shows. Interesting, we never look at what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not clear. We do harvest payment, it must be transacted. Means payment if that's what is not either payment and delay or via and then payment. Ultimately, again, it is not considered So it positive in animal payments. Now, the deal doesn't occur until later on. As soon as she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and drops it up as a bona fide cargo. She's not dished, she consecrates it. And so the owner is still insists on the deal. The next day, the status of that animal. That's the thing. That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze. He has relationship with her, and then afterwards, he's love. Again, it's more it's not used for purposes or meaning make the question. As things, you might say, as meaning. Ba'ala, the attack of actually, at Shalom Shalom, Asnana us, but the right, says if the has relations with the son, and then he pays her even 3 years later. 3 years later, some people pay all of the bills later. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the heartless payment, and it's still the usher. I'm not stuff. I'm not pissed off. Look, cash was in that country, so just important rights that we call it the said that if there's relations payments, that's not an estimate, no transactional means. Here, it says that there's relations even 3 years later, ultimately stuck on the system of cash. It's not a contradiction. How the Amar is Ba'ali Li, it's Ba'ali Li, it was that. How the Amar is Ba'ali Li, it was done. So this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case of history says relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, they tell us that. So ultimately, again, versus when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no so let's analyze the overlap color that my hobby. I don't understand. So let's analyze this, right? He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheet. Now, again, he doesn't care for 3 years. 3 years. I love these. Oh, it has satisfied. Identify the sheep doesn't. In order for it to be first one has to happen, the Gemara says you should have livestock, animals require the sheep or part of possession. So das war Problem so angemischt. Okay? So then, looking within was only written by Jews. So, apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach for not Jewish. Because another Passion is, we all understand the Koi Bechatse. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep is standing in the closet. In which case, again, ultimately, there's two closets. Did she part? And then ultimately, again, it's already a thoughts are very quiet. When you talk to me, she acquired it before because this is actually this is like the paradigmatic case of Esma because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Bula. If the sheep is standing in her thoughts, here's the Gemara. The Shabi and the Apple. Very interesting. But here's the case. So you think comes to the Halal, and I hear this sheep is an apple. Remember, what is it called? The apple case then he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So he doesn't really acquire the sheep initially to make it consistently. That's anything that you like. And if you're not, chocolate gas. Massive again, it's interesting. All of this you're reading on that estimates let's say again, let's say moving employees, donkey drivers and workers. They say that hey, now the way again, Rashi points out that Rashi big for problem on their arts. These workers are non-Jews on their arts. They just come learning and he says, who's the Echud Giverza? Right? So what's the Enoch Osh? Okay, so actually before this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's money, go and drink. So listen, now you don't have to be worried. It's like you want to pay 63 I was saying, here's this practice. Right? What's the question here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an apple, or on their heart, it's going to be the apple, right? Or maybe ultimately again, or my sashimi, he doesn't have to be concerned. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, Kedra, do what you want. because he's doing that, so it's not on him. Whatever they do. Rashi says over here, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long one, Rashi. The heart, we don't, you move it when you're giving it. It's covered up here. This is for the food. This is for the food. What the to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving. So therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contrast are the following. Sound of go. They see the second line down. Amalak name. Amalak. That's Su beichlu polea. Su shtuvani polea. He says to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Then we have a why is that within us? Because now with that he's purchasing and providing if Ruben just says here's $100 free of food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately again that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially taking items Alma we're now going to and circling back to the Labiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Labiana case. Remember, Labiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they paid for with ink. What I said, not a problem as much as actually immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last? That when moving pays the bill, right? So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, a local event, so it's transactional, and he is considered to be paid for. These the produce, same produce, it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, also money. Social media by Rabiana, maybe here, ultimately again, isn't that same thing? So no, it's different. Moving if he's going ahead and telling the workers, then workers go eat, go drink stuff. We're talking about really purchasing from the shop people who normally extends credit to even the other say training ultimately because the shopkeeper really extends credit to you, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, literally the keeper acquires his money immediately. Currently, Guy is actually right across. He knows that he's going to get paid from the bank because he regularly extends credit. שכבר הכירו שכמוכם שיש נוהגים ארכנים על החיים דרך החליפים. So we'll say, so that's it. This is transactional leasing. He's not just saying stamp when you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional. No funny thing, therefore, this is almost like an exchange. Shopkeeper is going to be as donkey drivers and whatever. And then it's going to immediately again, that doesn't apply. Therefore, that case is fine because it's not transactional. You must have it. Again, he's no. We're going to send out his works in case. Or you can go to a local shop. And now he's not sending for shopkeeper who nobody trusts him. And it sounds like mutter. So that should be okay. If that's the case, then it's mutter. At the time, that's the case. Then set them up differently. Instead of making the first case the case of where he says, here's $100. Go out and go drink. Make it 2 cases. What in the 2 cases? You must remember, when is the sale ultimately again that it's prohibited? Defending not people. In the started way, for willing to say to his workers, have them go out and go drink, and I'll pick up the tab. That's only transaction. Again, already has the money to be like about 10 cinema people, but the shopkeeper did not extend. Therefore, that last transactional NBC and that case. In other words, better for the price is go ahead and pay 2 pieces same one piece difference than to highlight 2 dramatic cases. Which must go even if the speaker doesn't extend credit, is the Homer because he says to his friend, take one of the ponies, leave me from the fussy rough. So what happens? Right, moving goes do me a favor. And all of that property will become encumbered to you. What's that? Ultimately, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. Now again, let's even move it on. I have no previous relationship. What do you see? Ask someone what makes something else. And ultimately, again, we're guaranteed incumbents you're right. That's my second show I did. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit, doesn't extend credit, doesn't extend credit. Even below Miyaki Day, low miss. Even though Miyaki Day, third wide. So when we say low Miyaki, most moving to not go ahead. It's actively side right? Is what go out. Go out, go and drink coffee. There's no defined number. Right? Or no specific money. Set aside. Therefore, again, that lacks transactions. Because it does ultimately should be much. So you feel that most love Khalik below sorry, says Elaha my shish. So that's his ultimate again. So what do you do? So that shittiness. Ultimately, again, the sense of ultimately, again, what I keep this one Elaha my shish. Yes, what do you just put that over here, man? Yeah. Ultimately, no particular money is coming. What's the case? Over here is where the Balabai is advanced the money. Okay, so this changes everything. Shaking low, Balabai is the company. Hold them slow. The Hashtam, the Balabai is up, we say that. Okay, so this changes everything. Now, the case over here, ultimately, when the Vice says that if Ruben says to his go to the company, go to the shopkeeper. Eat and drink what you want, it's on me. Because you already Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a and it's paid for already. Ultimately, again, if they take maybe things, it will be like he's supplying them. I'm not saying that. I'm used to the so again, all of this singular activities. Like that's I'm sorry, I'm used to the Shmaitik for me just losing that. So I said this over. Something like a bit of America. And what happens? You have to have Satan, you should see by the vice shouldn't be that he says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and we'll pay. I will pay you to sell he has a cake. Rather, what should it say? Su'u ve'iflu su'u shesu dahi nefesh. You should say, go out and drink, go out to eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you left you $100. How much should we consume? Which we must you're right. Tony, I'm ready, Tony, ultimately, again, a lot of things you so please remember, one is your leading uses represented by discover go out and eat, but drink that case, whatever they do, it's on nothing. It's not on. That's what I'm going to get in trouble with anything else. Is that a lot of learners looting free paid. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeepers. My workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? And now the says that's the problem. Have access now to the $3. As is going ahead and the rate that prices should be reduced, even such as workers, go out and drink. That's what it was. Okay, what's like? Stop over for today. Shkoyach, everyone. What enough? Everyone in one. Jimmy Kimmel got canceled. Let me tell you something too. Not only did they cancel Jimmy Kimmel, this guy coming back. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this year. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor, Tosin Shvach Avarez Yisrael, for dedicating all drushos this year as a supposed solar troubles for all of Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Av. Coming in October, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosen's wife, and Stanley Rosen's wife from the Rock. Because many sponsors, Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, the Commissioner of our site, of Dr. Wolf's father, Silas Wolf, Shalom, Steve Hirsch, and Newton, and that honorable memory of Father Ben Azaz, Father Paulus Mordecai Ben Moreno, also always we dedicate on this physical just have to welcome to sharing the home. The Shalom and the Karaf and the merit for the social network give them success. The follow up man. Also, the gap we exciting gap ahead of us today. Today's gap is Sunday, June 63, and USP.com South Basin Greece 62B. Today, Rabbiana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. lines up from the bottom. So the rest is the same. Yes, he can see his name. Part of the Schmied. It's a very interesting piece. The members of the House of the they would do as follows. They would borrow Schmied produce from the court and then repay them with 8-year produce on the following year. So you can actually say something very interesting. Yasu Perishi is called in years. Obviously, again, without getting into all the Shmiza technicalities over here, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea here is, so Passover would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. On the part of the Shemitah, the Afri Aniyim Shemitah Achra Dur, Chaviti Perishtias. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yonai's house would repay the ultimately again. And with your purpose. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice of thinking about it, obviously, that body people to some degree. So they said, I'm on the roof, and you always see it often, it's perfectly fine. Why is that done? That wasn't interesting enough. Look at Rashi, you also let me start do a couple of Rashis. You also know, the Yochanan said, the members of the House of the Yonaites are not totally fine. Rashi is the heating back to the low hubble run off the end. Low is easy. Honey Bahani, love honey when you low highly to do such ways of us. We saw yesterday that we get into with forbidden element. So sometimes that forbidden again can so, for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business which need the produce, then even the 8-year produce will ultimately have the same Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not immediate. Or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and really being quote unquote repaid during the year, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore, this does not look like there's any commerce. And therefore, no Shemitah prohibition involves your produce. That's the idea of the law. Therefore, again, so, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not develop. I'm not making light of this. Very interesting. And this is to connect them to and interesting enough, similar things would come up with S-nodes. S-nodes in the Charlie and these were some purposes, right? Obviously, occasion learning. The object is for sacrificial purposes. The sign of mercy, the corresponding piece of what's the sign? Not some level of honor. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his owner. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her this, and he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or, or he has relations with her, but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esmana mutter. For her payment, ultimately, is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. I don't say. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, then of course it's permitted for a cousin. Why she took even though a lamb, so if you have relations with her, then ultimately again the lamb, yes, the gift is no restriction to which the Gemara says. The Sue, the second case, he had relations with her, he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her, even though Allah, my estimate mutter. He didn't raise her, that shows that Allah estimate is mutter. Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, that this is what it means to say. This is if he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Essentially, was going to say like this: when does something become an esnad, and esnad is one of its payment? When there's transactional immediacy, okay? Relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnad. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnad sold. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. Was Elikama, no son. If you gave her the sheep, the Acharkach Bala. What does it mean, the Acharkach Bala? Rashi says, Achshav Elo the Achazman. He doesn't have a relationship with her now. Rather again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some more comments that favorite today in relation for 3 hours. Or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Barakach Basala as not a motive. But now, the Akakach Basala, or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then it's actually as not a motive. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the external is going to be. However, Nasallah, the Akakach is not fast. Therefore, we'll say, so we were saying as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an Islam zone, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy or the payment relations, then the sheep payment has the status ultimately of this payment. So remember, the households of Rabiana, they would borrow sheep of produce from the poor and they pay it ultimately against the produce. People came to the economic time. I don't know, maybe it's a little business practice or transacting business with sheep. And I said, no, it's fun. Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce exchange, right? Or as somehow like a means ultimately again for the sellers, the sheep produce, and then for the 8th year produce remains totally fine. Especially a little bit. Not somewhere in the Akakak Bala. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's trace ahead any case. Okay, we're going to use Rahman. It's your sheep. just using the sheep because it's the easiest example of human perception. Right? So you use your sheep, right? And then let's say sheep on Tuesday, and Wednesday he has relations. Again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment and is not forbidden for consecrating themselves, right? There's a last transaction in this. You must understand. He bought out, but when he's let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her top of some people, Lechol Allah is not right? Obviously, I understand. When he gives it the sheep, can't be labeled as estimating so no. So he have relations with her. And there's no immediacy. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, retroactively, the designate of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve track. The sheep should be categorized as an zona already as of Tuesday. Rebbe Lazar says, very interesting, what's the case? He should come up the this is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. The relationship didn't happen until Wednesday. So we're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep is the harvesting. Oh, what's the case? Offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. Offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A highest harvest, highest zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a she's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. It's important we've met this many times in Palestine. So it's important to look at inconsistencies, and we all really consider contradictions in certain respects. And certain respects on the Russia. There are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do poorly, and there are things that I don't do the things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't Baruch Hashem, take away from the things I do well that are righteous. Yiddishkeit is not a whole thing. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not wrong, right? The whole is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. Most of us are not there. Sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel like fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right? It's hypocritical. It's more contradictory, but welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in capacity, we all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. And it's important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, he also brings kabbalas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are reacting proactive. It's pleasing the Lord. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions, our inner struggle. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the 10 relations occurred on Wednesday. The animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. What the case? The Amrullah community actually so that she was the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, halal and some sheep of the Sharila. Right? The less of the Shaskia or Mastaba. So then obviously it's mutter for us. She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an Eslan on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, gave her a gift. And of course, she has every right to offer it up. However, if you go on the community in the action, not in the partner, it's very interesting. If she did not give her permission to acquire it as of yet, right? If he was not explicit, he didn't say that it's your animal as of yet, as of Tuesday. Scheduled for relations on Monday. So So what does it mean to say he gives it to herself? Gives it to her today. Okay, we're gonna have religions tomorrow. Okay, so if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's hers. And if it's not hers, making must be the kind of package left as a part of after all, the Yakish is based on published Amrachman. So it says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the evaluation. Go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachman, based on the shoe. So just like your home, you own it. I've told you so. So to be only consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's for us, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I could check for that part. Let's just start here. You know, you can only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what we're able to do. You know, sometimes you make the mistake of measuring against other people, and that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who aspire to do that. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then those frustrated when we don't measure up. When he says you can measure up to someone, you don't know what this person's totals or abilities are. The Ribono Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate, and it doesn't belong to you. We so often we forget that Baruch only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that he needs. Can only be makish that which goes within our spiritual tool. So he says to her, right? So Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday or tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, if something comes up, you need the sheep. I don't know, you need a car money, you need or whatever it is. Then Gemara says, "Then I give you the right to acquire that." So it's interesting. Hedges is that's no deal. So Gemara says, that's the zoning. Now again, what's the why are we doing this? This is totally out of it. It's interesting. We're doing this because again, remember, this all happened with the Beit Yana. This Shemitah transaction that's kind of happening over here is that something would only be vested with prohibited status when there is a level of transactional needs. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esnon zone and by the Harlot payment case as well. Harlot payment case. So by Rav come up with Rishas. It's very interesting. So let's say Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates now. She didn't offer it up as a carbon. But she's so what's the status now of the animal? Mandu. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? Literally, the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of in other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being because it's gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish ultimately again is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability to choose makdish it? Yeah, because I must say, you heard the shayla is in the case where she offered it Tuesday, by the time the dia, obviously again it's gone, right? So it can't be called Eslam Zona because it was no longer existence at the time that the dia occurred. In this case over here, Tuesday she's makdish it. Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is that does the object become an Eslam or not? So the case of Rabbi Eliezer. Because Rabbi Eliezer, someone say going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on top of the dot. Right? He must that Rabbi Eliezer shekadma behikri vasa. So remember again the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right? Is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time this deal occurred. That's behikri vasa. So that's because she offered it up. It's no longer in existence. About the Shasol, no. But from Rabbi Elazar's statement over there, that if she is not fishing, that the animal was still in existence at the time that the deal occurred, perhaps the animal would now be holding its Zola. No, to Rabbi Elazar's effect by she is actually this Shasol is managed to Rabbi Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, no. She did Rabbi Eliezer, also the Isib Shasvia. Because Rabbi Elazar said that the only time it does is when the animal was offered up of a bia. Because by the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps where she was just makdish, she consecrated the animal still in existence at the time of the bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. All Dilma, they privasa pshita vikishas and sap. I mean, maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's no longer in existence, and the fact that we categorize it as Eslam Zona, if she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interestingly, for both sides, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslam Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslam Zona, it must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If not following, either payment and raise via, or via and then payment, ultimately again, it is not considered to be an Eslam Zona. If you get conjugated an animal with for payments, now, and the via doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore if she goes ahead and she's enough, it's a bona fide one. If she's not dishit, she consecrates it. And so the animal next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the take. That's the okay. Let's analyze it. But so we're making a list over here was let's see, he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means for consecrated purposes. Or meaning, where is the kind? I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or meaning, but the akakakmasala, afilu mikana, shalosh shonim esnana asa. The Rice says if Lucan has relations with someone, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years, some people pay all of those late. Right? So he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it will be also on the low kasha. So mostly that country say this in part. The rice that we call last time in the day 62 BC said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says if there's relations, even if he pays her later, ultimately it is still us. It's not a contradiction. Had the Amar is Baalini, they tell us, yeah? Had the Amar is Baalini, they tell us that. This is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case, we're talking about a case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, they tell us that how comes the Yohev Lo Havi Eslan in ultimately, here says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Amr Love the us that. I don't think. So, why is this, right? So now it's what we're going to go into the have relations with Zona. It says have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't care for 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals, are part of possession, which the U.S. is so little tiny of Mishicha. Okay, it's actually interesting. The din of Mishicha is only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mishicha to apply. So it's like that as long as he's not Jewish. Alright, you guys are another possible is full of the zone Israelis, not who managed to Charlotte. Okay, going, the Koi Bechzer. Oh, interesting, she's standing in her spot. In which case, again, ultimately, this plus she requires us in a second. Either Koi Bechzer, but the Akafnasallah, Hakamala. Hold on a second. I don't understand. If it's in our cousin, in our get relations with her, and ultimately again, then it gets it's already in our thoughts acquired. What are we talking about? So in other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esnan. She's acquiring the sheep before the Pia. If the sheep is standing in her thoughts, which the Gemara Tzicha, the Shati and the Apotiki. Very interesting. Now here's the case. So we become and I hear sheep is an apotiki. I'm never going to the apotiki is such as an example. That the nurse says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the village. I don't pay you the money. You can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that they're non-payment. So Amallah, Imaisina, is using the time that you're going to go. And he says, and if not, Shakle Aslan, take this sheep, again, as your heart fine. Massive Rakshisha. Association says that it's supposed to need some help. Yeah, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of this. Watch this. Let's say again, let's say even employs donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paying. Now, the way ultimately, again, he's paying them. Now, Rashi points out over here, Rashi, either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amia artists. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. Now, let's see why this is important in just a moment. And he says to them, right? So what? Okay, so actually before we get to this, so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying, and essentially go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself. Either that's the payment or his wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So we'll say now the Gemara says the Enochoshish to do this. Enochoshish, she doesn't have to be worried. Something on base 63b. Lo mishum shlius, lo mishum ma'is, lo mishum yayin. Now we'll say here's what's interesting about this. What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa. He's giving them money now because it's an am or ameh aretz. He has to be concerned. Maybe the akim is going to buy a right? Or maybe ultimately again the Amaretz is followed by Shemitah produce or Meiser Sheni produce in outside of Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money in the same Hebra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lomishum Iser, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long lines, not Rashi. The hot, Ihu, Losafilu Midi, we don't, Ruvain is not the one giving it anything private. Is giving it. This is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do it afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast out the following case. Sabbath Yom, day 63, the second line down. The Amarlah, but he said to them, Su ve'ichlu v'ani su shtu v'ani poleh. He says to the workers, taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay the tab all. Now this is a Choshi Mishum Shdias Mishum Mais Mishum. Then we have a problem. We have a problem. Now why is that? Look at Rashi. Havi'ihu lokeach ha'isyu ma'achilo. The issue over here is he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his work. See the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on it. There's nothing to do. If he says, go eat, go drink, out of the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing, providing these potentially prohibited items for his purpose. Alma, what do you see? So what you see from here is that this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Raviana case, right? We're going back ultimately again to the Raviana case. Remember, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with €8. Yochanan said, not a problem because no transactions. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last case over here? So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, even though again he's saying after the consumption already took place, so there is transactional needs, see, and he is considered paying for these Shemitah produce, Sheni produce, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara is so to over here by Rabbi Yochanan, they repay in the 8th year. Ultimately, again, isn't that called paying for Shemitah produce? Which the Gemara says, so in the Ruvain case, right, where he's telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they're purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruvain. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruvain, ultimately there is transaction immediacy that's happening. Literally translated, literally requires his money immediately. Look at it just a moment. It's actually 90 plus actually right to the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid for it. He regularly extends credit. So we'll say, so that's said, there is transactional immediacy. Ruben is dealing, in other words, Ruben is not just saying stand going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He said, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who only extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if it is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy. Rashi says over therefore it's considered to be almost like right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers or laborers, whatever they want for the items, and Ruben is going to immediately. But again, that doesn't apply in the case of right? This wasn't like a credit type of situation. It was where people would do business together. For that case, it was fine because it lacked transactional immediacy. But again, using that one, if Ruben were to send out his work, same case, go eat and go drink, I'll pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him, then it sounds like what? Then it should be okay. If that's the case, then it's mutar. If that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case price, so the case of where Ruben says $100, go out and you can go drink, make a case. What should the two cases be? When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to do his work as chavra? Go out and eat and drink and out the tab. That's only the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben because there's transactional immediacy. And it's as if again the company already has the money with the items. But shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that too should be fine. In other words, better for the Brisa to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. Where is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to defend? Many Bamar things. Homer the Chavedo. A person says to his friend, hey, the fuss love. Since right, Ruben goes, all right, I go over to Ruben, do me a favor, lend, right, give him money to ship, give money for shipping, and all of my property will become encumbered. What's that law? If ultimately again my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor, the Gemara says, so what do you see from here? Now again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from here? When you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately again you're guaranteed that any encumbrance, that transactional immediacy seems to occur right on the there. You're right. End of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. So the Gemara says, so what's look at Rashi? Rashi says, look at Rashi, third one in Rashi's on the bottom. Since Ruben didn't go ahead and actively money this, right? He's telling us, go out, eat and drink. I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no have been set aside for that, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it's ultimately again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. Below mitzvah. I'm sorry. The Gemara says, so that's the case ultimately again. So what do we consider with that? We shouldn't shvius. So the Gemara says, ha lo miyach, which so ultimately again he says the Gemara, ultimately again, what do I have to be concerned about over here? Allah, Michael, what do you have to be concerned about over here? Allah that perhaps again Shmita produce versus lo miyach ultimately again same thing. Because no particular monies have been designated or advanced, it does not create children. What's the case? The case over here is advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this changes everything. Okay, Rashi, Sheikh Lo, Balabayis Dinar the family, Chodem Shishalach Etzlo. The Hashtam the Balabayis survey. Okay, so this changes everything. So now the case over here, ultimately, again, when the Brisa says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the chandani, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is where already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. There's a tab, but it's paid. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like supplying them with prohibited items. I'm not going to know. So the Gemara says as follows. So I've kind of said as follows. So we'll say, so again, all of this is all in this same realm of transactional immediacy. Like that's happening over here. So the Gemara keep going. I'm sorry, I'm not coming out. So I kind of said I said this over in front of the Rabbis did of Nardo. And what happened? Ihachi at the 20th that's the case. The prices shouldn't be that Reuben says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay because it sounds like he hasn't paid. What should it say? We should say go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. I'll settle up ultimately with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case over here is where Reuben prepaid. Right, so he left money with the shopkeeper, and then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did they consume? To which we must, you're right. So you're right. Tani, I'm sorry, I'm going to again, halach l'maisa. So you're right. Change the price to read the price. Should really be the following way. That halach l'maisa, Reuben says to a case. Remember, essentially there are cases in price. Case number one is where Reuben gives his workers $100. Ever go out and eat, go out and die on me. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on me. Case two, the way you must understand it now, is that halach l'maisa, Reuben prepaid the chandani. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, no. So you have to be concerned. If they have access now to food items, because then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying with prohibited items. And the way you should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper afterwards. That's how the Gemara is saying. We'll stop over here for today. Oh yeah, everyone, what a guy. Let's say good morning. It is a great strength to be overview. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Shpacha of Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a support for the Soros Tavos for all of Account co-responses for the month of Av. Habalin Latoba, Stephen Wendy Drazen, honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig Zichron Bracha. We got learning sponsors, Dr. Faith Wolf, in commemoration of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and brother memory of their father, Ben Chaver Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno. As always, we dedicate our learning this physical precious hostages for the Shalom, home, the Shalom and the Karam, and merit for the social give them success. Let us begin. We're exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Samach Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Samach Beis in the base 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So Gemara says as follows: Today Rabbi Yana, Yas Perishvias Manim, who parled with Shminas. Very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows: they would borrow shmitus from the poor, and then pay them with eighth years, non-shmita produce on the following year. So if you look, actually says over something very interesting. Yasi pay Chodim's manavir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the shmita, the technicalities of it, but halacha you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not come, but lend or borrow shmita produce while it's still readable for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi Yana took produce from the Aniyim direction of the year. Rashi goes on, Harlo b'shminis, Ishtachach the Aniyim b'shminis achar abir chaliti perushlias. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, often it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? You connect on Nabosena. Interestingly enough, look at Rashi. Ya'osina bin Sarah. Just do a couple of Rashis. Ya'osina. Then Rabbi Yochanan, the members of the house of Adonais are acting totally fine. Rashi says even that he shaita lo habu hana be'en lo ichlufe han lav chalipe nenu lo chayle kedusha shveitzalai. So you can off upon the previously committed habit. So, for example, the prohibition. Rabbi Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like upon the 8th year product. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha not to follow up upon the 8th year product. This is very interesting. And this is to connect them to Esnan and the only not a similar case, come up with Esnan Zona. Esnan Zona is the halacha. The person goes to a Zona and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he pays her money, gives her an object that this calls an esnon, so a payment for a harlot. It cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Listen to this. The Sanya, Gemara says, a corresponding piece by esnon. What's the case? The Sanya, listen to this. Raisa says, let's say Reuben goes to Rachel. Reuben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her an esnon, he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Yes, obviously it doesn't make sense. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? Pshita, given the he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, furthermore, the second case, but he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. And if he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the Brisa that says that halal l'maisa, the esna?
It's Aquarius.
Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, hello.
Oh, Miss Aquarius, I'm sorry I missed you last night.
If he gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep,
Take your
then only
take
afterwards,
take all the time you need. Take all the time you need.
When there's transactional, these are relations, right? Our relations pair. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate. So what that means is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So if you gave her the sheep, the achar kach ba'alav. Now what does it mean? The achar kach ba'alav. Rashi says,
It was lovely, Mr. Aquarius. That was yours. Thank
the
you.
achar's mine.
Yeah.
How exactly do you translate immediacy? I think this.
Oh, wait, which friend? Oh, my that girl. Yeah, there's a reason why she's mute. That's why she. There's a reason why she's muted. I can't put up with that mouth. One day she's nice.
Or for that matter, he has relations.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you're not alone. I've got her blocked. Or I've got her muted. I don't have her blocked. I really don't know why, but I do. I mean, yeah, well, she watches me on YouTube. There's nothing I can really do about that. But sometimes she writes me these letters, and they are so long. I just have to be honest with you, Mr. Chris. Ain't nobody got time for that. To quote Sweet Brown, if you know who that lady is from the internet.
Oh, okay. I said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because transactional immediacy, don't view that your produce as an exchange. Right?
Mr. Clarissa. Yeah, just
produce, the produce, and then for the 8 years,
she'll have 29 really good days a month and one bad day, and that one bad day erases everything that she did that was good over there.
He goes ahead and he pays her. Okay, he gets her a sheep. I'm just using a sheep because it's the easiest example. Right? So he pays her.
You can really,
right? And then let's say he gives her sheep on two.
There's nothing you can really do.
So again, based on what we just said before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not the bid of a consecrated temple.
No, you're right. You can do that. But I'm saying, like, there's nothing that you can do to fix her.
But when he does have relations, let's say on Wednesday, they write to give the sheep has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her,
Yes, sir.
Allah is Freya. Obviously,
Artistic Barbie doll. I said that she can tickle me on my breast. It tickled me on my dress.
When he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively.
Okay. Is that your stand-up bit?
As a harvest payment,
Is that your stand-up bit?
and therefore the sheep should be categorized as an excellent zone already on Tuesday.
Okay, why is that?
It's very interesting. You know what's the case? She should cover up.
I just imagine for me, I
What
want to
happened?
just fuck.
Zona,
And he just
right?
loves him.
Zona, she got the sheep on Tuesday.
Okay.
She got the sheep on Tuesday. The relations didn't happen until
There you go.
Thursday, but when they have relations,
Like, maybe you get chicken wing out noise, but like you never
she
know
offered
when
it
it's
up
gonna
as
stop
a
ticking.
on Tuesday.
Okay.
On Tuesday.
And he just
Why is Zona soft? Come on.
A lot of people don't know what that is, what Tourette syndrome is. So a lot of people don't know.
That's why it's cool, because you write all this like, oh, I want to Tourette, it'd be cool.
Certain respects, you know, I'm
Okay. I'm not saying. I mean, I think you could use it. It's not one of your dirtier jokes, so that's good.
The things that I don't do well, do poorly, or don't do well, or shun, don't take away from the things that I do well and are righteous. Yiddishkeit is not
Okay. It sounds like a standard joke.
righteous in some areas, morally bankrupt. Obviously, that's not the goal, right?
Is it clean?
Is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness.
Dude, remember what I told you? You need to have at least one clean joke. You don't have one clean joke.
I feel like a fake because here, you know, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right. It is
Okay.
welcome to
Okay,
nature
no.
of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy.
What do you call blind seahorse?
I don't know, dude. What do you call a blind seahorse?
That even though the sheep also brings cubs. You know what? I guarantee you, those cubs are reach mikol.
Dude, what do you call a blind seahorse?
Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner conflicts and struggles and other. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered.
What do you call a blind seahorse?
The animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So he says, okay, let's unpack.
Yeah, and is that all you say?
What do you say? Blind seahorse.
I've asked you 12 times. Zoot, what I don't know what you call a blind seahorse.
Acquired this as of today. Right? Then, some sheep at the show.
This is awful. Are you ready, Mr. Aquarius?
So then obviously it's multiplied. She has can't be categorized as
Take your time.
so it's like a gift.
Zoot, you asked 5 times. I don't know. What's the joke?
But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for.
That's actually Zoot. Zoot, that's actually a hilarious joke. Zoot, did you get that from ChatGPT?
It's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers,
Where'd you get that joke? You didn't come up with that.
This home, this is talking about the erech valuation. Right, we'll go ahead and consecrate this home. Just like your home, you own it. So to the owner, whether it's consecrated or whether it's for up,
Zoot, You didn't come up with that joke.
So if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You did not come up with that joke.
only something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal
You did not. You did not.
Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against that.
You're full of it.
And that's not necessarily the thing. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who
Alright, about to go upstairs.
a lot of times
If I go to Google right now and I type in blind Seahorse,
don't measure up. But who says you
and
measure up to
it's
someone
no.
else? You don't know what this person's cooking. The emotion only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to concentrate, or you only can concentrate that which you own. You can't concentrate something that doesn't belong to you. So often in life we forget that control only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect to do what someone else can do. He doesn't expect to do someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of you is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess. To be honest about. And then utilize those in pursuit of personal holiness. Be makdish that belongs to you. And HaKadosh asks of us spiritual things in our power within our spiritual lives. Incredible. So what's the case? This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so he gives this to the zone. The sheep are keep the sheep with you, scheduled for me tomorrow. Just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep, let's say something done, you need the sheep. I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is. Then Gemara says, "Come then I give you the right to acquire it." So it's interesting. That's fine. So Gemara says this. So therefore, that's the zoning. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's not really happening. That's interesting. We're doing this because you don't remember this all happened with the
So what are you saying?
The idea that's here is that something can only be vested with prohibited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitz, and ultimately we see it by the Eslam zone, by the Harlequin case. That emerges gets a little bit into
It's right.
So let's say same thing. Reuben gives Zoma the sheep on Tuesday.
Mr. Queer, you're on fire.
Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not consecrated. She didn't offer up as a cover, but she's not.
I'm trying.
So what's the status of the animal? Mami. Kivan Damar Mar Amirasol Davov Nisula Solahadiot. Kiman Dakri Basitami. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say again that the act of going ahead and knock the shit verbally is the equivalent of offering.
I'm trying.
Offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish again, it is still here, it is still present. So does she have the what happens if she's makdish? Again, because I was saying, you heard the shine is in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time it's again, it's gone.
Oh, what a spare. She puts any hope of a comeback away.
In this case, right here on Tuesday, she's makdish. Wednesday, the Bia.
No coming back and play like that. That was beautiful.
Now, the shine is, does it or not? So the Tiv Shami Rabbi Eliezer. You can reserve a laser, so we'll say going back to the laser on the top of the daf. Right?
It's his birthday
So remember again,
tomorrow.
the way Rabbi Lazar understood the case of the Esna Zona,
Whose
right,
birthday?
is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already
Yes,
by the time
ma'am.
it occurred. Dafka hit Basa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer existing.
Right.
About it, so low. But from Rabbi Lazar's statement, it would appear
So
that
it's
she
a
was
week
not
before me.
the animal was still in
It's exactly a
Time
week.
that the via occurred, perhaps the animal would now
Yeah, I'm
be
up a week
Esna Zona.
Yeah.
The Gemara says,
Maybe
no,
I'm up
the
a
Rabbi
week.
Lazar who failed
And
to
then
be
it was
quiet.
a Thursday.
The truth is, this Shaila is Mamish Shaila of Elazar himself. So the Gemara says,
But
no.
yeah, it's almost a week.
Mifsha Pshita
My
Rabbi
birthday's
Eliezer,
next
Daki Basa,
Thursday.
Davka Basha Solo, the Isa B'Shasbia.
What?
Elazar said that the only time it's seen from an Esna
What?
is when the animal
Win.
was up before the Bia. But
Yay,
when the Bia
right.
occurs, no longer here.
Good win.
But perhaps where she was just Matish, the animal still in the time of the Bia, in which case Halacha Lamaisa, Esna Zona. All Dilma, Hikri Basa. So Pshitale, the Kushas of Saka. Maybe obviously she offered it up and it's no longer exists at the time of the Bigo. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as it created it. We're not sure. For which the Gemara says take it. So meaning that
Yes, sir.
interestingly enough, I will say what comes out in this case over here is
It's a basketball game now,
lesson number one. We're not finished.
It was amazing.
We do understand it. For something to be categorized as a harvest game.
Oh, I wasn't watching it that closely.
Which means that order is not followed either.
No, I had people in here.
Ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Esna zone.
Are you excited for football this weekend?
Now,
Yeah, they're so excited.
on, assuming she has a right to that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up. It's a bona fide carbon. If she's not vicious, consequences. So the animal
Yeah.
is still in existence.
Bills play.
Animal, that's the
There you go. The Bills play the Denver.
The second case over here was, let's see, has relations. Words he pays her.
And Houston plays. Houston plays.
Or medium. Where is the cash?
Who's Houston plays?
I don't understand this. Gemara says, or medium.
Houston plays somebody. And
Right, so it says if Ruben has
NFC, it's the Bears
and he pays her even 3
playing
years later.
the
3 years later, some people pay all the bills later. Right, see, 3 years later, it's still called the harlot, and it's still the ulcer.
What happened, Mr. Aquarius?
Low kasha, so most of that conscious was just important. The price that we paid before last time was
There we go.
said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says,
Yes, right. Love to, Yes, ma'am. Get it.
Ultimately, again, one case where he says, have relations with me for this, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy.
How your Celtics doing?
So realizes, right? So now Ruben goes over to Rocker. He says, have relations to Zona. He says, me for this. Now, Yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years.
Oh, either tomorrow or the next day.
It has the status of its payment because this transaction just because
Oh, I am very tired. I was up really early.
Here's what has to happen. Yes, Mishichal. Some of the tell us right? Remember, animals.
Because I'm about to go to bed, Mr. Brandon.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's actually interesting.
It is earlier for me, but I was up at like 1 o'clock in the morning or so. Very early.
Yeah, I do. Is that when I got up?
Yes, yeah. 100%. Very.
Gotta get your good night.
You win.
You work in the morning. I'm
Win. I win. I win. You win. Undefeated in both. Undefeated in friendship.
Let's go.
Yes, ma'am. God willing, I'll do my best.
It's already in the process.
All right.
Sweet dreams, once Aquarius. Sweet dreams.
Because she's acquired the sheep even before if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. The shaki in the hand of the apotiki. Very now here's the case. So Reuben comes to Rachel and he says, listen, we're gonna here this sheep is an apotiki. I'm not making work down to her. Then I says to her, I'm gonna pay you for relations, right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, and he says to her, if I pay you the next 30 days, good. If not, and if not, back to the Eslan. Take this sheep, ultimately again, as a whole. Fine. Massive lecture, again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the essence of this process. Let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so like he's paying. Now, the way Amia workers are non-Jews, or they just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. Right? So what's the halach? Okay, so actually because so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay. You do that. Supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's getting to here's money, go drink. Right? What's the difference? Right? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's alright, it's supposed to be because we're maybe or maybe ultimately again, alright, it's been or my sushi place, who doesn't have to do this? Why does he have to do this? Because the sense is giving them the money, and he's saying, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not him. Whatever they do, Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi's Lomishim Iser, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one. The last of the the one line Russian. Osaki was we don't you think it's not the one giving it. Who is giving them? It's covered here. This is free to food. This is free. What the guy chooses to do it afterwards, essentially, is not unreal. It's not unreal. So therefore, again, no violence. Okay, now. Contrast out the foundation. Some no, they do second line. In unlock, they're unlock. Like said to them, it's free. Values Korea. Su Bani Korea. Like he said first, like drivers, go and eat, go and drink it. I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Oh, she then you have the problem. Then you have a problem. Now, why is that? Habi'ihu lokea ha'isu ma'filo. The hashtag was so national that you should because he's in the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these quotas. See the difference? It just says, here's $100 for your food and drink. Whatever they buy, that. If he says, go drink off of tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is, he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for Allah. What do you see? So now going ahead and circling back to Labiana. Right? So going back ultimately again to the Labiana case. Remember, Labiana, what did they do? Went ahead and they borrowed Shiva and they paid before with €8. Said not a problem because no transaction immediately. So what do you see? Now, what do you see from this last piece of Amor, Kapara, the Mr. Kapara, so is in here, that when moving, pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, a lot of so this transaction is easy, and he is considered to be paying for it, these change for this readiness is problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, so here by Radiana, we can here ultimately again, isn't that ultimately same thing? We must take them out stuff, they can't any Hamakuto tablet. So no, it's different. In the moving case, like where he's going ahead and telling the then we'll go drink out, pick up the tab, thinking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally spends credit to you. The haven, the Arthilak, which they plainly do your ultimately because the shopkeeper normally extends moving, ultimately transactional media. That's happening like this. Literally, the shopkeeper acquires his money usually. Look at that. Plainly, that I actually right to the left. The shopkeeper knows that he regularly extends credit. Shekha so that's it. This is transaction news. He's not just saying standing where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying Tezra, go to the shopkeeper tab. This is a shopkeeper normally extends credit to pay, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Everybody's going to immediately pay. Those are only things that doesn't apply in concern. Right? This wasn't like that situation. Therefore, he's just trying to come back. Translation in again, using that send out as well. Same case. Go you can go drink, don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending for shopkeeper who normally sends but it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, he at the time so the case, then the seconds are differently. making the first case of advice, where Ruben says, here's 100, go out and go eat and go drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? Gemara says, that's our word. When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenvani Hamashiko, Michelle. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll be up. That's only with the shadow who extends credit to Ruben. Because this transactional immediacy, and it's as if again this company already has the money guidance about the Shema people, but shopkeeper would not extend it. Therefore, that lacks fractional immediacy, and that can be in other words, benefit the price to go ahead and make two pieces.
As in his guest,
doesn't extend credit is the server not obligated to defend any
so that would be fun. He does like to dance here. We could see that.
Hey, Monomaclone, these will come the first say love. What happens? Should I Ruben goes, right, I go with you. See me a favor. Let me, right, give him money to Shimon, give him the Shimon, and all of my property will become under to you. What's that? I mean, you know, it's ultimately it becomes encumbered as a guarantee toward the Mercer. So, but listen to it. Now, again, let's even assume that even if I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from her? When you ask such, you go to be something to something, and ultimately,
that one just kind of seems like he found a band of names that actually make the shot. There's levels in this.
You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends or doesn't extend credit doesn't make a difference. You must also Shabbat Yachid Shibude Lo Yis. And the rest is what's the difference? Have a look at Rashi. Rashi says, Ibn Lo Yachid Shibude Rashi. Wide line, Rashi is about. They're not Shibude. Shalo Yisei Lo Yachid Mo'os. Love Khalifa Nehu the Lois. Since Ruben did go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right? Or no specific money has been set aside for that. Therefore, again, that's the last threshold of use. Because that's ultimately again should be looked at. Should be looked at. שלא ייחי למאוס לקח לast Alikanilu it's sorry Gemara says so that's the case ultimately again so when you should choose so Gemara says ultimately again he says ultimately again what do you have to concern about my frustration you should yes, what do you have to be concerned about that perhaps again she versus Holomiyaki should be Haka, Lomi should be Haka. Ultimately, again, it's the same thing. Local Mesa, because local money is designated or advanced, does not create transaction use.
I wonder what shop would be like in war, like the tough guy, he makes himself out to be. It's like what they're coming, they're getting around. I think I may be better.
This changes everything. So we are ultimately again when Grace says, if Ruben says to his workers, go to the company, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink whatever you want, it's on you. He's already Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. It makes sense because now that it's paid for, ultimately again, it's literally like he's supplying them. I know. On these sort of schmite, they come in. So again, all of this same transaction, right? food that's happening.
I'm sure they'll all be.
So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm missing the Shmai. Absolutely not. So kind of said, I said this over from the Sid of marriage. And what happened? I'm already, he hustled, I played this room, sushi, subani, play at that's the case. The price is shouldn't be that even says to his workers, I will pay. I will pay makes it sound like he hasn't. Rather, what should it say? Therefore, it should say, go and drink, go out to eat, and then settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately because again, we're saying so here's every day. You're saying, to less than $100, how much you will consume? You know, I know you're right. You're right. I'm like, ultimately, again, a lot of places, that halacha said, even says that so kids remember, we are two cases. Piece number one. So we can just that case is is that allowing self moving prepaid went ahead and gave $100 to the shop. They said, my workers going to let them buy, let them eat, okay? Now the Gemara says, that's the problem. They have access to the way that price should read is, we're going to say to workers, so go out and drink, but I need my chash. I will settle up ultimately again with the shop afterwards. That's what we're going to do. Again, looks like it's not today. Oh yeah, every
It's insanely good. It's so good. Retired from. I'm laughing at what you said. Not ready. Retired from League Baseball. Never performed in the mushroom. Damn. Nice boxer. Coffee maker.
Thanking all of our answers for this morning. Sure. Thank our annual comes from the sponsor. We're dedicating this as a supposed for the Soros Tobos for all of Israel. Account co-sponsors for the month of Av. Habalim will tell us even when Jason honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Irene Roses White, and Skin Roses White is calling the sponsors. Dr. Edmund Winshore of the Yard Site, his father Silas Wolf, Charlotte Steve Hirsch, and that Adler memory of his father. Covered by Mordechai from Maria of Los Angeles. We dedicate our learning in the Swiss work to the program of the Shalom and Carl and success. All of us. Also, with that, we are excited about that today. Today's daf is Sunday, April 16th. On Saturdays, base 62b. Today, Rabbi is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. Today, Rabbi Yes, she is Rabbi, who probably the students. So very interesting things. The members of the household of Rabbi would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then read them with 8-year produce. Actually, the quote on the following year. So if you look at she actually says so Yasu Perishi is called in this manner. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities over here, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend, or not commerce, but lend a borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available. So that's once it's no longer readily available. You really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is so the Hasa right? We borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. And part of the Shemitah is Shtaka, the Achli Aniyim is Achra Beer, So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, and year number 8, the people of Rabiana's house repaid the onion, ultimately, with which means from 8-year produce. So they came and they said, so people who mentioned this practice, there's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to the another way, the said, yeah, it's been up in perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Next, there was an interesting, looking at she's now seeing up the side. A couple of actions. You also see this year, so the opener said, there's members of the house. Totally fine. Now she says, the thing that he's shaped up. No, international companies for the last minute train Sunday baseball supplement is the coach. As a company has built that persona sometimes for example, here is
panelists for
that even the 8-year programs should all have achieved percentage.
if we're failing
So the only said it's not really a problem, right? Because there's not a recipe. There's not immediacy, right? I should say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken and only being quote unquote repaid during the 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition
seeing this guy's face with
that's the ideal. Therefore, again, I love for myself, and therefore, again, Shemitah will not the follow. This is very interesting. This is excellent. Would come up with excellent zones. And he gives her services, right? That object is called excellent.
I was thinking about Bird is like, he's got to take his shirt off everywhere, right? There's places that he would like if he meant the queen to make the
says, no some level of bother. Let's say Ruben goes to the home. Like Ruben goes home and ultimately gives her as he gives her right, but he doesn't have relations with her. Or so on the half of no son, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's halacha? That's not a for harmless payment ultimately is mutter for sacrifice.
Alright, so this is posted by Haphazard.
Nothing of if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a current wife sheep. Even though he didn't have relations with her. So if you have relations with her, and ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the suit was not a long lesson. We have a relationship with the if he didn't say anything, my estimate, if he didn't say anything, what's the meaning of the statement in Raisa that sometimes that the estimate is mutter, because it makes sense, which the must tell us, that this was the African if he gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, what we're going to take is outside. When there's something when there's transactional immediacy, hey, there are relations, right? Our relations, hey, in other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the premium does not take on the status of estimate. So, and what
and this is for his YouTube channel.
Is that it's kind he thinks he's almost like a, let's say, for some type of sacrificial activity. So watch this. So cover. No someone who gave her the sheep. The Achakak ball. What does it mean? The Achakak ball. Rashi says, Achshav Elo Ba'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later, now, how exactly do you go ahead and translate?
That's what I say when I finish sex.
I think more common sense. You know, days of today, which is 3 hours. Tomorrow, again, it's opposed to payment relations. But Achakak was a lot, it's not a oh, oh, Bala, the Achakak was a lot, or the Yankee was first, as not a in both of these cases, however, not so long, the Achakak was not. Therefore, also, it's really worth seeing this topic. That essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an investment zone, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again of harvest. Now, again, remember, keep track of it. In Indiana, they would follow Shemitah produce from the
Tell your wife, we need to take him to the car shots out, and he's like, dude, I can't all excited, like, oh, there's gonna be a TV in my car.
It's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, that your approach is changed, right? Or as somehow like the ultimately again to the 7 produce, and after the 8 year produce remains totally fine. Now the most test that case. Let's go with this, right? Let's say he goes ahead, he's like, I gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep. Right? So he gives her a sheep. Right? And then let's say gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he has religion. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated time. Right? As a wax transaction, you must understand. You keep ball out, but when you have relations, let's say on Wednesday, right? You give the sheep on Tuesday. Relations are so why don't we say that's not relations with our top of something? Later, Allah is still prayer. Obviously, okay, I understand. This is the sheep can't be labeled as the name somehow. But when he does have relation with her Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as its payment should evolve on the sheep retroactively. Therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an Eslan that already has Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says, it's very interesting to know what's the case. She should come up and make herself. No, it's very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen on Wednesday. We're saying relations on Wednesday, which the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered it up on Tuesday. Papayas harvest. Papayas zona. You may say to yourself, what a fail. That she's offering like bonus. So far as the myth was many those are different that we all have inconsistencies. And we all need to compare contradictions on certain respects, on itself, and in certain respects on
either eating somebody or he was
don't do well, do poorly, or don't do all, or
shout out to the guy that tried to spot me. I'm good, brother. It's like, no,
righteous.
you were not bad, man. You're lucky that you were able to get it into the second
areas and more obviously, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. Sometimes they feel like I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm getting stuff out, but I'm getting this. That's like
what are you doing, Spot?
Right. It is hypocritical. It is contradictory, but welcome to the nature
Alright,
of
let's see
the
that
nature.
one here.
We all live in
Post by
hypocrisy, we
Caterpillar
all
about
live in
7539.
contradictions. Such is the nature.
Live like a
It is
savage.
important for us
Yellow
not to
sink.
lose faith in
Instead of yellow
ourselves.
sink.
That even though
That's pretty
the
good.
zone
Pretty good work.
but she
I already
knows
remember where the
you
poster
know what?
is.
Again, but us
Mr. Field.
are reacting
Daddy's and Baddies got the best of it.
pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows that we're starting to struggle in some other
Let's have fun life, right?
and when we still
So,
push
you know,
forward to do good,
You
despite
have
all
like
the things that
a
are broken,
life and a
sometimes that's
chance.
the pinnacle
Yeah.
of the
This
accomplishment.
goes to
In any
show
event,
that age
so
more
the
than
Zona offered up the covenants, but when relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals already gone. They already
as long
offered
as
it
you
up.
sit in a red chair
So
mask.
you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
If you done, what's the
Read it
case?
twice this week.
Eat the umbrella,
This
eat
is
it.
amazing
If
barn
you said
kitchen.
this, give her the shrimp, the lamb on the
Big
this
shoots.
is yours as of
It's
today.
like it's a
Right? Acquire this
I'll say
as
this right now.
right there. Some sheep at the shop. Right? The hot the shas, you know, I'm going to do that. So then obviously, like, she has private life. It can't be categorized as an S-Lab 2 because they didn't have a right. So essentially, she has every right to offer. However, if you vote on the election in the abstract, it's right. He cannot give her permission to acquire it as a gift, right? If he was not explicit, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, Tuesday, right? There's schedules on Wednesday. So what does it mean? There's gifts on Tuesday, then we have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't follow to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, then he must be a part of the should based on published on that one. Go to says, the person will consecrate his home. His home. This is talking about like, will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not based on the shoes, just like your home, not full of shoes. So to be able to consecrate, whether it's consecrate for us, is something that it doesn't only about Tuesday, then I can show up as a part of us and just start here. You know, you can only do match dish something that's yours.
Just let it come to you into this
In the
person's
realm
house.
of personal growth, only asks of us what the
Say stuff.
there's sometimes you need to
Yeah, that
measure
stuff
ourselves
gives it away.
It's not necessarily right thing to do, it's good role models.
Bert always has this
People
problem.
who aspire to be like
It's always like,
but a
they
lot of
talk shit
times
about
we
me
tend
and
to
all
compare
this
ourselves
stuff.
to others
You're rich.
and tend to reflect it like, don't
Why are you
up. You can trust. You don't know what those person's profiles are.
That's like, I mean, that's
Did he Photoshop only
me and you are the people that should be having these small penny.
that which you own?
Bert,
You only have to consecrate
guy
what
that
you
made
own.
it.
And consecrate
Family.
that which you own. You can't practice and it doesn't be so often. Like we forget that he expects of us. What's
Be having your sure
he
you
doesn't
did say your
expect
wife
us to
stinks
do
smell
what's
special.
He doesn't expect us to do what's
But
But he does expect to take a personalistic inventory
That's one of
about
the
all the spiritual tools that I possess.
okay.
Be honest about what I possess. Because we possess a lot more than
Never mind.
and then utilize those in
So funny that I know you're thinking is
the not creation that which belongs.
he said he was a piece
And
of
I
shit.
come as
All
far
right, he's
as
going.
you
I want to know
ask
what you're
to
thinking.
accomplish spiritual things that power. Alexander was the case. Alexander lost. The Hadith Yabeh Hashem. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right? So we don't give these children only the sheep. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with scheduled for via tomorrow, right?
I'll say this
Just
right
keep
now.
it with you tomorrow.
My friend,
The midst directly, but if you
it
need to
got
shoot
funnier
for
because
something,
I thought it was just gonna be
something
funny
comes
for
up,
like
you
the
need to write
talk
on
shit,
the
all the
YouTube or whatever it is.
stuff.
Then,
But then I got
then
even
where
better
it says
because
tiny shot, then I give you the right
I
to
wasn't
acquire
even the
it.
guy, and they started laughing about that. And shit on him again.
Fine. So where it says this, so there's the zoning. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's throwing on the actual
You know? Yeah, you know what, dude?
we're doing this because you can remember this all happened with Viravyana with this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's being happening over here is that something can only be vested with prohibited with the
Yeah,
status
so
when there's
this
a
one's
level
called
of
Adonis and
transactional
Full Display.
use.
Posted by
See that by the Shemitah case, you see it by the Esmer cases. I think where it just gets a little into the other case. The viable show, how about they just on that? So let's say, Ruben gives Rafa opinions on the sheet on Tuesday. Via is scheduled for on Tuesday. She goes in and she's not. She didn't offer up the car. But she's not. She's not. Even though I'm not so good at both of these Russell. Demand back the bus. Something heckish is the equivalent of offering, where it says that verbally do something to has the equivalent of giving it over the person. So therefore, do we say homophily again that the act of going ahead and doing maxish is the equivalent of offering it. Although my question we want to sit there now. In other words, bring it out is offering it up, but the maxish is going, it's going. The maxish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does the ability, what happens if you again, because let's say you heard the Shine is in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the deal occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Esmon Zona because it was no longer in existence.
So funny that
in this case over here on Tuesday, she's not Christian. Wednesday, the dia occurs, and ultimately because the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the Shiloh is that does the object become an Esmon Zona or not? Whereas the picture is Rabbi Eliezer. You can answer Eliezer. So let's say going back to the down. Right? Rabbi Eliezer, Shekhavi Basa. So remember again, understood the case of the zone, right? Because where she went ahead and she offered, right? She offered it up already by the time the occurred. That's about the Shas law. From the religious statement that the animal was still in existence at the time that the deal occurred, fake compliant. This actually, this Shiloh is Mamish Shiloh. So, not actually show the Eliezer that Russell got about the Shas law, the Isur Shasiyot. Because the Eliezer said the only time it doesn't become an estimate is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. And by the time the Bia occurs, it's no longer here. But again, she was just she consecrated. The animal still in existence at the time of the Bia. In which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is categorized as an Eslam zona. All Dilma, Shitale, Vikbisha, Sasale. I mean, you know, maybe we're not going to call it anything. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam zona, but if you just consecrated it, you're not sure. Which the Gemara says taken. You're using it. Interesting, you're not going to say what comes out of here is, first of all, so important. Lesson number one. We're not finished. We need to understand. Yeah, it's sick of like social media as a total toxic. Everything is sick of my culture. If that order is not followed either, payment and delay via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an estimate So if you get positive animal payments, now the deal doesn't occur until later on. As soon as she writes that animal there, she goes ahead and shuffles it up to verify target. She's not discrepancy. So the animal is still in existence at the time of the deal. Next day, what's the animal? That's the thing. That's the thing. Okay, let's have. So the second is what he does. Let's say he has relations with her. Afterwards, he pays her. So ultimately, again, he came into this. We see it's Mr. in for concentration purposes. Gemara says, for me, Ba'ala, the Afakatna, basically, so late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's period, and it's still the also. Here, the Gemara says, the relationship.
Like, are you really going to say that when you're in your ass?
It tells us, but the other one is violently
you have a situation where it doesn't
ultimately, again, one case
just like
relations with me for this sheet, and he identifies have relations with me for a sheet. It tells us that. So ultimately, again, versus when he identifies it's as if there's transactional use. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheet, then ultimately again there is no transaction. Alright, let's analyze it. What's that? My so let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. We can go to he says have relations with he says have relations with this sheet. Now again he doesn't care for 2 years. 3 years. It's always has because it's transactional use. Identify the sheet doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? You might say, she found. So I'm going to tell us that I've been listening to she found. Right? Remember, livestock animals require the sheep. Possession. Don't have on this stuff. Okay. So apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, we didn't do sheep because only by trees. So apparently, again, by a Jew, they need the sheep for 12 hours. So it's kind of like other possibilities. We also are Israelis. They also talking about the when they don't, they claim that that's it. Oh, interesting enough, sheep standing in the huts. Is again ultimately the classic requires either claim that that's it or the African muscle. If it's in a cluster, the sheep was together, and then ultimately again, then he gave it. Sorry, the structure, why? What are we talking about? You must remember she acquired it before, so this is actually like the paradigmatic case of customer acquired the sheep. If the sheep is standing in the cluster, which the Gemara's look to off, is shocking and heavy at very interesting. Here's the case. So Ruben comes to the Rahman. And right here, this sheep is essentially that I'm going to pay you for the relations, right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she could be acquired the sheep initially. She can acquire the sheep when you acquire there is non. The Amrullah, my sinner lech, is in time he says to her, if I can you, let's say, for the next 30 days, good. And if not, take this sheep ultimately again as your party. Nothing again, it's interesting. All of this is I'm not watch this.
dragging
Only
them
other
down,
than
embarrassing
Kamara
and shit
or Apollo.
like that.
Let's say
I
again,
make
let's say
be a
even
picture of the dog.
boys, donkey drivers and work. Okay, so now he's paid. Now the ultimately again, he's paying them. Now actually goes out here.
The tables
Actually,
are
people come more on their hearts.
anything.
These workers are not Jews or they're on their hearts. They're just unlearned. Unlearned Jews. Without unlearned Jews. They're slaves. And he says to them, what's the halacha? The aim of Oshim for this. So he goes and he says to them, he says, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, you use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either the payments are second, mental wages, whatever it is. He's giving here, right here's money. Go and drink. Go and so listen. Now, the Eno Oshish to do this. Eno Oshish doesn't have to be worried. So, you are 60 degrees. What's the concern? The Gemara says that halakha l'maisa, he's giving them money on their own. Right? Or maybe again, or nicer shoes. He doesn't have to do this. Why doesn't he have to do this one? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, huge one. Because essentially it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones, not Rashi. Those Saki Luli, I'm a pretty like, we don't use, Ruvain is not the one giving it. Ruvain is giving it. It's kind of, this is what they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. Not unmoving, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now that's how we found it. Some of your 63 says that. Su be'ichlu korea, su shtubani korea. And he says to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and drink, I'll pay, I'll stop. Oh, now the problem. Then we have the problem. Now, why is that? Look at Rashi. The Korea. Habi lokea ha'isyu kilo. The hashalo snatching at the issue of sugar because he's being there. Now it looks like he's purchasing and buying these prohibited items for his workers. See the difference? If they just says, here's $100, whatever they buy, that's on them. That's TD. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because he is purchasing and buying these potentially prohibited items for his workers. Almost, I wasn't what he's saying there, to make this so what you see there is like halacha l'maisa. Now this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Radyane case of remember. Radyane, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they used your produce. What I said, not a problem because no transaction. So listen, what do you see? Now you see from this last case. Almost, kapara, the Mr. Kapara, so what is sitting there? That when moving, pays the bill. Right, pays the bill. Even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place. It's transactional use. And he is considered to be paying for it. He's the produce for him. Shady produce to me. That's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, all I mean, keep kapara, when it's a kapara. So to hear about it, and when they repay here, ultimately isn't that and push me
things more that you can add to it.
This though, they can't be
They had to stop him at the for 4.
moving case.
I mean, they're filling up time is no issue. Yeah, there's no world where filling up time is an issue. And he says so many good. It's like, no, he's doing the ghost because he's.
Arthur Rock, okay, ultimately, or the shopkeeper normally extends credit to moving, ultimately, this transaction that's happening on baseball. Literally, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately.
Here's the thing about wisdom.
Right across the left.
You should
And
like,
then he
you
suffers.
should yell
The
at your
shopkeeper
kids
knows
for
that he's
baseball
going to
as
regularly
much as you do
extends
video
credit.
games.
Take your vote. שכמוכם שיש לו Khalifi. So we'll say, so that's it. This transaction means Ruben's not just saying scam going where you and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if it's already paid, and therefore there is actual immediate now she says over here, therefore specifically exchange, right? Shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers or whatever. And Ruben's going to immediately pay for it. Those are how we do it. Even the Hanafani, we'll see paid last, but again, that's why I can consider it. It wasn't like a credit. Therefore, that case is not transaction. And now he's not sending to a ship nobody extends credit. Then it sounds like what? Then it should be okay. If that's the case, but it's more so healthy. If that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case of myself, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and drink, make it two different cases. What should these two cases be? It's the better I'm when it is so ultimately, I guess, prohibited, the Chenben Amakiko, in the Shtabber, when is it prohibited for Ruben to discover? Go out and go eat it, and I'll pick up the tab. That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to me. As if, again, the Chenben already has the money for prohibited items. About Anthony Shinema people, shopkeeper extends credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should fall. In other words, better rice to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one different. And to highlight two dramatic cases. We must go, oh, Anthony Shinema people, you know, what is that true? Cheers, the shopkeeper is the purchaser, not the store obligated. Homer the Cabero. Person says to his friend, hey, Monopoli, the will come up. So what happens? It's right, Ruben, go to so Ruben, be a neighbor, lend, right, give him money to shit, and all my property will become encumbered to you. What's that? Economies, it's ultimately again my property becomes I guarantor the mercy. So what is here now again? That's even assume that I have no previous relationship. You ask someone to go and give something to someone, and ultimately again your guarantee. Never go to UFC fights anymore. Actually, cease to occur right from there. Amorado, Loshna Kifa, Loshna. Right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper is explain if it doesn't explain confusion. You must listen. I forgot the Shadow, even the Lord Yahu, they know this. Since Ruben did not go ahead and actually set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, and drink coffee. Since no one can find enough right? Or no place to set aside for that. Therefore, again, that last transaction, because it does ultimately again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. So yichim at most the car love halim below mitzvah. Sorry. Gemara says Elohacha on my sheesh. So that's ultimately again. So when we speak of that, we should. Yes. So ultimately, again, we said. Says my quotation. We should see this. What we have to be concerned about over here. That perhaps again, again, because no particular money is exactly one as a first pick, of course. What's the here is where is advance on money to the family. Okay, so this changes everything. Look at that. Chicken low, Alabama, told them to shut off and so the first time that Alabama is costly. This changes everything. So in the case of the year, ultimately again, the price says that if we get those workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat whatever you want, it's on you. The case is you already move and give money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, it's paid for already. Ultimately, again, it's paid. It's literally like he's supplying them. So again, all of this, like that's I'm gonna pop up. You don't share. I'm sorry. I'm gonna pan up. And this is the Shmite thing coming to us. So I said this over. I'm trying to rub this. Yeah, I'm right there. He hot I I will pay this. I yes, and pay. Rather, what should it say? Just say go out and do, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shop. Because again, we're saying out of case of years of prepaid, right? So you left money with the shopkeeper. That's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Which means, oh, you're right. Right. Tony, I'm like, Tony, ultimately, again, a lot of places is you're like, change the license, read the price. So, please remember, essentially, there's two cases in price. Number one is your lead is represented more alcoholic, but your drink. In that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not self-esteem whatsoever. Now, is that a lot of myself moving prepaid. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shop. My workers come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the demand that's the problem.
Not just a
You
cow.
have to be concerned
More than a cow.
if you have access now to
Brian is gonna be.
then it's
He's like the kind of guy that
moving
like
is going
search tag
ahead
private.
and
Like, he's the kind of guy that'll grab
even
your
system
girl.
workers so
That's gonna happen.
go out and drink. But I need a caution. I will settle up
This one's supposed to
ultimately.
replace exhausted chin.
That's like yeah, we'll stop over here for today. Oh yeah, everyone, what a god.
Well, that's everyone. Like many times. Well, let's talk about the box. Before we can get to the box, I had a camping trip that I planned. It was one of the best things in Texas.
Good morning. It is a great to be able to learn. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual total sponsors. Also, Mishpacha Israel for dedicating all the Shalom Drashos this year as a host for the Soros Tovos for all of Israel. Our total sponsors for the month of Av, Abanim Tova, Stephen Young's raising honor of Israel's raising, Dina raising, Eileen Rose's wife, and Stanley Rose's wife to all the girls. Sponsors, Dr. Eddie J. Wolf, the donation of the yard site, Dr. Wolf's father, Simon Shalom, Dempsey Hirsch, and Newton, and Tyler Limit of your father, Dennis, and covered all of Mordecai from the radio. As always, we dedicate our special Shalom Torah. Give them success. All of us say that exciting about ahead of us today. That is Son of Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Son of Gimel 62b today, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 12. So the verse is as follows. Today that we are here is not which probably the Shminis. So very interesting. So the members of the household of Rabbi they will borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with their produce, not Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi says something very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called Ismail. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is so the people outside of the eye would borrow Shemitah produce from the Ani and bring the Shemitah. Rashi goes on the Shemitah. Shtafach ka'achu Ani the Shemitah after that you prepare Shemitah. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Guy's house and repaid the Aniyim. Ultimately, again, with new produce, 8-year produce. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice very often. There was something about it basically that bothered people to some degree. So they said something very often. I'm a little often said, yeah, listen up is perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Yet done never said that. Interestingly enough, look at Rashi. You also know, sorry, do a couple of Rashis. You also know the beautiful said the members of the house of Yana are passing totally fine. Rashi says to keep the shite. Lo habu hana. If we say love Khalifa we saw in yesterday's open issue of potential commerce with forbidden animals. So sometimes that forbidden so, for example, the concern over here is if this that even the 8th-year program we have century prohibition. But the Overland said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the focus is being put in on Shmita and only being put up for the things during your age, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not reflect you're doing commerce with Shmita produce, and therefore no Shmita prohibition involves a part of the 8th-year produce. That's the idea here. There are a lot of myself, and therefore Shmita sanctity will not develop upon the 8th-year produce. This is the very thing. The S-non multi. And interestingly enough, we come up with S-non zinc. S-non zinc is a lot of the person goes to a zone, and he gives her something for her service. Right? Obviously, he pays the money, or even if he's a subject, that after this public from S-non zinc, and cannot be used for any type of, listen to this, Cassandra, you know, Rice says, let's say Ruben goes to Russell, Russell's his home. Right, Ruben goes to Russell, and again, he gives her, right, but he doesn't have to give her. Or, on the level of Russell, or he has issues with her, he doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Es mana mutter. For her, it's came ultimately, it's mutter to sacrifice, it doesn't make sense. Russell level of he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep. And he didn't have a relationship with her, and of course it's committed for one wife, she can even though Allah lamb for the able to be he didn't have a relationship with her. So if he didn't have a relationship with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it, to which the gift does. Furthermore, the second case, but we have a relationship, he didn't carry anything. No young is lost, no need. Ultimately, they vary. If you didn't hire anything, if you didn't know nothing about my estimate, look at it. If you didn't hire anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the Rice that says that Allah the estimate is looking? You must Allah, help me to God, this is what he needs to say.
He seems like he's like, and I feel like he's just making it for let's say the thing that the kids watching me like
afterwards. In other words, let me tell you this piece outside. This is what say like this. There's something we call outside the when there's transactional immunity. Behavior, relations, right? Our relations pair. In other words, that's what it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immunity, then the payment does not take on the status of the show would not be worth watching. Practically, is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. When Ella comes, no someone, we gave her the sheep, her can't fall away. Only the Akka can't fall away. She says, Akshav, Ella,
that's so funny. He's
he doesn't have relations with her. Grab her again sometime later. Now, of course, tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. But that's not oh, that's up to you. Or for that matter, relations with her. And then you afterwards pays her. That's not in both of these cases. Ultimately, however, not the other therefore, let's say here's this that essentially, in order for something to be once it's a definite use, in other words, payment relations, then the payment has the status ultimately identified. Remember, because of the Roshan right, they would buy produce
Athletic trades.
it ultimately again
Fuck all that away.
because they felt, I don't know,
Where's it get to work and the payoff is huge.
I said, no, it's fun.
It's just quiet.
Right? Same idea. There's no transaction. Because of transactional legacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange. Whereas some the payment ultimately against the 7 year produce, 2 year produce, and after the 8 year produce remains expired. The Gemara questions a little bit this Eslam piece. So again, let's go with this, right? Let's go ahead and paste it. Hey, but we're going to use the 100. These are using the sheet because this is an example. Right? Pays your sheet. Right? And then let's say get your sheet on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, yesterday. So again, based on what we just before, that sheet does not have the status of its payment, and therefore is not fitting on right? As a wax transaction is used. I don't understand. When he does have a
to the kid.
Wednesday, right? Give the calculations are on Wednesday. So why would we say that when you reach the top of something, most quote a law is 6 and 1? Obviously, when it gives you the sheet, can't be labeled as estimated.
Because I know their options. He has so many options.
So when he does have a relationship on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheet as a payment should develop upon the sheet retroactively. Rabbi Elazar said, you know what's the case? He should come up and hit not until Wednesday. So you were saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively pick up as the carbon on Tuesday. Shabbat on Tuesday, Papayas harvest, Papayas zone. I will say, you might see it yourself. What a she's a zona. She's nothing of Kavanas. Listen, it's important we've meant to be honest. So it's important to understand we all have different consistencies. We all live in inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, on the side, in certain respects, and there are things in my life that are well.
So you could have anyone as a guest on Friday or the Kid. Who would it be?
Good question.
The things that I don't do well or do poorly or don't bar for Hashem don't take away from the things that I do.
Yeah, very funny.
Yiddishkeit is not all enough. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in others. Obviously, I have the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of holiness, spirituality, and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us
That's a good point. I like this, Brendan. Every once in a while, it's like,
you know, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Stuff on
mental clarity and
but I'm doing this. Right? It is different. Like welcome to nature.
maybe a good guess.
All of the contradictions, all of the contradictions, such is the nature of life. And it is important for us to understand that even though the zona is a zona, she also brings happiness. Again, for you, Kabbalas are a reactive call. For easing the law, because at the end, those are inner conflicts and struggles. And we still push forward to do good. Despite the things that are broken. So it's a chemical. Anyway, so the zona offered up the purpose of telling the 10 relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. If you tell me what's the case, if he said to the zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday, and it says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today. right? Then halacha l'maaseh pshita b'shira, right? The rest obviously is mutter, right? She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esrog on Tuesday because they didn't have it. Right? So essentially, gave her a gift. She has every right to offer it up. However, it's a little unlike in the access to the this is very interesting. But if she did not give something to require it to happen, right? If he was not explicit and said, he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean to say? He gives it to her, gives it on Tuesday. Yeah, we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire, it's not hers. It's hers. And if it's not hers, he must be hers. The Ishkiyah is says if a person will consecrate his home. His home. This is talking about valuation. So go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not based on the Shuso, just like your home, you own it. I've called the Shuso. So if you own it, consecrate, whether it's consecrate, whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then have to chop it up. No, it only be not something that is yours. It's almost personal growth. There's something unique in the state of measuring yourself. Right? It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who really aspire to do that. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and then we're feeling when we don't measure up. But who says you measure up to someone else? You don't know what's football side, right? The Ribbonish only asks you to be makdish that which you consecrate, or you only consecrate that which you own that doesn't belong to you. So often in life we forget, only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't give me someone else's accomplishment. What he does expect me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more honest. And then you those in the pursuit of personalism. And I think the Bible only asks for help within our spiritual tools. It's incredible. I trust you. So he says to her, she comes to me, and he says, okay, keep the schedule, the schedule for me tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you that way. But if you need to shoot for some reason, let's say something comes up, I don't know, you need a card money, you need whatever it is, then where it says cognac shop, then it's give you the right to acquire that. So now again, what's the idea? Why this? Besides that, it's not a thing. We're doing this because you're going to remember what happened with the Labiana, with this food that it's happened over here. It's a little sky, windows, so now we see that by the Shemitah case. We see it by the Esmon zone. Everyone just gets a little bit of this. So by the Boshia, I'm not going to shut someone. So let's say the same thing. Ruben gives Ruben the sheep on Tuesday. The Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not. She consequences. She didn't offer that as a carbon. She's not. So what's the status now of your mother? Even though we're married, Russell the Gabot, Russell the Mandaki Basitan. So do you say that essentially making something technical is the equivalent of offering it up? Whereas literally the says that verbally pledging something to a the equivalent of giving over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and not the shit verbal equivalent of offering all the other questions are requiring you to sit in there. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but the match is gone. The animal is gone. The match ultimately again, it is still right?
Like
So
sometimes
does
it
she have
feels
the
like
ability? What
like
happens if
40
she's
just
not
always
dishes?
soft.
Because I must say, where the Shiloh is,
Exactly.
in
And
the
you
case
know,
where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time
looking
the
at
deal
places
occurs, obviously, again, it's
Minnesota,
gone.
you know,
It's
you
gone.
guys
Right? So
on
it
the
can't be put
Minnesota
in
side,
Arizona
right there.
because it was no longer in existence.
There's a lot of cool people up there. Jim Waltz is up
In
there.
this case over here,
He's like always
she's
being
not
to move out there.
Wednesday, the deal occurs, and ultimately, so
Put
the
your
time
house
of
up
the
for sale. No one's gonna buy
the
it though.
object is still here. So now the Shiloh is, does the object
How are you
become
gonna
an
fucking
asset
what are you gonna give
or
your
not?
dog away?
So the tip shop is very Eliezer.
It's a shock. So
We can also Eliezer. So let's say going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top or down. Like Rabbi Eliezer, Shekabla Behikli Vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Esther, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time the deal occurred. That was so that that's because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About it. Just so low, but from the Eliezer statement to that if she was not fishing, the animal was still in existence at the time that the deal occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslanzona. Much less as no. The logic fake. Truth is, this actually, this Shiloh, not Shiloh the logic himself. And the Americans, no. Misha, she did the Eliezer, Jackie Vassal, Dafka, Baki, Shata, Issa, Bishastia. There's a religious saying the only time it doesn't even ask is an animal will start up before the Bia. And by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, where she was just not she consecrated, the animal still in existence. At the deal, in this halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Islam zona. All Dilma, if you lost a pshita lay, rikishas is sakura. I mean, no, maybe, obviously, she offered it up and it's under the deal. Of course, it's not being categorized as an Islam zona. But I think she just consecrated it, we're not sure, which the Americans take it. We're really not sure. So interestingly, what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, we're not finished with this. What we're doing is that in order for something to be categorized as a public statement, there must be transaction. Which means payment. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again, it is not considered to be an estimate. So if he deposited in for payments, now, in the via doesn't so later on, as soon as she writes in her animal, therefore she shuffles it up, it's a bona fide cargo. If she's not dishes, she cuts it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the via, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze it. But so we're going to this like the second disorder, let's say he has a relationship with her, and then afterwards he pays so again, the payment is much it means marries the cash up. I understand this. You might as well name this. Ba'ala, the attack Masamar, Afiluni, and Ashalo Shonin Esnara us. No, but regardless, right? She says if you don't have relations with the son, and then he pays 3 years late. 3 years people pay all of the bills late. Right? So he pays her late, right? But 3 years later, it's and this will be awesome. And I'm not pissed off. No cash. So listen, that context is just important. The rights that we call it, there's usually 62 he said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transaction. Here the Gemara says that there's relations and implications. Ultimately, I'm not going to start on the flow. It's not a contradiction. the undying
He said he was gonna help him out. He's like,
So
oh,
listen,
yeah,
this is very
what's they gonna buy these fucking
ultimately
chains right now?
one. So we talk case with
He
another
has
case
the
where it says
card.
relations with me for this shoot
Yeah, I think
and
he
he
probably does
identifies you
sizes because he's a
versus
shopaholic.
relations with me
Look
for
at he
a
has a
shoot.
lot of he has a lot of
Det
shit.
talar där.
So
Och
he's
jag är
sizes.
glad att vi
Unless he
är
goes to stores and he's like, hey,
ultimately
I have
again
food.
versus when you identify
That's a pretty
shoot,
big podcast.
it's a there's transaction or immediacy.
Oh, we
When he
had,
doesn't go ahead and
oh, we had,
identify the
should
shoot,
have it.
then ultimately again
They're
there
like
is no
threaded.
transaction
They're
or
robbed.
immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze it.
That has
I'm gonna color that my hobby. I don't
yeah,
know.
a couple
So
colors.
let's analyze. Right? So now
Even there are a couple of colors. Now
he
here's
says
the
evolution
podcast.
is up to zone.
Looking at
He says
your
evolution is with this sheet.
You
Now again,
just
he
do
doesn't
it.
clear
We just had
the
a
blue works.
podcast on the
Now
yeah,
look,
we
it's
did.
all
We
it
had
has.
cowboy hats to get
It
a
has the status of a
cowboy
published statement. Just
I'll
because
tell you, blow up our lives, bro.
identify
Why
the
are you
sheet
fucking
to make it hers.
Why do you
In order
not
for it to be hers, what has to happen?
I don't
You
think
might
it's
say you should follow. So I'm going to tell us having the customer sheet, right? Remember, livestock animals with part of possession, which you can actually zone as well as okay. So apparently it's actually interesting. It ultimately didn't sheet was only by you. So apparently again by non-Jew, you don't need the sheep as well. So someone who's not keep going, that's it. If you want the sheep instead from Colorado, in each case, again, ultimately, either play the Hatsera, but the Russell,
with those pants,
if it's in a cluster, in our issue price, and then ultimately again, one day, so lots of shit required. In other words, she required before it's actually this like you have to manage. She's required the sheep even before you know if the sheep is standing in the cluster. Which you must not see from the shot in the hand out. Very interesting. Not the case. So when it comes to the
have cauliflower ears in your
sheep is not
and homeless. Yeah, and you're also not.
that I'm gonna pay you. I'm gonna pay you for generations. Right? If I pay you money, you took this sheep. So therefore she doesn't require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event there is non-payment. The Amar Imasina late using the primary one. He says that I pay you, let's say the next 30 days is good. You not, and if not, shockingly bad. Take this sheep and open it up and find nothing of shit. Association said that it's supposed to just come out. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really come out. I'm going to let's say again. Let's say even taxi drivers and workers, and that he's paying. Now, wait, ultimately again, he's paying them. Actually, goes out there here. Actually, this will probably go on their heart. These workers are nice. On their heart. They just unlimited juice. I got you. That's right. And he said, "L'chou ve'echou b'dinazah, suju b'dinazah." Right. So what's the halacha? In a negotiation. Okay, so actually before that. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying, right? And essentially, those money to go into yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's saying, here, right, here's money, go and drink, go and eat. So let's say, now the deposit is, the negotiation is either, in a negotiation, she doesn't have to be worried. Something 63. Romishin Shidis and Romishin Ma'amai, Romishin Yanis. And here's what's interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that Halacha L'Maisa, he's giving them money. Because it's not on their part, it's just concerned with maybe Acha's going to go like this, or maybe ultimately again, the Haaretz is going to buy Shita, or Meiser Shini, he doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Kevra, do what you want. Do what you want. He's doing that essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, it's long Shema nicer, right? If you look at Rashi, the heart, the last one, the last of the long ones of Rashi. The Ha'ilu, the Safilu, the Alapiti, we don't view, Ruvain is not going to giving them anything private. Ruvain is giving them money. It's kind of, this is seriously, this is what they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no rivalry. Okay, now what? Contrast out all of this. No, they 63 second line. Su v'ichlu bani korea, su shubani korea. He says into the verse, right, donkey drivers, go and drink it. Okay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. You have this problem. And we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at that. Bani korea. The issue of it is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these items for his residents. If moving does here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says go eat, go stuff the tab, then again that is problem is if he is fixing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his purpose. I was there. Teacup, honey, is a cup. So you see what for the nice I'm not going to go so now turning the head and swing back to the yellow. Right? If one back now ultimately again, please remember, what do they do? They only had an entire sheet of produce and they paid before €3. You don't understand, not a problem, no transfer immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this one here? I'm all, you follow the maybe six up all so what's that the thing pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the transaction already took place, I love what I said, it's transaction see, and he is considered to be paying for these exchange purchases. So to be right on the other line, maybe here ultimately again isn't that ultimately exchange purchases. Same thing. There's a lot of pistol and a pistol in the starting. Right? He's going ahead and telling the workers, go drink off the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food. The shopkeeper who normally sends money even the Archila, finally being a public. Ultimately, the extends credit to Ruvain. Ultimately, there is a transaction. Just something like this. Literally translated. Literally, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Finally, being about actually running across the left. The shopkeeper knows it. That's right. Take care of it. So what's that? That's it. This transaction is Ruben is not just saying stand where you are and buy food, buy drink. He's saying go to the shopkeeper. I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening there. Now she says over here, she's like, look, tell me if you know, therefore it's almost like an exchange. Right? The shopkeeper is going to give the donkey driver
Let's see here.
לא תחליטים, אבל בלעדיין כיוון דהנה חנית ומוסים רק חנית ירד again that doesn't apply credit situation and therefore that case is fine because it lack transactional again using that if we were to send out a same case go drink tab. But now he's not saying to a shopkeeper normally credit. And it sounds like what? Okay. If that's the case, that's mutter. I determined to move the issue of the dinner jab, if that's the case, then sacrifice to us differently. Instead of making the first case in the case of where Ruben says, here's $100 for a drink, make it two different things. What should we do? We must have better. When is this so ultimately against prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to what is covered? You go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab. That's only the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy. And it's as if, again, the company already has the right to do the items. How about people? But shopkeepers who do not extend credit, therefore lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be fine. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and send in two cases that are the same, but one detail different. Two dramatically different cases. The old company should in my meet on the side. Certain parts that true. Which the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit. Is the short not still obligated to Homer the person says to his friend, take one of the pony, leave from the safe block. So when it's right, Ruben goes, I got it, say Ruben, give me a favor. Right, give them money to ship. And all of my property will be paid to me. What's that for? Tell me, ultimately, again, my property will come over as a guarantor. So I say, what is it? Now, I have no previous relationship. What is this for? When you ask someone to want to do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're the the end of the day, the shopkeeper extends credit to doesn't extend it to make it work. You must rush a shipment. Alpha got the shuttle, even below Yahid Shibude, low. Love coming from the since you do not go at actively right? Some workers go out, go eat, and then I'll pick up the tab. Since notifying the number of money, right? And no specific ones, and aside from that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional use. because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. So the leaf in the most, the path, left, the leaf in the new, and mix. I'm sorry. That's how the alcohol on my country. So that is ultimately, again. So when you consider that, then shittiest. So the normally the alcohol, so ultimately, it says you know. Says you know, ultimately, again, what do I have to do? I'm a alcohol, my country. Shittiest. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halal for the race, that perhaps, again, she the police must ultimately, again, same thing. No additional money is designated. Piece over here is where the Valentine is. It's that. Okay, so this is the shaking low. Bias, you know the family. Hold them, Shishala. The Hashtam, the bias of the circle. Everything. So here, ultimately, again, Bryce says that if Ruben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shop, eat or drink, whatever you want. Because you already Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. All that makes sense because now that it's paid for, they take limited things. It's literally supplying them with limited items. I'm not going. A new solution I think for ourselves as follows. So I'm going to say again, all of this is all under the same round of transactional needs. And that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm not Papa. This might be something that's absolutely not. I said this one word. The function loves the bit of the one in Amalek. I did putting if go out and drink and do okay. I will fix it sound like he hasn't paid. I should say, you should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying that in case of real good, we didn't forget. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper. The question is saying, yeah, I left you with the scene. That's I'm gonna write. So you're right. Sunny, I'm sorry. I'm gonna you're like change the license for your license to be the following way. I love when I said even says the case remember, send you that to the advice. Case number one is the leading uses $100. The several black and buses been on you. That case, whatever they do, they all know that it's not. They certainly don't know why, but they know that like everything that Malik has said, I'm going to be sure we can access this. And then I will settle up everyone. We're actually stand-up comedian. So what we'll do is we will be on the podcast talk, and then we'll go to British shows. And I was a host, but other black guy was British shows. It is a great satisfaction to be able to overview, beginning by all of our sponsors for this morning shared. Thank our annual Talmud Torah Session, Tosim Shpach Avarez Yisrael, for dedicating all the drushos this year as a support for the Soros Tovos for all of Israel. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habalim Levov, Stephen Lundy Drazen, honor of Israel. Being a Jason, his wife and Stephen because learning sponsors, Dr. of the Yard site of Dr. Wolf's father's first Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and the family memory of their father, Ben Abba, covered Baruch Mordechai Ben Maria, his lessons for always we dedicate our running this was what just happened to me. The problem is something home. The show and the color of America is give them the color of massive. Like what's in the back? Speaking of exciting data of today. Today's data is San Marino 63 and we are left on San Facing base 62B, today Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, up from the line. So versus as follows. Today we have Yana, speaking Shias Mandarin, the carbon of the Shias. Very interesting piece of the day. The members of the household of Yana would do as follows. They would buy Shemitah produce from the poor, and then reap 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on following year. So if you look at Rashi says something very interesting. Yasi Perishi is holding this Malavir. So obviously, without getting into all the Shemitah technologies, but Allah myself, you can go ahead and learn or borrow, not commerce, but learn to borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everybody. So this that's once it's no longer readily available field, you no longer kind of play. So the idea over here is so the people of the household would borrow Shemitah produce and you enjoy the Shemitah. Borrow the Shemitah, the often I mean the Shemitah after the earth, and we pay this. So what ends up happening again is on year number 8, we saw Guardiana's house and we paid the ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. And I says, I'm going to do whatever. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this kind of stuff. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said, I'll be open on, I'm going to I'll be open on sexing, I'll be perfect. Perfectly fine. Why? Next one, there was an interesting, look at Rashi, you also know this. A couple of Rashis. You also know, the Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Yana, I can't totally fine. People that you shut down, low, how will turn up the end. Well, if you say, I don't know, love how you send me, you will be such a very you send me a straight up already. You get into an issue, potential comments with so sometimes that forbidden identity pop upon the middle. So what you concern over here is business like one is transacting business, which means the produce, then even the 8-year produce should ultimately have the same condition. But the only said is not there's not a recipe. There's no immediate reciprocity. The produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid very much. Because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this doesn't look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce. And therefore no Shemitah prohibition upon produce. That's the idea. Therefore again, Allah for myself, and therefore again, Shemitah sanctity will not follow up on the this is very interesting. Is you connect them to S like and interestingly enough, similar piece would come up with S like S like is the person goes to his life and he gives her something for his services. Right? Obviously he pays her money, but he gives her an object that's called what's known. So that's really for makes sense. This is the sign up. We want to correspond to the estimate. What's the sign? Rice says, no some more with a bar. Let's say you then go to the Lapos is on. Like, you can go to Lapos. And ultimately, again, gives her right, but he doesn't have a relationship. Or gives it her, this doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? It's not it's payment of the business. Like the salvation. It doesn't make sense. Nothing of if gave her, let's say he gave her a erection, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a condom, but you can have relations with her, then ultimately again, the land is a gift. The Gemara says, you see, furthermore, the second case, but alone also had he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her. Ultimately, he didn't pay anything. He paid anything. The table will not my estimate. If he didn't pay anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the Raisa that says that halal from the Raisa, the estimate is much, it just doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, hello, that is what it means to say. This is less a law. If he gave her, let's say, gave her, and then only afterwards, what illegally plays is outside. Since we have maybe something with an estimate, when there's transaction and use. Relation. Right? Our relation, okay. In other words, when there's immediate, that's when it's the estimate. If there is enough transaction and immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate strength. What that means practically is that it can be ultimately, again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or expensive use. So, most outcomes, no someone, if you give it a sheet, the African ball. What does it mean? African ball. Rashi says, Achshos, hello, the Achshos. He doesn't have relation with him now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and trace it? I think there's some more common sense. You know, pays her today and has to for 3 hours or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment relation. But Achshos, it's not a motor. Oh, excuse me. Oh, Bob. Or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then he actually pays her. That's none of
Yeah, I mean,
both
I
of these
pursuing
cases
this point.
again, the S
Was directed.
however, Nasala, the Achar
I'm still kind of like,
therefore, both sides, the word is as follows. Essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate, that has to be actual
moving to Texas meet.
once it's transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the line has the status ultimately again of a harvest. Now, again, remember, keep track of it. So remember, the household of Orbiana, they would borrow people produce from the poor, and we pay it ultimately again with things of the open because I felt I don't read it instead of this practice or transact business. So the governor said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that produce as an exchange, right? Again, for the 7-year produce, 3-year produce, and after the year produce remains totally fine. Now, the more questions a little bit this one. Not someone who can't follow, so right? Let's say he goes ahead and he puts it. Hey, you're going to be right. This is your sheet. This is your sheet because it's the easiest example I can give. Right? This is your sheet. Right? And then let's say here's your sheet on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, so again, the treatment we just done before, that sheet does not have the status of a harvest. And therefore, it's not forbidden for consecrated companies, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. So I was saying, when he does have it, that's the other way. Calculations of the rent. So why would we say that when he does have a relationship with a top of something? They call a lot obviously, I understand. Gives it the sheep can't be But actually in relations. And when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively designation the sheep as a husband should develop upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an ethnic zone already as of Tuesday. On the Veroza, the Veroza says it's very interesting to know what's the case. He's talking about the Hikri Basel. It's very interesting. What happens is the zone out, right? The zone got the sheep on got the sheep on Tuesday. The relation didn't happen until Mercy, but when the evolution of winter, it actively should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, that's the case. She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday, a pious harvest. Pious zone of, and I say, you may see yourself, and then what a zone of. And she's like, carbonos. They say, he told his men, his men, and we train with inherent contradictions and in certain respects, in certain respects, things in my life that's very well, things in my life that are things that I don't feel the things that don't do well or do good or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from things that whatever the fuck is Yiddishkeit is not a ornament. Yiddishkeit and more we think. That's not the goal, right? The goal is spirituality and or sometimes we feel faith. I'm learning Torah, but I'm getting stuck at I'm doing this. That's not that I'm doing this. Yeah, it's pretty simple. It's still a contradiction. Welcome to nature of human being. We all look at the topic. We all look at the contradictions. Nature of life. And it's important for us to not hold these things in our lives. And even though the zone is a zone, she also goes for you know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalah are reacting to using the law. At the end of the day, no one knows that it's struggling from other. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's a pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, Zona offered up the covenants about the kind of relations occurred on Wednesday. The animals already go. She already offered it up. I think, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday, and says, this is yours as a today. Right? Acquire this as a right? Then, she did the Sharila, right? Now, less shots. I don't know. So when I do she has a title to it. Categorized as an S1 Tuesday because they didn't have relations, right? So essentially, gave her a gift. And therefore, she has every right to offer it up. However, if you eat the one community in the shop, it's enough in the time. This is very interesting. But if she did not give her permission to acquire, he was not explicit. He didn't say, this is your animal as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean to say? He gives it first. Start Tuesday. Okay, we have relations tomorrow. And that's the case. If he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he might have to check it out. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an evaluation. Right? Will go and consecrate his home. Based on this, yourself,
think what I'm
just like
reading is
your
that
own,
cat is
you
deemed
own it.
resource.
I've published yourself. So the only
Can't
consequence,
believe
whether
the
it's
dick that's
consequence
playing
or whether
cat
it's
for
cover up,
Oh
is
my
something that
god,
you own.
I
In other
didn't
words,
catch that at all.
if she doesn't
Really
own
weird.
it on Tuesday, then how could you
I
have
thought
to
that
describe it? And then
this
this
was
is
a
almost
big
possible.
cat.
You know, you could only be not
I'm so glad it's
something
not.
that it is.
I feel like a weight has been laid off my shoulders.
In the realm
Honestly.
of,
You think almost
in the
cats
realm
are watching cat porn? I don't think the cat porn is
what
like,
was
it's just my brain shut down. It was like,
measuring the
cat porn. I was like,
and that's not
can't go
necessarily the
there.
right thing
Just
to do.
let
Look
it
at
go.
role models. Look at people who
Well, I see your bar, sir. That's all. Look, no judgment here. It's your steady.
and frustrated when you don't measure up. But who says you can measure up? It's going to be a person's
a couple lines for y'all. Let me know what you take.
Photoshop only asks you to not wish. That's which you own. You only have consecrate, or you only can consecrate. That's which you own. You can't touch it, and it doesn't belong to you. He's so often around because steps of what your ego to do. He doesn't listen to us. What he expects of him, what he doesn't expect of you is to take a personalistic conviction about all the spiritual things that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in pursuit of personalistic holiness. Only do not wish that which belongs to you. And I the Bible only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual power. It's incredible. Alabama was the case. Alabama, the Hobby Gabe had just real. This is very interesting. So he says there, right, so we're going to give this to the zone of the sheep. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the scheduled to be tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah of but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something about you need the sheep, I don't know, you have money, you need to know whatever. And then I give you the right to apply. That's interesting. Fine, let's everyone can ask his own again. What's the idea? Why do this? Besides that, because you can remember, this all happened with the Yana's Shiva transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something will be best with limited status. Now, the case can also be Slumzona by the father of Jesus. That you might just get over there. So, by the way, come up with Shas on that. So, let's say, same thing. Reuben did Reuben is Zona on Tuesday. The scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes, she's not fishing. She consequently, she didn't offer up as a cover. She's not fishing. So what's status now of the animal? I mean, let's look up. Well, let's look at it. Kiman Dakri Vasi. So Tuesday, they're essentially is the equivalent of offering. In other words, literally, you might say that verbally pledging to a dish is the equivalent of giving it as to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimate again that the act going ahead and do not worship is the equivalent of offering it up? Or the Ashtam Makafai Sedera. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being it's going. It's going. The Makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So you have the ability. What happens if she's Makdish? Again, because I'm saying, you heard the Shine is in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the year occurs, it's gone. It's gone. Right? So it can't be called an Eslan Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time of the year. In this case over here, she's Makdish. Wednesday, the year occurs, the object is still here. So now the Shiloh is the object is or not. So most of the things coming from the other. So let's say going back, this is going to be a last one on top of the dot. right? And that Rebbe Lazar, Shekadma Behekli Vasa. So remember again, to the way Rebbe Lazar understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already on the curb. That's Behekli Vasa. So she offered it up. So low, but from the Lazar statement, it would appear that she's not. The animal was clearly existent at the time of the Bia occurred. Perhaps the animal would not have been Zona. Much the says no. The Lazar mistake inquiry. The truth is, this actually, this Shaila is not just Shaila the Lazar himself. So the Gemara says, no. Rabbi Eliezer, Yachty Basel, Dafka, Baki, Shasel, Lo, Shasbia. So the Lazar said the only time because when the animal was offered up before the Bia, and by the time the Bia occurs, no longer here. But again, where she was just she consecrated it. The animal still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, Halacha L'Maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. All Dilma, if we Basel, or maybe, maybe obviously if she offered it up, then it's no longer in existence at the time of the Bia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says taken. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, it looks like what comes out in this case of we hear is first of all, so number one, we're not finished with this. What we do understand is that categorized as an Eslam Zona, how the standards there must be transactional use, which means payment due. If that order is not followed, either payment and delay, and ultimately, again, it is not considered to be a testimony. If he deposited the animal with payment, now, and the Bia doesn't appear until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore, she offers it up, it's a bonus. If she's consecrated, the animal is still existing at the time of the Bia, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing, that's the okay, let's analyze that. But let's see, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it's used for consecrated sacrifice. Or marries the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, but the Rice says that he has relations with the son. And then he pays her. Even 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still till the harvest. And it's still the also. I'm like this stuff. Look, so what's that conscious of just important? Ultimately, it is the lesser and I'm not having stuff. I'm not this little passion. How the Omar is done takes value to tell us that how the Omar is value to tell us that. So let's say this is the ultimately again, once so we're talking one case is talking about a case where it says relations with me for this sheep and he identified the sheep versus relations with me for a sheep. Girashi would tell us that how come if you have no other estimate so ultimately again versus the identify the sheep is as if there is transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify, then ultimately again there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so that's analyzing what P on the level colors that might happen. I understand. So right, so now he goes over to the author. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with this sheep. Now, but yet he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. Oh, it has the status of a harvest payment because this transaction just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? She followed. So I'm going to tell them my hobby. So she followed. Right? Remember, livestock animals require the sheep. So kind of is actually interesting. It ultimately didn't have machine. It was only written by Jews. So by a non-Jew, they use machine as well. You guys know what about the old one. Israelis know something like in charge. So if you go, they call you the Hatzir. Oh, interesting enough, sheep standing in her closet. In which case, again, ultimately this can plus she requires like, you could try the say that far out of the Muslim I don't understand. If it's in her closet, and she requires, there's again relations with her, and ultimately, again, then you get already your thoughts are showing quiet. You must, in other words, she acquired it before. So this is like the paradigmatic case of testimony. She's acquired the sheep even before the PR, if the sheep in the thoughts are. You must let you call the shot in the handy up. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Ruben comes to Raphael. And this sheep is like, what is it called? Essentially, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Allah, you might see not late, using the time or you look up. This is the right, and you let them some next 30 days. Look, it's not shock gas. None of take this sheep ultimately again has massive some help. Again, interesting. All of this is really unraveling for you as things like let's say boys, donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so that's paying. Now the way ultimately again is paying, and Rashi points out here, Rashi these workers are non-Jews, or they're on their arms. They're just unlearned Jews. And he says to them, right? So what the okay, so actually before this, I'm paying you, right? And essentially he's giving them here, right? Here's money, go and drink, go and eat. Right? So let me show you guys this. I want to say, here's this thing about this. So, he's giving them money. Now, because maybe the outcome's going to go down. Or maybe mice are shady produce. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, cover up, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, whatever they do, they do. Rashi said, Rashi just goes through all of this. Like, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right? If you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually one, the last of the long ones, the heart evil, those sub-evil, we don't view Ruvain is not the one giving them. We're just giving them money. It's covered up here. This is for the food. This is for your choose to do it that afterwards. Essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain. So therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now contrast out the contrast. No, they see the second line going. Orla, but he said to them, "Suga ichlos bani korea, tu bani korea." He says to the workers, like factory drivers, go and eat, go and drink it. Okay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at us. Issue my issue because he's going to have now with the purchasing and providing these prohibited items for us. You see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100, here's food and drink, whatever they buy, that's all. That's nothing to do. If he says, don't go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately that problematic because it is if he is providing these possessions for the items. Karma, what do you see here? He cut part of the Isra. So what you see from there is that Allah for the Isa, not going to go say, this is now going the house and circling back to the reference, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabiana case of remember. Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they paid before with the real estate. No transaction needs. So listen, what do you see now? What do you see from the side? He cut part of the minister cut part of. So what do you see from here? That when Ruben pays the bill, right? Pays the bill, even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place. A lot of it is transactional, you see, and he is considered to be paying for the Shemitah produce from his shady produce. Therefore, the Gemara says, often then he cut part of the minister cut off. So to the day down, and maybe him here ultimately against that ultimately. Which he must have told them this stuff is depending on the Mishtabah. If we he's going ahead and telling the workers and what he's going to do about pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shop. People normally extend credit to even the ugly lack. Okay, finally, ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, they also transactionally see that's happening. Like it's translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Finally, that is actually right across the country, right to the left. And give me some of that. The shopper knows that he's going to get this and regularly extends credit. Shikar Hikirbo, Shikar שיש להעביר כמה לא לכם חליפים. So what's that? So that's it. There is transaction rules. You don't feel it is not saying stop when you want. And buy food, buy drink. He's saying, shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Reuben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional. She says over here, no, therefore it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give drivers and laborers and really immediately honestly, like, even the again, that doesn't therefore that is trying to lack transactional needs. You must avoid using that even with some case, go with your back up the tab. And now he's not sending patients to him, and it sounds like, what's up? Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that's what's up. He's happy. At the time, if that's the case, then set advice up differently. Instead of making the first case of the case of where Ruben says, here's $100. Go out and go into the things. Make it two different things. What are the three cases? You must have that done where is this so awesome. Again, that it's prohibited. When is it prohibited to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's actual immediacy. And it's as if, again, it already has the money to be prohibited item. But transactional immediacy, and that case should be caught. In other words, rice to go ahead and like two cases you might have different cases. So let's go people we understand. Even if the shopkeeper spends credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to the dollar? Homer the Fahera. The person says to his friend, King Mother leave you on the firstly left. So like Ruben goes, all right, I go with Ruben. Say, Ruben, do me a favor. Give him money to give money to send him. And all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that for? Clearly, if all of you again, my property becomes encumbered, as a guest, the Marcel says, what do you see from here? Now, again, that's even assuming that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from here? I ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, we're guaranteed that encumbrance, that transaction immediacy, seems to look right in America. However, most of us like the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper is saying that it doesn't think that it doesn't receive you. Let's just say, I forgot the Saturday, he Shibude low. And the rest of the difference. Rashi says, keep it going, the affect Shibude. Rashi, first wide one, Rashi's in the bottom. So when you say long, the most of the lot of people remove since you did not go ahead, set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out. eat and drink cease no money, right? Or no specific money have been set aside for that. Therefore, again, that lacks transactional fees. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. So, when we feel the most, the Kabat, Khalif, and Inu, so sorry, Gemara says, Allah on my position. So that's the case. Ultimately, again, so what do we need to be concerned about? Gemara says, oh, no, me, so ultimately, again, he says, ultimately, have to be concerned about Allah. My position, you should be concerned about over here. The Lord may saw that perhaps, again, see the release, versus Homomiyaki should be Momiyaki should be ultimately, again, should be local remains because the local communities have been designated as brands as much people like release and all to the victim of the what's the case? These will be here is where the Allah is advanced the money to the family. Şirkin low, Batanya'sı İran'ı fonduğunu Kogen Şişalasla ya Haştan da Alabayız Afrika'sı This changes everything. So, in the case of the year, ultimately, again, Christ said that living sexual workers go to the family, go to the shop, eat and drink whatever you want. The case is already then give the money to let the shopkeeper. No extension of credit. Again, it's had, but it's paid for. So now that makes sense because now that it's paid for already, again, if they things, it's literally like he's supplying them. I know. I'm used to so again, all this is always the same transaction. I'm sorry, I'm just basically I said this over because it's a bit of marriage. He hushed you, returning the prices shouldn't be that we says to his workers, go out and drink and I will pay. I will pay someone who hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out to eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up. Ultimately, again, with the shop. Because again, we're saying out the things over here that we don't do that. Right? So you left money in the shopkeeper, and then it's a question of saying, yeah, I left you $100. How much did you sold? Which is right. So you're right. Tony, I'm going to ultimately, again, the price is you're right to change the so please remember, simply is the living gives his rush down. Several go out and eat, but we drink on meat. In that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not please see what it is understanding now. Is that so moving? I'm going ahead and give $100. He said, my workers can come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problem. If they have taxes not contributed to that, then it's if you think it's going ahead, the time is going to the way that price should be workers So, that's how it was like, it's not over for today. Oh yeah, everyone, what is that?
Supplies there. Can we get into right? Can we get set up? Yeah.
It is a great source of option to be using my phone to all sponsors. Will come from the sponsor. Trotzdem Sprache ist so. We're dedicating all the Sherman Russians this year. It's close for the Soros Bubbles for all. I'm the co-sponsors for the month of Barney Manitoba, Stephen Wendy Drazen, honor of Phil Drazen, Dina Drazen, Dean Roses Life, and Stan Roses Life. Leading sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, information of the yard site of his father, Wolf, Sean, Ben Steve Hirsch, and meet his father, and Father Paul of Life and Marino. We dedicate these elements to his life, his packages, and his welcome. Shalom and courage. Miracle and social give them success with whole unmasking. Also, back to what speaking of exciting dot ahead of us today. Today's dot is Sunday, 63. And we are to dot on Sunday is day 62B. The day Rabiana. This is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 on the bottom. The verse is as follows. The day Rabiana. Yes, he pays the members of the house of the Hebrews as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the farm and then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says what there's in the right. Yasi Perishi is called in Smile. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah, you can go ahead and lend, borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still so that's once it's not readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the ideal is so the people of the house of Rabbi should borrow Shemitah produce from the Armenian British Shemitah. On a British what end up happening again is on year number 8, the people of the house would repay the ultimately again with verses. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice already. There was something about it, obviously, that bothered people. So they said something to the opener. Among the opener says, yeah, this is perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. You can get done. Now, also, interesting, look at that. You also have this style. Couple of actions. You also know the opener said the members of the house of the Yanites are acting totally fine. Rashi says the people that Shaita will probably not bend. Not how we think in is some yesterday. So, for example, if you say this is the point said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a recipe. There's not a new say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the focus is being taken in and only being quote-unquote
that's not why they're here.
because there's no immediate reciprocity.
Here to watch
Therefore, this does not look like you're doing commerce with shades of produce, and therefore no shade of prohibition follows your produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and again, she the same thing. We're not to follow up on this is very interesting. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esnan Zane. Esnan Zane is now local.
Martino 77 wants
And
to know
he gives her some
one thing you would post
right?
differently if
Obviously,
you had
these are
to
money.
this
Or he
podcast
gives
over
her
again.
object. An object is called an Esnan. So, the payment for a harvest and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. This is the sign. Umar says the corresponding piece for asking what's the case? The sign is. Rashi says, not so level about. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel's the zone. Like Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again, he serves her, and he gives her a payment. Right, but he doesn't have relations with her. Or, well, on the have relations with her, but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esmana for harlot's payment ultimately.
I know he's still licking the teeth, but it almost sounds like it's
like if you let's say you give her a land, give her a sheep, and relations with her, and of course it's for nearby carbon, why she doesn't know about Allah, but Allah will do that. You have relations with her. So if you have relations with her, then ultimately again, the land it's a gift, there's no restrictions. Sorry, but soon, furthermore, the second case, but we have a lot of us. You have relations with her. Ultimately, we inherit it. If you didn't pay her anything, even though not some law, my estimate if you didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement that says that halal from the nice the estimate is mutter? That's what you must. Now, and then after it, by the way, what you really take is outside. So he was going to say that when does somebody come in Islam, when there's transactional Hazer, relations, right? Our relations, hey, in other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an essence. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of essence. So, and what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or so watch this. Without no son, you gave it a sheep. The African ball. What does it mean, the African ball? Rashi says, hello, the African. Judging revelation is rather again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do we go ahead and translate? I think there's some more common sense. Today, have relations with tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relation. But automatically has relations with her. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the Esnor is going to be with her. However, not so much. Fine. Things that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an Esnor, so that's mutual transaction. Do this show for free. Once you transaction is used, in other words, payment relations, then the land receives the payment has the status ultimately again of a keep keep track of
It's
his
fun.
own
It's
idea.
not only is it a
Remember,
self-fulfilling
the households of
prophecy,
Rabboni, they would borrow
but
seeds
it's
of produce
also,
from the UK
if you say something a lot, it kind of starts to
because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit.
ladies know you don't want to do the show for free. You don't want to do the show for how much you get
fun.
paid now.
Why? Same idea. There's no transaction
It's close to free.
because of transaction.
Yeah,
We
the
don't
magic minds.
view that
The magic
your
minds are full.
produce as an
Everyone's
exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately against 7-year produce, the sheet of produce, and 8-year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this Eslan case. Someone the African Bala,
That's so
sorry,
sad.
let's go to this. Right?
This is
Let's
a big
go
comedy show, and they're all
Hey,
serious.
but
It's
you
sad.
know these are
It's hard to do.
easy to shoot. That's the easiest example.
It's like, what happened?
Right?
What happened before
On Tuesday. And then on
back to the fighter as a kid, and this
so
week
again,
we're
this one just like before. That sheet does not have the status of a harvest food, and therefore it's not forbidden for consecrated
Sunday.
right? So that's
I
transaction.
was
You must understand. He bought,
I like the
when he
premise.
does have
Thank you.
ownership,
That's
that's
what
the other way. So, right, he gave the sheep on
Let's see here.
he has relations on the west. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with the house of something, live out our law is and we're not afraid. Obviously, okay. I understand. When he gives the sheep, can't be labeled as something else. And when he does have relations with the loves them, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvestman should involve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an ethnic zone already as of Tuesday. The laws are so very interesting. Just to cover up the Hikri Basa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relationship didn't happen until Wednesday. You're saying that when they have a relationship on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. What's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. So offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. Papaya is harvest. Papaya is zone. And I'm sorry, you might say this stuff. She's a zone. She's a bonus. That's important. Should just listen to all like a fucking Italian chipmunk. That's harboring nuts. Certain respects. And it's, I think it's in certain respects. Get me out of the body. Things in my life that I do very well, and the things in my life that I do something real things that bullshit. You read books. The things that I don't or do for me or don't do it Hashem, don't take away the things that I do well when I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an order. Nothing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Obviously, it's not wrong, right? To be is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. Most of us are not focused. Some of you feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is what nature. We all look at hypocrisy. We all look at hypocrisy. Such nature. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of like us being that even though the zone is a zone, but she also thinks, you know what, I guarantee those covers are reacting for it. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no, it's not
Something totally different. If I was the partner or secretary of agriculture, they're asking me about farms.
sometimes that's a
I'd be
critical
like, listen,
in
I've
any
always
event,
been a farm
so you
boy.
might say, okay, let's analyze this, let's unpack this a little bit. If you don't look around on Tuesday, it says, this is yours as of today. Now, Nasa Bishaskia Umakarava Amadiyo. Right? So essentially, you get, I'm not sure exactly like that. However, the role on the left in the but if he did not give us permission to acquire it as a animal, right? If he was not explicit, he didn't say that. This is an animal as of again, right? They're scheduled for one year. So what does it mean? So if he gives it to us, gives it to Tuesday, okay, we're gonna have elections tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't want to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, if he must be a part of it as a product. Yeah, which is based off of this coming up money. So it says, if a person will find his home, this is talking about the valuation. Right, will go ahead and concentrate his home. I'm not this issue. So just like the home, you own it. I have 12 issues, so it can be only concentrate, whether it's concentrate or it's something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then that would drop her off as a car. Unless they just and then there's a husband over here. You know, you can only be masturbation something that is yours. Which means in the realm of personal growth, we are only as of us what we knows we are. We're sometimes new state of measuring ourselves against and that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have contacts and good to have people we aspire to do that. But a lot of times we tend to compare ourselves to others and when we're frustrated and we don't measure up. But if he says you can measure up to someone, you don't know what this person's purpose or their abilities are. So the ownership only asks you to be not that which you own. You only have concentrate, or you only can concentrate that which you own. You can't concentrate, and it doesn't belong. So often in life we forget that if God only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect me what someone else to do. He doesn't expect me what someone else to do. What he does expect me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I do possess a lot more than I'm honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalism. Only do not give that which belongs to you. The Bible only asks us to accomplish spiritual things in our body. Yeah, we're not spiritual things. Incredible. Let's do this. I'll be careful if I just do that. So it says right, so we're going to group the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled to be at home, right? And just keep you until tomorrow. It's terrific, but if you need to do something, let's say something God, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, you need whatever it is. Then the Gemara says, honey, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting, fine. Versus this. That's his own. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, we're starting up. The reason is because you're going to remember what happened if you did this sheep pictures. The idea that's the happening over here is that something can be invested in limited status when there's a level of transactional case inside the Esmond zone of the next one. Doesn't merge.
Financial skin
So
forces.
viable, yeah. Pass on that. Very interesting.
Persona
So let's say simply, we give level zone the sheet on Tuesday. The via is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes and she consecrates it. Being offered up as a harvest. And she's not Christian. So what's the status now of the animal? Given that we're married, and the rest of the above is less demand that be basically true and essentially making something technical is the equivalent of offering, whereas Louis Guimard says that verbally pledging something to an activist is equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and mark the shit verbally is the equivalent of offering? Although Hashem quite easy now. In other words, it out, but being because it's gone, yeah, it's gone. The Makdish ultimately it is still so does she have the ability? What happens if she was Makdish? Again, because I must say, you heard the as it is. Let me you add up on Tuesday. Can't be called an estimate zone. In this case, what we hear on the is Makdish. Wednesday, here, and all these are the kind of the object is still here. So now the shadow is does the object become as one or not? So going back, like we must check talk about the history of Boston. So remember again, the way the was understood the case of the Eskimo solo, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time the third. That doesn't keep us. So that does, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. How about it? Just so low. And from the religious here, that if she is not vicious, but the animal was still in existence at the time of the birth, perhaps the animal would now be called an Islamzona. Much more says, no, the philosophy take and quiet. The truth is, this Shaila is managed to show the philosopher himself. So the message is mine. But she goes over the audio, exactly, that's what God said the Shakira. So the philosopher said that the only time it doesn't even estimate is when the animal offers up before the fear. And if I hand the fear up, the animal is no longer fear. But perhaps again, she just not consecrated. The animal still in existence, in which case, Allah for the myself, the animal is recategorized as owner. Although, if you also shoot away, you trust in the south. And maybe obviously she up on the soul and exists. And of course, it's not going to be categorized as an owner. Just consecrated it, which the Gemara says take. So we're reading that shit. It's interesting to read that for both sides. What comes down in this case over here is, first of all, so lesson number one. We're not Eslan zoning. So understand is that in order for some insight in Eslan zoning to follow the training, it must be transactional immediacy, which means if that order is not followed, either payment, delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an Eslan zoning. If he deposits the animal with the payment, now, and the via doesn't occur until later on, she has rights and therefore she goes and has the opposite up to verify person. If she's not dishing. So the animal existence at the time of the Bia, what's the status of that? That's the case. The second piece was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he ultimately again the payment is mutter. When we say it's the needs for or immediately. Where is the cash up? I don't understand this. You know what I'm saying? Immediately. But after you become a shallow showing as not us. But regardless, right? It says if Ruben has relations with someone, then he pays even 3 years later. 3 years later, some people pay all of the bills. Right? So he pays late, right? For 3 years, we still call the Harlots, and we still be awesome. And I'm not pissed off. I'm not pissed off. So most of my countries will question, right? That we probably all have some crazy to be said that if there's relations are that's not an estimate. Actually, we need to see. Here we know ourselves, if there's relations, we use number, ultimately for us, and I'm not going to eat stuff, I'm not still a kasha. It's not a contradiction. How's the Omar Ba'ali mean? Ba'ali to tell us. How's the Omar Ba'ali? Again, one so one question says have a relationship for this sheep, and we identify the sheep versus have a relationship for a sheep. You got sheep. It's how was that? How come if you have so ultimately, again, the message when we identify sheep is transactional needs. When you doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately no transaction. Obviously, let's analyze a little bit more. The Umar level colors that my so let's analyze this, right? So now, we can go to He says, evolution is zone. He says, evolution is looking for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't care for 3 years. 3 years, now look at this. Oh, it has the status of a harvest payment because this transaction needs. Because he identified the sheep, it doesn't mean, in order for it to be first, what has to happen? The Gemara says, Yishicha. Remember, live animals require the sheep. It's part of the possession. Which the Gemara says, okay, so apparently it's actually interesting. But ultimately, the din of Mishnah is only given by Jews. So apparently, again, not in Jew, they don't use sheep for full class. So it's not one of these nuts. You guys know the Olam is by Jewish harvest. If you don't, it's called the Hatzim. Oh, interesting. Not the sheep. Standing in the house, in which case, then ultimately this sheep requires. These are tied to Hatzim, but the Masala. I understand. If it's in a process, then she requires to get a relationship with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it. So, your process, she already required it. What are we talking about? You might say, no, she acquired it before. So this is actually, this is like the paradigm medicines of Eskimo because she's acquiring the sheep even before the deal if the sheep is standing in the process. There's the too. Well, the shocking and the handy apple here's the case. So we've been controlling this sheep is in a post. Remember, there was a post. Essentially, the ground that she says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? I don't pay you money. You could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Allah Imaisina Lake using Anagyon Konuda. He says that if I tell you, let's say 4 days, work. And if not, shut the ass money. Take this ultimately again as your heart up. Fine. Nasir Rashi, so Shesha said that it's supposed to again, it's interesting. All of this is meant to be essence of this. Only Adam Makarov or Hala. Let's say employees, donkey drivers and workers. Now, they ultimately again, the Rashi points out over here, Rashi, workers are non-Jews or they're unarts. They just unlearned Jews. Regardless of the unlearned Jews, they'll see that as important. And he says to them, right? So what's okay, so actually, so he goes to them, he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's okay, or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right here, here's money, go and drink, go and eat. So let's say, now the Enochoshish, to do this, Enochoshish, he doesn't have to be worried. Sanctions are based 63 weeks. The Lomishim, right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money now because it's an apple or on their heart credits. He has to be concerned that the apple's going to go by next, right? Or maybe ultimately again the Amaharas is going to have super or nicer shady babies in terms of the he doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Hebra, here's what. Because he's doing that, Jerry, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, let's do all of this. Right, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart of it's actually the last of the long lines that Rashi. The heart was something really the electricity line. Not the one giving it, right? Who is giving them money? It's covered here. This is for the food. This is for the what they should that afterwards essentially is not unmoving. It's not unmoving. So therefore again, no liability. Okay, no one. Contrast out the following. Sound of no, they 60 second line down. The unlock, they're unlock. Sex them. The issue. Nani Polea. And he says to the workers, I try to design. Go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Then you have a problem. Now why is that? The issue is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's providing these prohibited items for his workers. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says, go eat, drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is, if he is purchasing and providing these defensive items for his workers. We're now going ahead and saying, right, we're going back to make these remember. Now, what do? They lose, and they pay not a problem with no transaction. Now, what do you see from the side? So what is that when moving pays the bill, so even though again he's paying after the consumption order this transaction only received, and he is considered to be paying for these problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, often that
Not
part
on this podcast.
so to hear about Diana and maybe
It's where it's like,
here
alright, so
ultimately again isn't that like
it's not what I've said, but it's how I feel.
same thing?
Hey
Would you
guys,
like this stuff? Depending on
this
the
must have an
people
episode on
who
this
stop
that
it.
actually,
Even
we
if
gotta
like
have
he's
to do
going
it
at
because
the
we have a
workers
presidency.
and we'll be slowly go drink up the tab. We're talking about where they
Oh,
from
fuck
the
yeah.
shop.
Chris
We
Luke,
normally extends credit to even the ugly rap they clearly do not have it. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper only extends credit to you, then ultimately there is transaction. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. It's actually 90%. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get he regularly extends credit. שכבר הגדירו, כמובן שיש נוהגים לחלוטין תוך חליפין. So let's say that's it. This transaction needs. We don't feel, in other words, it is not just saying stand one way and buy food. He's saying, go to shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy
You
that's
can see how this run the show.
he says over here, therefore specifically almost like an exchange. Right? Shopkeeper is going to give donkey driver
Alphabet is how they get to orders.
and who is going to immediately pay for it.
Conditions, yeah.
לא יכול להיות דבר. חלק בלעדיין, כיוון זה ענף אני, ומילי, ואז חלק מן again, that's why therefore that piece is that transaction but now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who nobody extends credit to him, then it sounds like what? What's there should be okay. If that's the case, I'm trying to see the issue between our Zach, see you should see our Zach. If that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case the price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go food or drink, make it two different things. What should the two cases be? So ultimately, again, that it's prohibited. When is it prohibited for you to say things like this happen? No, you can drink, and that's only the shopkeeper who extends credit because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again you're saying that you already have the right but shopkeeper who does not extend it, therefore that lack of transactional immediacy. In other words, rice, go ahead and make two pieces. Same, one bunch of other pieces of rice. Which was the old. I'm going to pretty much equal new rice. Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the obligated to the family. When he says to his friend, king monolithically, and the first thing left. What happens? Like, you goes, I've always been. So, do me a favor. Lend, and over my copy, what's I should get into like the emotional synthesis. What do you see here? Now again, that's even assume that you're that I am. So what do you see from there? You ask something. What is something to something? And ultimately again, your guys. encumbrance, that transactional immediately, cease to occur right
Because you're right,
there.
it does
And
sound
another,
right.
losh kama kipa losh
The
losh.
shop's like, that's amazing, but it's on the way.
At the end
I
of
think it's cool
the
because
day,
it
the shopkeeper extends credit. If it doesn't extend credit,
pretty funny, like, just like, that's
Mas
amazing.
losh losh.
He's so
After
great
that,
that
the Shabbat,
everyone is like,
even
wow,
below Miyashi Uday, low Yissa.
25
What's it? Look at that.
first time I got
Even though Miyashi Uday, look at that. Wide was so when you say Miyashi most, love comes from the Lord. Since you not set aside money. He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up. Don't define the amount of money, right? Or no specific money. Therefore, again, relax transaction needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. Should be mutter. שלא ייחל למוז, לאו חליף למינו, it says, Elahacha, Amash, so that's the case ultimately again. So what do you need to do? What if you consider that in the Allah that perhaps again ultimately again is the same thing. So the Mesa was no particular
I like it, proud of suffer. That's good. I like that.
What's the case? Case of the year is where the Balabai is the money situation. So if you know, Balabai is the family, Shalach Etzlo. The hashtag the Balabai is it changes everything.
I just,
the case of the year, ultimately again, says that if Reuben says to his workers, go, just as you go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want,
it's
and
like,
eat.
you know,
The case of already, Reuben gives the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. He has a tab, but it's paid for.
Fix the relationship.
Now that makes sense, because now that it's paid for already, again, if they take what they pay, it's literally like he's supplying them with it. I know. I need solution. I think. I mean, just in the future. So yeah, all of this same round. That's happening. It's over. I'm sorry. I'm missing the Schmeichel. It's really funny. Of marriage. I don't make any use of it. Throw myself first in the court. So, go out and drink. I will pay. I will pay rather, what should it say? Just say go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shop. Because again, we're saying that the case of we're doing okay. Right? So we left money with shop. And then it's a question of saying, yeah, I left you $100. How much is it consumed? Which means, no, you're right. So you're right. Tony, I'm sorry. I'm like, that was working on. Ultimately, again, a lot of money is I take full responsibility. I'm going to take that. A lot of money is I take full responsibility. Piece number one is where we represent that. Since everybody drink that case, whatever it's
think
on.
the
It's not
information that
case
they were
to
controlled
control
right
is that a lot of money moving three
That's what it
he went
sounds
ahead and
like.
gave us two
Imagine
shots.
it, but
He
it
said,
takes us
my
like
workers
Brian
gonna come in,
Callis.
let them buy, let them eat, let them. Okay. Now
Brian Callis sucks. I meant Brian Callis ruins your friendship with Bobby Lee. That
if
sucks.
you have
It's like,
access
well,
now
but you suck. And now I'm not friends with Bobby Lee.
The way that rice should read is moving to his workers, save
I was
save
it was
go out and go out and
when I
drink.
spoke to him.
But I need my
He was
I
always
was
my
so
friend.
off.
Always somebody I cared about. Didn't deserve
That's
any of
what
that.
it is.
At
Yeah,
home,
what's
I
like,
got a little
we'll
bit.
stop over here for today.
You know,
Oh yeah,
I've
everyone,
a lot of mistakes in my life, but when I make mistakes, I've always accounted for them. And I believe a man should say, I was wrong, I fucked up, huge learning experience. No, I was
So say good morning is
personally
the
and
best option
emotionally
to be able to learn.
bad way. I was
Begin
in
by
a dark
thinking
place.
all of how sponsors for the senior bank. Our annual control sponsor, Tosin Schwacher writes this up. We're dedicating all the Russia's this year. As a supposed to solo troubles for all of Seattle. Our control sponsors for the month of Habalin will tell Stephen when the Drazing of Israel Drazing, Dina Drazing, and we will stand this is why it's fun. Is like stuff with Shalom Ben Hirsch and you can see that I will release of the and as a of course always we dedicate our members to showing them success. Exciting that ahead of us today, Diana, which is 12 lines up. So March is the follows. Today, Diana, yes, he can extract produce from the poor and then repay them. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah techniques, so you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this that's readily available field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is the people of the house of the would borrow Shemitah produce from the Anir during the Shemitah. And part of the Shemitah is the often and Shemitah's Achara Beer, so what ended up happening again is on year number 8, people of Rabbi Yannai's house would read the Jews and ultimately, again, this new produce. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice. There was something about it, obviously, here people, to some degree. Same for the open the opener said, yeah, I'm seeing perfect is fine. Yeah, interestingly enough, you also know these stars do a couple of you also know their opener said the members that are acting totally fine. Low bubble kana low if you say love خليقني لو خير في
it's like the ending of their life.
So, for example, the concern over here is this looks like one is transacting with the produce, and even if your produce should also be the same thing, should probably be because a recipe. There's not immediate. There's no immediate reciprocity. It's only being quote unquote because of immediate reciprocity, and actually the prohibition evolves upon the 8th year. Therefore, again, Allah Kalamaisa, and every year. This is very interesting. Connect them to Eslam, you come up with Eslam zone, and keep this from the services. Right? How this occasion, right after this over from Eslam for Olive, and cannot be used for any type of sacrifice. Now, what's the science of this? Right, it says, let's say Ruben goes to Rachel's zone. Right, Luther gives relations with her, or go on behalf of Osama, or he has relations doesn't pay anything. What as none of its payment of what is not anything. Nothing of Allah, if he gave her, let's say her land, he gave her a sheep. They didn't have relations with her. He didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the land is restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, relations with if he didn't care, what's the meaning of the statement in the right hand that come up with the estimate? Hello, this is what he needs to say. Mesela bir Afrika bağlı. If in other words, when he takes his outside, such a not the excellence of the when there's relations, right? Pair. In other words, when there's that's when it's an estimate. Then the payment must take on the status of the soul. And what that means practically is that sacrificial or temple. So watch this. Someone's out no someone, if you give the Africa, what is it mean, the Africa? Rashi says, I love the Africa's mom. He doesn't have relations with her now. Exactly, you go ahead and translate. Maybe you see there's some more common sense. Today, and has relations with her 3 hours. Payment, relations. By Africa, or for that matter, relations with her. And then you have to pay her. Esnana, both of these cases, ultimately, again, the Esnana is the Africa. Therefore, both sides really want to say is an Esnana, so one that has to be more immediacy. One is the actual immediacy, in other words, remember, also the Diana, because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little there's no transaction because of transaction immediacy, we don't change, right? Or as similar like a payment, ultimately against the and the more questions a little bit discussing this. Okay, even these are the easiest example. Right, and then let's say put your sheep on so again, basically we just say before, that sheep is I understand. He bought it when he does have obviously, the iris gives you the sheep can't be labeled as with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep as an estimate are not Tuesday. The Barazar saying this is watch the case. What about the Hikri Basa? This is very interesting. What happened? On Tuesday. Set the sheep on Tuesday. Now it didn't happen until Wednesday. Saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, they should be categorized as a harvest. What's the case? On Tuesday. Shepherd up as a comment on Tuesday. The highest harlot, highest zone of. I will say yourself. Come on, what up? Definitely up to us. That's important. We've met many times in the past. Those are just all with the consistency. And we all live in inherited contradictions. And in certain respects, Russia. And I think it's very well. The thing is, I don't do it all. Don't take away from this. Just like you do now. You just call me. You yeah, that's not the goal. It's to have harmonious spirituality and right way. Most of the time, sometimes you think, you know, I'm doing this. I'm doing this. I'm doing this. Right, it is still a contradiction to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy, we all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. And we're just and even though known as a zona, she also thinks no one guaranteed. Those are they are it's a female role. Because at the end of the day, no one knows how inner country struggles from other and you still push forward to do good. Despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's a cynical accomplishment. In any event, Sedona offered up the covenants. By the time relations occurred on Wednesday, let's analyze this. Let's unpack. Ifidami, what's the case? Isha Amrullah gives her the sheep the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is just as of today. Right? This as of today. Then Hamaslam says, the Sharila, right? Nasa Bishas Fia Umakuta, right? The sheep has title to it. Categorized as an escort because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, gave her a gift. The law on the rock in the athletes in that but if he did not wish to acquire it as of yet, right? If he was not, this is your animal as of Tuesday, right? Relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? We're going to have relations tomorrow. The case if he doesn't plan to acquire it, It's not her, and if it's not hers, maybe you must be kind of just left it up. Because they self-publish on that market. So it says, if a person wrong, this is talking about an error now. Right, well, go ahead and home. I'm not one of my base, just like your home. With half publishers to the only transcript, but concentrate on whether it's offer up, and that you know, in other words, you said if she doesn't own it, I'm sure it's possible. So, you know, which means in the realm of in the mistake of measuring against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to hire to do that. But a lot of people tend to compare ourselves to others, and in the try to measure up to someone else, even though those person's focus on their focus tests, you can be not that which you own. You only have to concentrate on what you want to. We so like we forget that it's what they only expect of us. What's someone else? He doesn't expect to be someone else. These spiritual tools that I possess, beyond personal needs, can only be accomplished spiritual things that are in our power. So he says to her, okay, keep the sheep with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah of the sheep is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to besides the fact that it's still on the apple. The reason is because you can remember there is a level of transactional needs. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, it's very interesting. So let's say, same thing, moving goes in and she's not, she concentrates now, she didn't offer that to the product. But even the Amar and we lost it above from this Russell Hadil, Kiman Dakri Basi. So pretty say that essentially making something technish, pledging something to her, equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. And Makdish, verbal, is the equivalent of offering it. Although Mahashta Makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it's still flat. The Shiloh is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the Bia occurred, in this case where the Bia occurs, and all the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So remember, the way Rabbi Lazar understood that stronger, right, is where she went ahead and surely offered. So not just because she offered it up, but when Rabbi Lazar still did it, technically she was not Christian, but the animal was still in existence. That she did this, actually, this Shaila is the man Shaila of Rabbi Lazar. What kind of doesn't even ask them? Because when the animal was offered up before the Bia, not Christian, she consecrated. The animal still in existence at the time of the Bia, the Shasam is Saspa. Or maybe no, maybe obviously she offered, which the Gemara says takes. So we're reading that church. It's interesting, we have to both say, otherwise, I think SNR, how this is, it must be transactional. But again, it is not considered to be an SNR zone. If he she's not Christian, so the animal, let's say he has relations with her, and then after he has relations with himself, and then he pays her, even 3 years later, still be also, and I'm not coming to stop, and look this stuff, look how it came up to the meetings. Here's the Gemara says, the relation should tell us, yeah? How the underlying style need to tell us this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus our relations we identify the sheep is as if there's transactional needs. What's that? My hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now this sheep. Now here's the halacha is it has the status of a hobby statement of this transaction. Because I'm going to tell us that my hobby sheep farms, right? Remember, livestock, animals, this thing, ultimately the din of sheep was only written by Jews. The old numbers are in Israelis, in which case, again, ultimately, either Kaiser Hatzera was again. I understand. In order to get relations with her, ultimately, again, denigate, any denigate. Shorty in a futter, shorty take the sheep is standing in a futter. Which the Gemara this sheep is enough for me, right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep, my schema, let's say in the next 30 days, and if not, shortly the estimate, take this, it's interesting, all of this is reading on the Hamara, will apply. Let's say even employees, donkey drivers, and he says to them, we'll flip it if you do that. So you should essentially go use money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, you know how it's this. It has to be Romishin Shvius and Romishin Yagis, Romishin Yagis, right? The Gemara says that Halacha Lamaisa has to be concerned with the Muslims going to go by Yagis, right? Or Shalom. He doesn't have to be concerned. Why does he have to be concerned? Whatever they do, they do. The heart, it's actually the last We don't view moving is not the one giving it, but they choose to do it that afterwards. Essentially, is not moving. No, they seek the second line down. If he says into the weapons, right side is חושש משום שביעס ומשום מייס ומשום יין. זין פורע, הביטוח האיסור מאכילו, דהשתו מסורת נפשי מן הביידן, he's prohibited items for his laws. See the difference? Whatever they buy, that's on. If he says, go eat, go drink, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is almost, basically there. He can't hurt, not going to go say, this is, we're now going ahead and certain the produce, and they paid before with fever. What do you see now? What do you see from this last? Almost, you can't hurt the consumption already took place. A lot for them, so it's transactional. It's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, ultimately, again, isn't that what you normally extends credit to the haven extends credit to moving. Ultimately, there is transaction. Clearly, you know that I have to run across so that's a good bite to say, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pay the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional value. Therefore, it's specifically almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to immediately pay for that. They'll have money to do about honestly, like, you're not about he's just trying to lack transactional immediacy. You must have it, and it sounds like that. What should be okay? So that's the second vice to opt differently. Instead of making the first case in the vice, is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited the company on a people extends credit to moving because there's transactional immediacy and extends. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy. The old company should in my people leave on the side. Homer the Chavero. Person says to his friend, give me a favor, lend, give him money to ship. As a guarantor, you must say, someone says, what do you see here? Now, again, hundreds seems to have come right from there. And the Rabba, even below Miyaki, she grew that most of her, last Khalifa maybe below me. Since Reuben did not go ahead and so Gemara says, "Hello, on my position." So that is ultimately again. So we need to Gemara says, "Oh, no, you have to be hello, my position. You should see us. What if I teach you hello? Or because no particular money is designated for them. Safety laws, Alapang is the company. Hold them to show us X-Law. So there's no excuse for already. Ultimately, again, they take limited things, which might they come in up to the so Gemara says this promise. Transaction moves. Gemara says, I'm not up. You don't do that. So Gemara said, I said this over. You come to love to give of now. Go out and leave. Tell me he hasn't paid. Now, what should it say? You should say, I'm going to tell you, that was all of it, even yesterday. So, case, remember, essentially there are two cases in the it's not case two, I don't like any of that kind of stuff. Let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now you know that's why I'm just going to do it because I read it and it's the workers. So the pretend like that's what you want to do. Yeah, let's stop over here for the finishing of the yard side contract with his father Silas with Shalom Ben Hirsch and Newton and that had a limit of south facing base 6, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines to do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the certificate actually says Yasu is not commerce, but lender borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's so it ended up happening again. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this kind of stuff. It's perfectly fine. Why? Then none of them started to cover that. The members of the House of Yanais are acting totally through and will highly produce us for again. We said yesterday that when you get into an issue. So for example, the concern over here is this like one of the prohibition. But the opening said it's not really a problem. Why? Because the prohibition is being taken in the sheep and only the use, and therefore no sneaker prohibition evolves upon the sneaker sanctity will not evolve upon the atheist. This is the very interesting for something for her services. You're an object, that object is cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel's zone, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb. He's ultimately again, her lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, if you didn't pay anything, if you bring a my essence. And then only afterwards. In other words, you can pay it. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an essence. Is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temporal use. So watch it. Tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. But it's not a method. All of the transaction immediacy. Once the transaction immediacy, and I thought so remember, the household of Orgianite, they would buy and say, no, it's fine. Why? Because of transaction immediacy, we don't need all these remains totally fine. Fine. Now, the more questions a little bit discussing the sheep because of the easiest example of maybe I don't know. Right? And therefore, the rest of it is for consecrated temple. That's really funny. Right? Wednesday. So why would he say that when he does have relations with her top of something, when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, Arizona already passed on Tuesday. The sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relation offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. What a thing. She's a zoner, and she's offering up carbonos contradictions. And in certain respects, on the subject, and in certain respects, the things that I don't do well, don't take away from the things that I do well. Level of harmonious spirituality is not yet. Sometimes we feel like I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm getting stuck out by doing all of the contradictions. Such is the nature. She flies with those comments. You know what? I guarantee you, those that push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's heard. On Wednesday, the animals are to go. She can be recipes. إذا أمر كلمة action, if he said to someone, so she did the show, but I'm going it can't be categorized as an excellent on Tuesday because they didn't have it. But if he did not give her, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as a case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. Valuation. Right? We'll go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it, in the realm of personal, I think that people who will probably start to do like a lot of those are I just don't understand how it can be worse than only empty. So often in life you forget that you probably only expected me to take a personalistic view about all the market that which belongs to you. And I could probably only the hobby gabe I just you. This is very interesting. He says to her, right, so we're going to give to the then the says, honey, can I give you the right to acquire it? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's here is that something can only be invested in a status when there's a level of transaction and she's not because she didn't offer up to the husband. And she's not is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, literally, the Gemara says that the marketship verbally is the equivalent of offering it up. And the marketship, because she had the ability, what happens if she was marketship? Again, in this case over here, on Tuesday she's marketship. Wednesday the dia occurs, and also the way of the water understood the case of the extra right? Is which you have to get up and tell her in the statement is here that if she was marketship, the animal is on Jonah. Much the market is no. We have a lot of mistake used by because of the about the shots of all that we see the shots here. Because the max again, if she was just marketship, she persecuted the animal's going up. If you lost a sheet delay, the shots in the sun. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an excellent zone. But in a case we should just like, but come down in this case over here is first of all, so transaction which means to do that. If that order is not followed either, and it's going to be an excellent zone. If he deposited an animal with the she offers it up, it's consequences. And so the animal is still in existence at the case where let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her, says, or maybe, Ba'ala, the Akakati Masala, Hafidim, basically pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called auction and then payment, that's not an estimate, there's no transaction immediacy. It's not a contradiction. Hadda Amar is Ba'ali, ultimately again, so it's like one case, it's another case where he says, ultimately again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if the transaction immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, just because in order for it to be first, what has to happen? The Gemara says, the sheep follow. Okay, so apparently it's actually interesting. The Olam Bazaar is talking about it in Charlotte. If you go, the coin can ultimately this to the stuff she requires. It's like, in order to get relations with her, it's already in a trust, it's already required. What are you talking about? Each should record the deal if the sheep is standing in a cluster. Which no one raises and right here, this sheep, I'm gonna pay you. I'm gonna pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you. The Amrullah, you might see not rate, I'm gonna take this sheep over. Massive all of this is really unraveling from the essence of this thought. Now, the way ultimately again, and Rashi points out over here, Rashi, and he says to them, he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And he's giving them here, right here's money, go and drink, go and some people of 63. The Gemara says, he's giving them money, right? Or my sashimi on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi's the heart, it's actually the last one. Look at giving them money. It's covered here, this is free to food, this is now contract on the following. Sound of go, they 63, he said, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh. Now the deduction is items for his work. So see the difference? If Ruben just that is problematic because it is purchasing. So it's something that's like a lot of ice. I'm not going to say this is when now what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed sheep of produce. Kapara, the Mr. Kapara. So what is he doing? That when moving these the sheep of produce, shady produce, the problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, and we're talking about where they are purchasing these credit to move. The Haven normally extends credit to move. Ultimately, there is transaction that's happening. Literally requires his money immediately after money. So we'll say, so that's it. There's food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally expects the shopkeeper is going to give donkey driver the Muslim really coin in the case of right? This wasn't like a credit type of situation. You must and we're saying like that's sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. And it's a ton of if we're so we should sue this case of myself, the case of the train, make it two different. When is this so open that it's prohibited? The thing that I'm not people who is started way. I'll pick up the tab. That's people who extends credit to lose this transactional immediacy. And it says if I get an offended already in my people, but therefore that lacks trust. In other words, benefit to go ahead and make two pieces saying somebody should in my people move on the side for affections is the bummer level. A person says to his friend, right? Ruben goes, I go to Cleveland. And all of my property will be coming from this guarantor. The Gemara says, what is he doing? Now again, that's even ask someone to go and do something to someone else. And also, you're right. At the end of the day, even below Miyah, Rashi says, even below Miyah, actually, because actually, third one, love Khalifa may move below since no amount of money, right, or no specific money, he says transaction thus ultimately again it should be much below mitzvah. I'm sorry. The Gemara says ultimately again. So when you need to be concerned with that, you shouldn't be it. Says the Gemara ultimately again. Never have to be concerned about that. Perhaps again, shouldn't use versus Halom Yak, which you did it. How bad is not to the transaction? You need to hop off. You don't should hit in the resume. Hold them shalach etzlo. The hashtag again, as Bryce says, that Reuben says to his workers, go to the of friends. In other words, yeah, this makes sense because now that nobody pins, it's literally like he's supplying them. The verse says as follows. So Rav Kahana says, that's happening. So the verse says, I'm not ready. He huffs. Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink. Gosh, you should say go out and drink, go out and eat, and then out and say, here's what Reuben prepared. Right, so you left money in the shop because I'm going to come to see you, not in the shop. Ultimately, is what Reuben uses what it says, go out and eat, go out and drink. In that case, whenever the worker is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Items, and as if Reuben is going to have solutions, go out and drink. But I need my passion. Remember for today, everyone, what I got. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. And so sponsors for the month of Av. Abalina with Toba, Stephen Wendy Jason for her sponsors. Dr. Evan K. Wolf, the donation of the outside alcohol. Thank you, Darlene, the Swiss Office of Producing the Program, Mr. Shanding Home. Sharp.on. South Basin Base 62B. Yes, CKHD is landing. The popular focus. Nine sheets of focus on the following year. So if you look at that, borrow, not commerce, but when you borrow sheet of produce, while he over here is, so the people of the outside of the island would borrow sheet of the often and new machine is another people is. So end up happening number 8, the people of the island repay the onion. I'm really going to be open up. So they came and they said, so people over the open up, I'm a little, the open up said, yeah, we've seen often, it's all seen often, the open up are acting totally fine. No, I don't run off the edge. But I will send you move, and we'll highly produce a space on that. So you're again. Like you defensive. So for example, if you do the consumer, but the open said it's not really a problem. Because there's therefore again, I walk on myself, and therefore again, should the same thing will not follow a similar piece, they come up with S-nuns. S-nuns, if you pay the money, they will be paying for all this, and concerns. This is the sign up. You must have corresponding piece passing on what's the case. The sign up. He gives her that, he gives her payment. Right, but he gives ultimately his mother for sacrificial use. So you have relations with her. So you have relations with her, you can ultimately we assume during what the second case, but also my estimate of mother. If he didn't have how he found it, that is what he used to say. This is just typically what's going to say like this. Once we suddenly record an estimate, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transaction, ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temporary use. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate? Bala, the Achakaf what does that matter? Nasala, the Achakaf. So therefore, I will say, so what I'm saying is as follows: that we don't view that we are both using as an exchange, right? Or as something like a payment, ultimately again to the 7 produce, and therefore he bought when he does have that's the idea. We're not afraid. I can't be labeled as a fan. So you have relations. When he doesn't really evolve upon the sheep, that's what actually and therefore the sheep should be categorized as an excellent zone that's already in zona, right? Zona got the sheep on which is actually the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. On the high zona, I will say you might say to yourself, we talked about that before. Those things that make contradictions. And in certain respects, you know, I'm saying you right do very well, and the reason that I as if like this, just constantly change your look at the things that I don't do well or do poorly or don't do at all are Hashem. Don't take away from the things that I do
My Spotify
when I'm
top 4,
righteous.
I'm built different.
Yiddishkeit is never all
Eyebrows,
in
chin
nothing.
suit,
You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Well, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to be
I wouldn't mind
is to
talking
have a
to
certain level
this
of
guy who's
harmonious
been on music
spirituality and
for
righteousness
about
in all
2
areas of my life.
It's
But
almost
most
like
of us
he
are
hacked
not
my
there. But sometimes we
Spotify.
feel hypocritical. Or sometimes we feel like
Totally
fake
valid.
because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this.
This trash.
Right, it is hypocritical. It is full of contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human
This was
condition.
supposed to be
We all live
complacent,
with hypocrisy,
exhausted.
we all live with contradictions.
Papa
Such
Shades,
is the
the
nature of life. But it
fat
is
9-year-old
important for us to not
slugger
lose
kid
faith in
again. For the
ourselves.
reason to
That
come.
even though the zona is a zona,
Oh,
Pushing also
this is
these
like
cabals.
an
You know what?
ongoing
I
saga.
guarantee
Him
you,
and this little
those
fat kid.
cabals
I have
are they have to
guess.
fall.
I think he's
It's a
gonna
pleasing
shade it
aroma.
because he's better
Because
than
at the
this
end of the
kid.
day,
So
no
he's
one
in
knows
there.
our inner
Maybe that fat
temperature and
kid's like,
struggles long enough to
oh
stop.
yeah, right?
And when we
Or
still
he
push
get a
forward to
home
do
run
good,
off of his kid.
despite all the
He
things
get
that
a
are
home
broken,
run out for his
sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment.
I'm
In any
his
event,
kid.
so
You
the
know what I'm
Zola
saying?
offered up
That's
the
funny.
covenants,
That is
but
funny.
by the
But I'm
time the
saying, like,
relations
either
occurred
go
on
Lord,
Wednesday, the
But I think
animals
we
are done.
pointed the
She already
pitch
offered
because
it
it's
up.
little kids playing
So
whatever.
Yomar says, okay,
And that
let's
kid
analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit.
and this son's
APW, what's the case?
That's fire.
The Amala Kumile from the action. If he said to Zola, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then Halacha says, she did the Sharila. Right? The Halasa, the Shaskia, Umatana, Amahudiya. Then obviously it's mutter, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an escrow on Tuesday because they didn't have relations, right? So essentially, he gave her a gift. And she has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the community in the action is not in the title. This is very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a gift, and if he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? He gives it first, he gives it from Tuesday, and we have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must see it. How do you not get up in the car? That's after, no? The Yakish is based on publish on that now. So it says, if a person will consecrate his home. This is talking about the Erech now, evaluation. Right, will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not one of my base of the so just like your home, you own it. I hold the shoes. So to be only you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I pick you up whatever the car wants to describe her. And then listen to me. You know, you can only be makdish something that is yours. It's yours. In the realm of personal growth, this Bible only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's something we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we try to compare ourselves to others and we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But he says you can measure up to someone else. You don't know what this person's profiles are, their abilities are. The bonus of Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that if God only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect that we will see us. He doesn't expect that we see us. What he does expect of you is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. Only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our power, in our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamala, so what's the case? Eladamala, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. You need to it, but if you need the sheep for some reason, if something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a card money, you need to know whatever it is, then Gemara says, Tony Aksha, can I give you the right to acquire it? So it's interesting, fine. So the Gemara says, so there was an essence on this. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's not on we're doing this because you're going to remember this all happened with Yana with this Shiva transaction. The idea that's being kind of happening over here is that something can only be invested in prohibited status when there's a level of transactional use. So now we see that by the Shiva case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon zone by the Harlequin case as well. That emerges gets further into his Harlequin case. So by the Roshia, come up with Kushasoma. It's very interesting. So let's say the same thing. Ruben gives Ruben Zoma the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdishing. She consecrates it. She didn't offer up to the carpet, but she's makdishing. So what's the status now of the animal? Mahu. Kevon Damar Mara, Amiraso with the Balkan Slash Kiman Daki Bastisamin. So do we say that essentially making something fetish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a dish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and doing the shit verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? And you're like, that's why you be sitting there. In other words, offering it up is offering it up. And it's gone, the animal's gone. The makish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So because she has the ability, what happens if she was makdishing? Again, because let's say, you heard the Shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the dia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's makdishing. Wednesday, the dia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the Shaila is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? So the king shall be very Eliezer. You can also Eliezer. So let's say, going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? Rabbi Eliezer, Shekatma Behekri Vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time the dia occurred. That's the Behekri Vasa. So that's because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about if the Shasson low? But from the Belozer's statement over here, that if she is makdishing, the animal is still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. So much the Gemara says, no, the Belozer mistake can be quite. The truth is, this Shaila is managed to show the Belozer himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifshat Shita Rabbi Eliezer, Dafi Vassal, Dafka Baki Shasson, Lo, that Isa B'Shastia. Because Rabbi Eliezer said that the only time it doesn't become an estimate is when the animal was offered up before the dia. Because by the time the dia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it, the animal still in existence, and the dia, in which case, halach l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. All Dilma, if we bust up Shitale, the Shasson is Sap. I mean, no, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's falling on Jesus. Time of the dia, of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam Zona. But in case she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says taken. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslam Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslam Zona, others payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment dia. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed dia, or dia and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an Eslam Zona. If he deposited an animal with payment, now it doesn't occur until later on. As soon as she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to bona fide cargo. If she's not dishing, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the dia. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the question. Okay, let's analyze that. Let's see the observation of her. And then afterwards, he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means used for consecration purposes. Or meaning, where is the cash up? I don't understand this. Gemara says, for him, Ba'ala, the Akakaf Nasama, Afila Mikhan, Ashalo Sholim Esnala Asa. But regardless, right? She says if Reuben has relations with the Zona, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the Harlot's payment, and it'll still be awesome. And I'm not gonna stop, I'm not pissed off, no cash. So most of that country, so just important. Right, so we told before, us on the payment, maybe 62% that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, there's no transaction use. Here's the Gemara says, if there's relations, we would do this use number, ultimately it is for us, and I'm not gonna use talk, I'm not pissed on the cash. It's not a contradiction. Had the Amar is Ba'ali Li, it tells us, yeah? Had the Amar is Ba'ali Li, it tells us done. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case is another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identifies the sheep versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, they tell us that. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Amar Love will tell us that. My hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Moving goes over to Rafa. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay us for 3 years. 3 years. The Allah is, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transaction needs. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it cursed. In order for it to be cursed, what has to happen? The Gemara says, you should try. So I'm going to tell us, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep for the price of possession, which the Gemara says, the Zohar is so far and go tiny. Okay? So kind of that's interesting. Ultimately, the bit of the sheep is only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't use the sheep for just like the old numbers on the Israelis, so that's talking about the Charles. If you don't, it's quite the Hatzir. Oh, it's interesting enough, the sheep standing in the cross. In which case, again, I think we will see as a sheep fires. If you're quite the Hatzir, the African Masala, Hakamala. I understand. If it's in our crossroad, in our sheep fires, in our relations with her, and then ultimately, again, Jenny it's already in our cross, it's already quiet. What are you talking about? In other words, she acquired it before people. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esmon, because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Siyah, if the sheep is standing in her cross. When she might well Sifal, the shocking and Heli Apotiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Ruben comes to Rafa and here, this sheep is an apotiki. Remember again, what is a apotiki? Apotiki essentially is a he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, he might see not late, he's in kind of your point with us. And he says, if I pay you, let's say for the next 30 days, good. Then you not, and if not, shockingly to ask them, take this sheep ultimately again as your harvest payment. Fine. Not so that that's what Shesha said. It's supposed to need some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the essence of these spots. Let's say again, let's say we think employees, donkey drivers and workers. Let's say that he's paying. Now, the way ultimately again, he's paying them, they're actually points out over here, actually, give a couple more on their hearts. Either these workers are non-Jews or they're on their hearts. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The aim of Oshesh, okay, so actually before you so he goes in and says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's vitamins or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's getting them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So we'll say, now the Enoch Oshesh, if you do this, Enoch Oshesh, he doesn't have to be worried. Besides feeling of this 63 weeks, I will say, here's this interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that Halakha Lamaisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Akum on their part, it's just to be different. Even Akum is going to go by money. Yes? Right? Or maybe ultimately again, the Hamaara is going to buy Shmita, or Maisa Shemita, it's going to have to be this one. He doesn't have to be this one. Why does he have to be this one with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, Pedro, do it once. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the wrong one, Rashi. The heart, even goes something in you, and the people like, we don't use Ruvain is not the one giving them anything. Who is giving them money? It's covered, here, this is for the food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast out the following. South Florida, 63, second line down. The Amalak said to them, Su be'ichlu, bani korea, Su shtu bani korea. He says to the workers, right, cycle drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tabs. Oh, now this is a problem. Then you have a problem. Then you have a problem. Now, why is that? We did not do it in the Korea. Habi'ihu lokeach ha'isi u'mafilo, ha'ashto l'salat national. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for the bill. So see the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100, for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's all. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potential prohibited items for his Alma, what do you see here? He cut part of the Israel. So what you see from here is like, Allah for the Maisa, I'm not going to both say, we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbiyana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbiyana case. Remember, Rabbiyana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they repaid for received your produce. Yochanan said, now the problem is no transaction immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece, right? Amok, so what do you see here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, Allah so this is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce and Sheni produce. That's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, all for money, he kapara, then he is a kapara. So to the Rabbiyana, when they repay him here, ultimately again, isn't that for paying for Shemitah produce? Same thing. Which we must take them out of Pisto, they send him on the Hamakito in the Stabble. No, it's different. In the Ruben case, like if he's going to telling the workers, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to even the Archilak who say, ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately this is transaction. That's happening. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. It's actually very possible. And in some of us, the shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid because he's regularly expensive credit. She's practicable. She come up and she is so what's that? So that's it. This transaction Ruben is not just saying stand going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, she's like, look up everything in it. Therefore, specifically almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give, donkey drivers and and really going to immediately pay for it. That was how we can do it. Even the other family, the most serious movies, not something else that people, again, that doesn't apply to Israel. That wasn't like a trend. Therefore, that piece of time becomes a black transaction movies. You must have and we show that people, again, using that, even with the same case, so you can go to a bank hotel. And now he's not singing to attract people nobody extends credit. And it sounds like what? Well, it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's most certainly lucky, at the time it's so the issue of the Junior if that's the case, then set the vice up differently. Instead of making the first case of the vice the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go into a thing, make it two different things. What can the two cases be? Because the better when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The company, I'm not people. You start it right. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his local tablet, though you didn't drink, and I'll pick up the tab, that's only with the shack people who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the rights to the prohibited items. About prohibiting shame people, but shopkeeper who does not extend credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be called. But if it is nice to go ahead and make two cases saying that one detail different, and to highlight two different cases. This was the old, somebody should not people you understand it.
Let's work that first.
Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to pay $1 Homer the Chavero. A person says to his friend, "Hey, Monolithoni, you need from the plus say yeah." What happens? Like Ruben goes, like, I go to Ruben. So Ruben, do me a favor. Like give him money to Shimon, and over my party will be coming under to you. What's that one? Huh? Funny, it's ultimately again my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. You must say, someone says, what do you see here? Now again, that's even assume that me and I have no previous relationship. What do you see here? When you ask someone to go and do something for someone else, and ultimately again, you're guaranteed an encumbrance that transactional immediacy seems to occur right then and there. Amarava, you're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. You must also say, even the low miyahid shibude low mis. So what's the difference? Let me look at Rashi. Rashi says, even though miyahid shibude, Rashi third line of Rashi about him. So when you say low miyahid mo'os, love comes from you below this. Since Ruben did not go ahead, he's actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for that, therefore again, that lacks transaction immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. Shelo yichim lemol l'kach lav chalik beninu below mitzvah. I'm sorry. Gemara says elahacha ha'maychel shish. So if that's the case, ultimately again. So what do we need to be concerned with? That we shouldn't shvius. So the Gemara says ha lo miyach which is ultimately going says the Gemara. Says the Gemara, ultimately, again, what do you have to be concerned about over there? Michael, what do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha l'maisa that perhaps, again, she's a police, versus homomiyaki shiburi haka, no miyaki shiburi haka. Ultimately, again, in sin thing, halacha l'maisa, because no particular money is actually designated in advance, does not create a release or haka, so don't shehiktim lo dina. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabai is advanced the money to the company. Okay, so this changes everything. She's below, Balabai is dinar the company, hold them Shishalach Etzlo. The Hashtam the Balabai is up, we say that. Oh, so this changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately, again, when the Rice says that if Ruben says to his workers, go to the company, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on you. The case is already Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they pay prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I'm not down to Amisa Lishmaite Kamid Raps in the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all in the same realm of transactional means. Like that, Gemara says, I'm sorry, Amisa Lishmaite Kamid Raps in the Gemara. I said this over in terms of what did have now read. And what I'm not ready. He hockey, I became certain wishes see by the way that's the price shouldn't be when it says to workers, go out and drink and I will pay. I will pay me since I'm a gas and pay. Rather, what should it say? It should say go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle off. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying out a case of years that we've been prepaid. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, and then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did we consume? No, you're right. So you're right. Turning ultimately again, a lot of ways you're right. Change the license, read the following way. That Halacha Raisa, Ruben says to his, so case, remember, essentially there are two cases in Raisa. Case number one is where Ruben gives his brothers $100. So it's going to go out and eat, go out and drink on meat. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on you. Case two, for what the Muslims are doing now, is that Halacha Raisa, Ruben prepaid the company. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problematic. You have to be concerned if you have access now to limited food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and so I'm going to prohibit items. The way that Raisa should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need machashim, and then I will set it up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what the Gemara is going to do. Yeah, we'll stop over here for today. Everyone, what a guy.
I listened back to it, and you're definitely counting wrong because the bar is 45 pounds. Okay. So you're lifting more than you think, but I think you can probably lift more than what you're doing because, like, do 25. I'm doing 85 pounds. So you're doing 20. How much is your
tens of yourself?
You can do
to be able to learn the overview. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Angler Comic-Con sponsor, Tosin Shbach of Israel, for dedicating all the Shulman Drushos this year as a host for the Solar Troubles for all of Israel. Our co-sponsors for the month of Av, Habal Rino Tova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rose's wife, and Stanley Rose's wife, the phone of our sponsors. Dr. Evan K. Wolf, donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Hannah, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno, and Nelson, so as always, we dedicate our learning to Swiss refugees, hostages, and the we have to bring them home, the Shalom and the Karach and the America, and the social network to give them success to follow and not save them. I've also with that, I'm not speaking more exciting about ahead of us today. Today's daf is Simon Gimel 63. And we're working up on South Basin base 62b, Debay Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: Debay Rabbi Yana, Yas Ike Shvias Yamin, the Korban of the Shvias. So very interesting case of it. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana, they would do as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, it actually says like this in the right way. Yasu Perishi is called in Smaravir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this that once it's no longer readily available in field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of Gaza or the Anai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on the part of the Shemitah, Shkachach the Achli Aniyim Shemitah Achar Abir, and the people of Shvias. So what ends up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Gaza also repay the Aniyim. Ultimately, again, with new produce, 8th year produce. So the Gemara says, Asu Amadu Rabbi Yochanan. So they came and they said, so people mention this practice Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothers people to some degree. So they say something Rabbi Yochanan, Amadu Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, listen, often it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Never done. Now, I'll say that interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you also have this starts to a couple of Rashis. You also know, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the household of Yanis are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the Chibin Baki Shaita, Lo Habu Hanok Be'en, Lo Ichlufe Hani Bahani, Lav Chalipe Nilu, and Lo Chayli Kedusha Shvizalai. So again, we saw yesterday that already. When you get into an issue of potential Congress with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity can pop upon previously committed item. So, for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah same thing, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the focus is being taken in Shemitah and only being quote-unquote repaid during the 8th, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition revolves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea there. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not revolve upon the 8th-year produce. This is very interesting, and this is to connect them to Esron and Mutter. And interestingly enough, a similar piece would come up with Esron Zone. Esron Zone is halacha. And he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, if you pay your money, they're going to give her an object. That object is called an estimate, so that's written for a harbor, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign, yo. You notice the first line, he's back here. What's the case? The sign, listen to this. Rashi says, Nosa Novel Obama. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his own. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her. He gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esmana mutter. For Hamlet's payment, ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon, why sheep, even though he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it, to which the Gemara says, the suit, furthermore, the second case, bought the lamb, he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, what's the meaning of the statement in the Raisa that says that halal from the Raisa is mutter? It doesn't make any sense. The Rishi must say, hello, God, this is what he needs to say. Listen to this. Nosala, the Achakach. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, what when you take this outside, specifically what's going to say like this: when does something become when there's transactional immediacy. These are relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate and so on. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. Most eloquent. No sala, he gave her the sheep, the achakach ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the achakach ba'ala? Rashi says, Akshav elo la'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some more common sense. You know, Jaser today has relations for 3 hours or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. But achakach it's not a mutter. Ba'ala, the achakach nasala, or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he afterwards pays her. Esnana in both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnana is however, Nasala, the achakach, so therefore, I will say, so the one thing is as follows, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnana zone, right, that has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately identified by this person. Now, remember, just to keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and would pay it ultimately again with Eighth produce. People came to the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little strange, that's practice or transacting business with Shemitah produce. Which Rabbi Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. Because of transactional immediacy, you don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th year produce, the produce, and after the 8th year produce remains totally fine. Now the more questions a little bit discussing on this. No someone so again, let's go with this, right? Let's say he goes and write any case. Right? You may be right. Get your sheet. I'm just using your sheet. Use these examples. Right? So he pays your sheet. Right? And then let's say get your sheet on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he has the so again, based on the start, that sheet does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not prohibited for consecrated temple use, right? There's a lax transaction immediacy. You must understand. He bought out, but when he does have a sheet, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheet on Tuesday. Congratulations is on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have a sheet, he may have some time. Lechol Allah is not enough prayer. Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives it the sheet, can't be labeled as estimates on when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheet as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheet retroactively. And therefore the sheet should be categorized as an estimate already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. You know what's the case? He should come up with a kibasa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now relations didn't happen until Wednesday. We're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. What's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. But highest harvest, highest zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what else? She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonas. Listen, it's one of the greatest many times past. Those are the things that we want consistencies. And we all live in higher and in certain respects, I'm sorry, in respects, things in my life that things in my life that I'm holding and things that I don't do the things that I don't do well or do poorly or don't do at all, apart from Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not all or nothing. You can be righteous in some areas and more than thankful in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmony and spirituality and righteousness in other areas. And most of us are not yet. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. And sometimes we feel like it's fake because, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. And I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, so this is hypocritical. It is not contradictory, but welcome to the nature of human condition. We all live in hypocrisy, we all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. And it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, the sheep also brings kabbalas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are a reach mikor. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions and struggles and other and when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's a cynical accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the kabbalas. By the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. What's the case? If he said to Zona, gives her the land on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then halacha and pshuta the sharila. Right? The halasa the shaskira umatana ma'amudiyah. So then obviously it's multiple, right? She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an estimate on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the community in the action is enough. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as well, and if he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday, and we have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be a product. I can offer it up as a product. After all, the Yakish is based on Kodesh Amrachmar. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an erev, evaluation. Right, will go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachmar, my base of so just like your home, you own it. So to be owned, you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I could shove it up as a part unless you just start marriage. I mean, it's got to be. You know, the only be not something that is yours. Which means in the realm of personal growth, Yishmael only asks us what we're able to do. You know, sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who actually inspire you. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's purpose is. The Ribbon shall only ask you to match that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Torah only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else to do. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those personalistic only be makish that which belongs to you. And the Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purpose, in our power, within our spiritual power. And what's the case? This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives to the owner the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled for the tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah of life, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, right? Or you need a car, or you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it as well. So it's interesting, kind of hedges that's all good. Fine. So Gemara says, that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's thrown in the afternoon, that's interesting. We're doing this because, again, remember, this all happened with the guy with this Shiva transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be vested with Levitic status when there is a level of transactional use. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esnon zone and by the Harlot case as well. Now the Gemara just gets a little bit into this Harlot case. So by the Boshia, I'm not making shas on that. So let's say, since Reuben gives Reuben the sheep on Tuesday, the Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes down and she's makdish. She consecrates it. Now, she didn't offer it up to the prophet, but she's makdish. So what's the status now of the animal? Even the Amar, Amirasha the Davos, Kiman Daki Basin. So we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up. So literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish is gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish it Again, because I must say, here the Shiloh is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the deal occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslan Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the deal occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's not Bishop. Wednesday, the dia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the Shiloh is, does the object become an Eslan Zona or not? So the Kif Shem is very Eliezer. So let's say going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf, right? And Rabbi Eliezer, Shekhat not the Hikri Basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslan Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time the deal occurred. Daf the Hikri Basa. So that because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About the Kusha, so low. But from the Eliezer statement we have here, that if she is not fishing, if the animal was still in existence at the time that the deal occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslan Zona. Much says no. The Eliezer is fake coming by it. The truth is, this Shiloh is not a Shiloh of Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says no. Mifshach Shikol Rabbi Eliezer Gafi Basal Dafka Baku Shasam no. That Isim Shasvia. Because what Eliezer saying the only time it doesn't use an Eslan is when the animal was offered up according to Bia. But by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, when she was just makdish, she consecrated the animal still in existence at the time of the deal, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslan Zona. Oh, Dilma, Shekrivaso, Shikale, Vikishasa Musat. And you know, maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's no longer in existence at the time of the deal, of course it's not going to be categorized as an Eslan Zona. But in case she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says, we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, it looks like what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslan Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslan Zona or as payment, it must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslan Zona. If you deposited an animal with a payment, now, and the via doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to bona fide charge. If she's not conditioned, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the via, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. That's the okay, let's analyze more. So we're making what's that? Second issue was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. And we say it's mutter to use for consecrated purposes. For me, the Gemara is the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, for me, Ba'ala v'achakach masala, even from Hashalosh Shonim Esnana Asha. But the Bible says, right? It says if you have relations with the son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right? So he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and he's still the usher. And I'm not coming to stuff, I'm not pissed off, no kasha. So mostly that conscious is just important. The rights that we played before on some occasion of the 62 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate of those transactional needs. Here the Gemara says that there's relations in the 3 years later, ultimately it is still usher, and I'm not coming to stuff, I'm not pissed off, like kasha. It's not a contradiction. Had the Amar his Ba'ali is Ba'ali the Talazah, had the Amar his Ba'ali the Talastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case, we're talking a case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Girashi, the Talazah, Kalkama Diwayat Lo Hadi Esman the Nekashta. Ultimately, again, the person when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's a transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Amar of the Talazah, my hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Moving goes over to us. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, Shalom is, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transaction release. Just because he identified the sheep, it doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, you should fall. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep for required taking possession. Which the Gemara says, the zone of animals will come and go. Okay. So apparently, it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the thing of the sheep was only a thing by humans. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't move the sheep to a process. So the zone is not Jewish. You guys know what the old numbers on these slaves, so it's nothing like the charter. So to go, the coin the chatzir. Interestingly enough, the sheep standing in the chatzir. In which case, again, ultimately, this can be chatzir she requires. Just in a second. In the coin the chatzir, the African Masaya, Hakama, 1 second. I don't understand. If it's in our chatzir, in our this she requires, in our yeah, relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gives, then he gave. It's already our chatzir, she already required. What are we talking about? You must in other words, she acquired it before because this is like the paradigmatic case of testimony because she's acquiring the sheep even before the deal if the sheep is standing in the chatzir. Seriously, you must like Tzivah is shocking and handy out. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So when it comes to that one, this sheep is not posting. Remember, what is a post? Your post is essentially that in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, and he says, so if I tell you, let's say for the next 30 days, good. The Iman, and if not, Shakle the Aslan, take this sheep ultimately again as your public payment. Fine. Massive Rav Shesha. Rav Shesha said this. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of this watch. And what other Nakamara or Paula? Let's say again, let's say you just employed donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paying. Now, the way ultimately again, he's paying them. Now, Rashi points out over here, Rashi, even if these workers are non-Jews, they're Amir Arabs. They're just Amir Jews. Idolaters are Amir Jews. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before we so he goes in and says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, so you hear that. Supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and so let's say now the presence. The Enochoshes do this. Enochoshes, he doesn't have to be worried. Some people are 60 degrees. Romishim Shvis, the Romishim Nice, the Romishim Nanis. And let's say, what is interesting about this? Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that Halakha myself, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Akum or Amir Haaretz, she has to be concerned that maybe Akum is going to go by Yanis, right? Or maybe ultimately again, the Amir Haaretz is going to buy Shvita, or Nice Shvita, at least he's been outside of the Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, Hebra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Shalom Shum Meiser, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the one line of Rashi. The heart is, well, something you need, we don't view Ruvain is not the one giving us
two guys talking about kind of gender to me. It's just funny.
Here, this is free to food, this is free to food. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contrast on the Bible. Sound of Philip, 63, second line. In Amarlah, said to them, Su be'echul bani korea, Su shtu bani korea. He says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Koshish Rishim Shlias Rishim Mais Rishim Yayim. Then we had the problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at that. She didn't know about Korea. Having Ihu Lokea Issue Mahilo, the Hashton will start naturally that the issue of the kid because he's in the town. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his work. See the difference? If moving just says, here's $100, here's your drink, whatever they buy, that's all. If she says, go drink off the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his work. I was saying, what do you see from there? She can't hold on to make it so to see from there, that a lot of myself, I'm not going to say, we're now going ahead and circling back to the Raviana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Raviana case. And remember, Raviana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they repaid before with Europe. Look, I said, not a problem with no transaction in needs. So I was saying, what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over here? Almost, kapara, maybe sir kapara. So what do you see from here? That when moving, pays the bill. Right, pays the bill. So even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, a lot for him, so there is transactional immediacy, and he is specifically paying for these Shemitah programs, paying for this that's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, also nani, kikakara, so to here by the other end, maybe here, ultimately again, isn't that Shemitah programs? Same thing. Spiritual message. Gemara Kisto, the Henteni Hamatiko, in the Shabbat. There's no different in case, like what he's going ahead and workers. And workers go use point drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to them. Even the Orthodox, okay, finally do nothing. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to them, ultimately there is transaction. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Finally, that I actually ran across and doing some of the shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank. Regularly extends credit. שכבר הכירו, שקומות ישנו הדין, or coming to לכן Hilchot Khalifin. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction needs. Ruben is not just saying, stand going where you want and, buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Kevra, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and believers whatever they want to do for the items, and Ruben is going to immediately pay for that. לא יכולים להגיד, אבל חלק מרעיונה, כיוון דענה חנין, ומוסי הולי, רק חנין יערב, but again, that doesn't apply in this area, right? This wasn't that type of situation. Therefore, that piece was found to be not transactional. But again, using that one, using the same that as well, some case, go drink, don't pick up the tab. But now he's not saying to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him, and it sounds like Muslim. That should be okay. If that's the case, that it's Muslim, if that's the case, then you set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case of myself, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go into a drink, make it two different things. What should the two cases be? When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? In the Shabbat way. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out, go you can drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the tenant already has the money for the prohibited items. But shopkeeper does not extend. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that should be fine. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatic different cases. First, you must behold, company she'ima people milo mishtabit. For protection,
Alrighty, well that's it
even
for
if the
this week.
shopkeeper
There,
doesn't
Physical
extend
Resource.
credit,
Alright, join the Patreon. See you next week.
Sir, not still obligated to defend many Bamara. Listen to this. Homer the Chavera. A person says to his friend,Tain Mana Laploni, Viknu Kon Bachase Lach. So what happens? So right, Ruvain goes, all right, I go with
Are you the kind of person who knows
do me a
things?
favor.
Things like you
Lend,
needed a
right,
domain
give
for
him money
Squarespace,
give
not
him
just a website.
and
Well,
all of my
now
property
you
will
are that
become
person.
encumbered to you. What's that about? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Gemara says, so what do you see from here? Now, again, that's even a scene that even when I have no previous relationship. What do you see from there? When you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed that encumbrance of transactional immediacy seems to apply right from in there. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't receive even the low Miyaki Shibude low Yisai. So what's the difference? Look at Rashi. Rashi says even low Miyaki Shibude, look at Rashi, third wide line in Rashi's in the bottom. They're not Shibude. So when we say low Miyaki Mo'os the time, Rav Khalifa moving below Yisai. Since Ruben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money is having set aside for money, therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. שלא ייחי למוז לקח לך חליפנינו ולא נצא. Sorry, Gemara says, Ela Hacha Hamaykal Shish. So that is ultimately again. So what do we mean from the Rav Mishum Shis? Gemara says,
Anyways, that's not why they're here.
So ultimately,
They're here to watch them as the shop, so start the timer.
says the Gemara, ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about? Ela Hacha Hamaykal Shish. Mishum Shis. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The Halacha L'Maisa that perhaps again Shmuel goes. Versus Homomiyaki Chibude, Haka, Yomiyaki Chibude, Haka, ultimately, again, the same thing. Halacha Mesa, because no particular money is heavily designated in advance, does not create transactional immediacy. Haka, Sivan Shehiftim Lovina. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabayas advance the money.
Where's the lie?
Okay, so this changes.
John,
Look at Rashi.
not someone who's
Shehiftim
sure.
Lo, Balabayas, Dino, Company.
But sure, all
Kodem
over your
Shishalach
place,
Etzlo.
there's not
The
the
Hashtam, the Balabayas,
you might do it, but never say it's
this changes everything. So in the case of a year, ultimately, again, when Bryce says, okay, if Reuben says to his workers, go to the Chemini, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on you. The case is where already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items.
I gotta count.
So the Gemara says so again, all of this is the same realm of transactional immediacy. That's the theme. That's turning here. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm going to count. I'm missing the Shemai and I need to so I said this over in front of the Vid of Narigo.
I don't know, maybe, but he also, I mean, like, nobody did the truck thing. We switched the trucks, or the fish thing. He's very good at taking over a bit and doing it well. Right? Like, I mean, Tony, you see him, when he had the cowboy suit on, he kind of looked like a cow.
I will pay me since somebody hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say?
It wasn't a good look, he was in the middle for it, you know. But shop,
it should say go out and drink, go out to eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case over here that we didn't forget. Right? So we left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Which means, you're right. So you're right. Tony, I'm sorry, Tony, ultimately, again, you're right. Change the license, read the license, read the following way. That halacha says, Reuben says things, so please remember, essentially there are two cases in Bryce. Case number one is when Ruben uses representative dogs. Since Governor go out to meet, go out and drink, on the meat. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on them. Case two, where the Muslims don't even know, is that Halacha L'Maisa, Ruben prepaid for him. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them sleep. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problem. You have to be concerned if we have access now to the items, because then it's as if Ruben is going ahead and supplying the problem. The way that price should read is Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need machash. And then I will settle up over again with the shopkeeper. That's what Gemara is saying. Again, looks like we'll stop over here for today. Oh yeah, everyone, what we got?
It looks like they are going down 252,000. Dude, stack that up over a week, we might be able to buy this house, dude. That would be my dream. 7 bathrooms. Yeah, wouldn't have any problem with if you have a little too much Tiger Thick.
Listen, good morning. It is graceful sponsorship to be able to learn overview. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should thank our annual Talmud sponsors, Tosim Mishpacha Baritz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a sukkos for the Soros Tovos for all of Israel. Talmud sponsors for the month of Av, Habalim Ertova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rose's wife, and Stanley Rose's wife from the Brahma. Marine sponsors, Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, continuation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Silas Wolf, Shalom, Ben Zvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of his father, Ben Adler, Hover, Boris Mordechai, Ben Moreno, and also as always, we dedicate our earnings to Israel, which is half of the spoken after Shalom home. Shalom and Karan and America, and Soul's message for give them success in the whole of massive day. And also with that, let us begin very exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanach Gimel 63. We are coming up on Sanach Beis Days 62b. Today, Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: Today, Rabbi Yana, Yasti Perishvias Nanim, who Karlu Mishmias. A very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8th-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says something very interesting. Yasu Perishi is called Yismarabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. Rashi goes on, Karlu b'Shminis, Ishtafach ta'achli Aniyim b'Shminis achar from the people of Shminis. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi also repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice of Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. I'm going to Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, listen up, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why you connect on that? I'll say that. Interestingly enough, look at Rashi. You also know the stars through a couple of Rashis. You also know in there, Rabbi Yochanan said the members of the house of the Yanites are acting totally fine. Rashi says the people that you shake up. Lo habu hanaf be'en. Lo ifife hani b'hani. La chalitem yenu. Lo chayle kedusha shviesa. This one yesterday is not when you get into an issue potential commerce with a forbidden oil. So sometimes that forbidden identity is caught upon and previously committed. So for example, the concern over here is this business that wants to transact with business with Shemitah produce, and even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah center, Shemitah produce. But the Yochanan said it's not going to be a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity. There's not immediacy. Let's just say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being given in the Shemitah and only being quote-unquote repaid during the 8th, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with sheep produce, and therefore no sheep prohibition involves supply your produce. That's the idea here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, sheep simply will not develop upon the this is very interesting. Is to connect them to Eslan and Mutter. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Eslan Zone. Eslan Zone is a person goes to a site and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he gives the money, or even gives her an object. That object is called an Eslan Zone, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. This is the sign of Gemara says the corresponding piece by Eslan. What's the case? The sign of the case. Raisa says, Nosam Rabba. Let's say Reuben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his own. Right? Reuben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her this, and he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. That's the halacha. That's not a for her, its payment ultimately is not for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. I understand. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's going to be for a carbon. Why? He didn't have relations with her. So he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift. There's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, you see, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, the Fable of Allah, my estimate of mutter. If he didn't pay her anything, what's the meaning of the statement in Bryce? That's why I said, Allah from the house, estimate is mutter. Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Allah, God, this is what he needs to say. This is Nasala, the Afrakasbala. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me take this piece outside. Specifically, we're going to say like this. When does somebody become an estimate, and estimate is upon this payment? When there's transactional immediacy. Payer relations, right? Our relations payer. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate solely. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temporary use. So watch this. So no someone, if you give her the sheep, the African ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the African ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Ella la'achazman. He doesn't have relations with me now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. So the behavior today has relations for 3 hours. And tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment, relations. Ba'ala, ba'ala, the African ba'ala, or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then in both of these cases, ultimately, again, the estimate is going to be. However, Nasala, the African is not fine. So therefore, what we're saying is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate, there has to be transactional. Once the transaction is in other words, payment relations, then the land will seek the payment as the status ultimately again of harvest payment. Remember, the household of the Yemenite, they would borrow sheep or homes from the poor and pay it ultimately again with equal sums. People came to the Open because they thought, I don't know, maybe it's like a little practice. Sheep and the Open said, no, it's fun. Why? Same idea. There's no transaction immediacy. Because of transaction immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th year produce. The produce, and then for the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Right. Now the Gemara questions a little bit discussing on this. Not so well the African ba'ala. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays it. Hey, we're going to use Rahel. He gets your sheep. I'm just using the sheep because this example of the right? So he pays your sheep, right? And then let's say he gives your sheep on Tuesday.
It's just the
And
way
then
it has to
on
be.
Wednesday, he has
Dude, we got another one.
so again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not permitted for classification use, right? There's a lax transaction use. You must understand. If he bought a house, but when he does have a relationship, let's say on Wednesday, right? You give the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have a relationship with her, Lechol Allah is certainly not fair. Obviously, as I understand, when he gives it the sheep, it can't be labeled as testimony or not. Because he has a relationship with her. When he does have a relationship with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate zone already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Elazar says, it's very interesting, you know, what's the case? He should talk about the Hikri Basa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. The relation didn't happen until Wednesday. But when you have a relationship on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. I will say, you may say to yourself, man, what a faker. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. Listen, it's important we've met this many times. There's a difference that we all live within consistencies. And we all live within inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, you know, I'm exactly. In certain respects, you know, things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do totally and the things that I don't do well or do poorly or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. Sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel like fake because here, you know, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is more contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. And it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings kabbos. And you know what? I guarantee you, those kabbos are a reach it's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner conflicts, our inner struggles, and our control. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's a pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants. By the time the relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. What's the case? If he says it, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then the halachah so she did the sharila. Right? The halachah b'shasbiya u'matara ba'amu. So then obviously it's multiple, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esron on Tuesday because they didn't have a relationship, right? So essentially, he gave her a gift, and she has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the Latino in the action is enough in the power. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her, he gives it to her today, okay, we have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he's really not in the car. How could you offer it up as a product? After all, the ish is based on Kodesh Amar. So it says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an evaluation. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not based on the shoe. So just like your home, you own it. So to be only consecrate, whether it's consecrated or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could she offer that as a part? Unless it's right away, a tremendous husband over here. So you can only be makdish something that is yours.
is
which means
posted
in
by
the realm of
Nolan Pouch.
in the realm of
Mama
personal
made an
growth,
appearance on my
this
suggested
part
Reddit thread
only
from
asks of
NFL
us
noobs
what we're able
subreddit.
to do.
This has to be one
Sometimes
of
we
you,
make the
right?
mistake of
But why
measuring
sometimes
ourselves
amazing
against other people.
measurables.
And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models.
Is this guy
It's
who
good
owns
to
a
have people
truck
who
merchandise
up to
company
aspire
where
to
the
do
job
that.
talked about playing
But a
football
lot
in
of
Call of
times
Duty.
we kind of
Bench
compare
42
ourselves to
reps at
others,
225,
and
even though he's only 245
don't
pounds.
measure up.
This
But he says you can measure up to
this would be
someone
pound
else.
for
You
pound,
don't know what
depending
this
on what your
person's
definition
football
of pound
or
for pound is.
abilities are.
A
The
performance that would
owner shall
blow
only
out basically every
asks
other
you to be
NFL prospect
mackish,
in history.
that
On a
which
different episode, he
you
mentioned
own.
that he also ran
You
for
only have to
1.5 40.
consecrate,
He
or
also
you only
cooked
can
and cooked foods
consecrate
at the gym.
that
He
which
worked out
you
at
own.
Team
You can't
Chico
consecrate
Foods.
it, it doesn't
He
belong to you.
didn't mention
We
how
so
many he
often in
actually
life
did,
we forget
but
that God only
given his
expects
athletic
of us
accolades in
what
other
we're
areas, I
able
bet
to
it was a
do.
lot.
He doesn't
He did
expect
say
that
he
we will
was
help
invited to
us.
some
He
tryouts
doesn't
with Bill,
expect
but
that we
never got
someone
signed.
else
My
to
question is, even
accomplishments.
if he didn't
What
get
he does
many
expect
snaps
of
in
me
college,
is to
wouldn't
take
a
a
guy with that kind of
personalistic
strength and
inventory
speed be worth at
about
least
all
a
the
7th
spiritual
round
tools
flyer?
that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest
It's
about.
likely he was
And
just
then
not very
utilize
good at football.
those
In
in
college, it
pursuit
seemed he was a
of
backup
personalistic
fullback
holiness.
and special
To
team where he
only
was signed by a real
demolish
football
that
team,
which
but cut
belongs
before
to
playing any
And
games.
our Father only asks of us to
No
accomplish
mention of the
spiritual
Buffalo Bills
things
there.
that are
Yeah,
within
I
our
would say that's not
within
facts.
our
I think
power,
that cappuccino
within our spiritual
is a
toolbox.
very heavy
Incredible.
cappuccino.
El Damala, so what's the case? El Damala, the Hadi Kabir al Chasabia. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Ruben gives this to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday.
Why do
And
you
he says,
think?
okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule's to be at tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah of it, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting how you
Shadow banning has been around for a
Fine.
long time.
So Gemara says, so that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why we do this?
It's not the
Besides
wrong
that,
guy.
it's
You know,
totally
he's like
not
the
what
ranks,
interesting.
the
We're doing this
windows,
because you
kids.
can remember, this all happened with Rabbiana with
Did
this
something
cheaper
that pissed off the
transaction.
guys up there
That's
that were like,
happening over
fuck
here
it, let's try to
is
develop
that something
because
that
they
can only be vested in prohibited
Yes,
status when there is a level of transactional use.
let's see.
So now we see that by the Shemitah
Next one
case,
is
and
posted by
ultimately we see it by the Eslam zone and by the Harlot
House
case
of
as well.
Baba takes
That
the
Gemara just gets a little into this
price
Harlot
of the
case.
home.
So by the Moshe, come on, they push us on us. It's very interesting. So let's say, same thing. Ruben gives Raphael, Ruben gives Zona
I just want to see it down
the
for
sheep
so
on
like we can
Tuesday.
get closer
Bia
to.
is scheduled
Somebody
for
suggested we buy the
Wednesday.
studio.
On
I'm thinking
Tuesday,
about it.
she goes in and she's mackish. She consecrates. Now, she didn't offer up the cup, but she's mackish. So what's the status now of the animal? Even the Amar, Amirasul the Bavok, Rasul the Kiman Daki Basmani. So when you say that essentially making something feckish is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to Hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? No. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but the it's gone, the animal's gone. The makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish? Again, because I must say, here the shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time of the dia occurs. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish. Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? So we're saying the Tisha is Rabbi Eliezer. You can answer Rabbi Eliezer. So let's say going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right, you must not Rabbi Eliezer said cut up and hit the bus. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right, she offered it up already by the time the dia occurred. That's why it gave us. So that's why, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About it, Isha so low. But from Rabbi Eliezer statement, it would appear that if she was not fishing, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Eliezer is fake, I mean, why? The truth is, this shaila is not a shaila of Rabbi Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says, "Man, mifshet shitei v'Rabbi Eliezer da'ki basal da'afra ba'ki shasalo da'isim shasbiyah." Does Rabbi Eliezer say that the only time it doesn't seem asla is when the animal was offered up before the bia, and by the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated the animal still in existence at the time of the bia, in which case, the animal is recategorized as an eslan zona. All Dilma, Hikivasa Shitale, Rikishasa Misapre. Maybe obviously she offered it up and it's only going to exist at the time of the bia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an eslan zona. But in case she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, look at what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with eslan zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an eslan zona, as a harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment bia. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed bia, or bia and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an eslan zona. If he deposited the animal with her payment, now the bia doesn't occur until later on. Assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to the bona fide cargo. If she's not dished, she consecrates it. So the animal is still in existence at the end of the bia. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze more. Let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it can be used for consecrated sacrificial purposes. Or mini, the Gemara is the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or mini. The Bryce says that he has relations with the son. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harvest payment, and it's still the awesome. I'm not pissed off. Well, kasha. So most of that country is just important. The rights that we quoted before, past like days, 63 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here, the Gemara says that there's relations even for place of 3 years later. Ultimately, it is still awesome. I'm not pissed off. Kasha. Contradiction. Hada Amar is Baali me, is Baali me, Vitalazah. Hada Amar is Baali me, Vitalazah. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case is another case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, Vitalazah, Kalkama Diyohev Lo'avit Eslan Benefashtakim. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Amar Rabbi Kalazah, my understanding. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. He says, have relations with the Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. It has the status of a public payment as a transaction immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep, it doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals, those part of the sheep are required for possession. Which the Gemara says, no problem with the tiny of the sheep. Okay? So apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the giving of the sheep was only given by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep until acquired. But as someone who's not Jewish, Levi's in another hospital, the only one who's on the soil is not talking about a Jewish harvest. If you don't, they call you B'chatzim. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in their chatzim. In which case, again, ultimately, this is the she acquires. That's in a second. We just play B'chatzim, but the Akikach Masala, how come? Hold on a second. I don't understand. If it's in a chatzim, then she acquires it. In other words, he had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it. Only then, starting in a chatzim, starting acquiring it. What are we talking about?
Because that is a skill.
You notice, in other words, she acquired it before people. So this is actually, this is like the paradigmatic case of Esther because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Bia, if the sheep was standing in her chutzah. So she must look super, the shopping and handy apotiki. Very interesting. Now here's the case. So Reuben comes to the Hawaiian. Here's this. And right here, this sheep is in a potiki. Remember, what is a potiki? A potiki essentially goes down to it. That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations, right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amrullah, he might see not late, she's in the combat and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say in the next 30 days, good. The Iman, and if not, shakle the Esnani. Take this sheep ultimately again as your harlot fine. Not says Lakshish, that's Lakshish sometimes it's supposed to interesting how, again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of this spot. And you're again with Kamara or the Paul. Let's say again, let's say Reuben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying. Now Rashi points out over here, Rashi, either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir artists. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They'll see why this is important in just a moment. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The Eno Choshesh. Okay, so actually before we get to this, so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So let's say now because the Eno Choshesh to do this, Eno Choshesh, he doesn't have to be worried. Sarkila base 63. Lo mishum shlius, lo mishum aras, lo mishum yanis. And what's that? Here's this interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an afin or amir artist, this means when the afin is going to go by yanis, right? Or maybe ultimately again, the artist is going to buy shluta, or my shashim produce, he doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, Fedra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long one, Rashi. The heart, we don't, Reuben is not the one giving them anything. We're just giving them money. Here, this is free to food, this is free to drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving, so therefore, again, no right there. Okay, now contrast are the following. Psalms go base 63b, second line down. The Amalach, sets one. Su be'iflu, vani polea. Su shtu vani polea. He says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at Rashi. The Vani Korea. Have ifu lokeach ha'isur machilo the hashtag of solid connection. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for him. See the difference? If Reuben just says, here's $100, here your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's all. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because he is purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his purpose. What do you see from here? We're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabiana case. Remember, Rabiana, what did they do? they went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce
So when you
and
said,
they
let me ask you
repaid
this.
the poor with
You know, we have
8
flat with
euro
kids and
produce.
they-
Yochanan said,
my
not a
wife
problem
is so
because
good
no
at this stuff. So
transactional
when the
immediacy.
contracts
So
are
listen,
signed,
listen, what do you see now? What do you see from this last case over there? Amo, ki kapara, the Mr. Kapara. So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, pays the bill, so even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, so there is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these the Shemitah produce, the shady produce, the Yayunas, it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Often ki kapara, the Mr. Kapara. So to hear by Rabbi Yonah, when they retain a clear, ultimately again, isn't that all paying for Shemitah produce? Same thing. Which you must take Gemara Fisto, and Shenteni Hamakifo, in the Shtabim. So no, it's different. It's a moving case, right, where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. The Haven, the Arki Rakife, finally near heaven. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, then ultimately there is transaction. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at Rashi just a moment. Finally, it's actually right across the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank because he regularly extends credit. שכבר הכיר בו, שחמוקים שיש לו הדין, or קונים לו לכן זה נתלפה חליפים. So we'll say, so that's it, there is transaction use. Ruben is not just saying stand going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore, it's considered almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and laborers, whatever, and Ruben is going to immediately pay for that. But again, that doesn't apply in this sort of, right? This wasn't like a credit type of situation. Therefore, that piece of time because it lacked transaction elements. Again, using that logic, we're going to send that as well. Same case. So he's been going through a couple of tabs. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. And it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's not lucky, I determined the dinar zeh, if that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case in the myself, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go into the drink, make it two different things. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? So when is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy. And it's as if, again, if everybody already has the money for the prohibited items. About Anthony Shimon, but shopkeeper who does not extend. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be paused. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and make two pieces that are the same, one and to highlight two dramatic cases. Which was the old company Sheima Kipo Milo Mishabit. In other words, that's good. Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to the company? Homer the Chavero. The person says to his friend, Cain Monoloponi, Vitu Koma Fosse La. So what happens? So like Ruben goes, right, I go with you. So Ruben, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will come to you. What's that? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. You might say, so what do you see today? Now, again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see today? When you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to apply like them in there. You're right.
Brian wants videos of like
whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit, doesn't
we think
receive
these red chairs will protect us.
You must go shashim aף אגב דמשדרי, כיוון דלא מיחד שיבודי לא מסה. So what's the difference? So look at Rashi. Rashi says, כיוון דלא מיחד שיבודי, look at Rashi, third line line, Rashi's on the bottom. כיוון דלא שיבודי, שלא ייחד לו מיד מעוז לכך, לאו חליפה ממנו ולא מסה. Since Reuben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money have been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. So, Yichel and Maos, the path, lot, Khalif, and Minu, below Mitzvah. Sorry, the Gemara says, Elahacha, and my confusion. So, if that's the case, ultimately, again, so what do we consider that? We shouldn't shvius. So, the Gemara says, Ha, no, it should be Ha. So ultimately, again, he says the Gemara, ultimately, again, what do you have to be concerned about over here? Elahacha, my quotation, we should shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha and I saw that perhaps, again, shvius, ultimately, again, same thing. Halacha and I saw, because no particular money is designated in advance, does not create transactional needs. You don't shvius in the order. What's the case? The case over here is where the Malachi is advanced the money. Okay, so this changes everything. Rashi, Shekilo, Malachi is dinar lefemini, Chodem shesharach etzlo. Yahashtam the Malachi is ta'afi b'yisodei. Okay, so this changes everything. So now the case over here, ultimately, again, when the Brisa says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the cheder, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibitive things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibitive items. I'm not going to. I'm used to the shneker. I mean, that's really not that. So the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all in the same realm of transactional needs. Right? That's weird. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm missing the shneker to leave us moving out. I said this over in front of the bit of marriage. And what Amalei, he's working on the place the price is shouldn't be even says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay you to some of theirs and pay. Rather, what should it say? You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case over here is that we didn't prepay. Right? So we left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Which means, oh no, you're right. So you're right, Johnny. I'm sorry, I'm already turning ultimately, again, halacha l'maaseh, so you're right, change the prices, leave the prices, just like get my life together. That halacha l'maaseh, who then says to me, so case, remember, essentially there are two cases in Bryce. Case number one is the Reuben gives his workers $100. So Scott go out and eat, go out and drink, that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not case two, the way the Muslim thing now, is that halacha l'maaseh, Reuben prepaid he went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's the problematic. That's the concern. If they have access now to prohibited items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying the prohibited items. The way that prices should read is, Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what we're going to do. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. Go yeah, everyone.
Is that as a facet to hide the fact that he already decided to move to Texas first, but was too scared to admit it before Brian? Facts or savage? Sounds about right. Okay, sounds dead on. Flynn just announced that he isn't moving to Texas, but even though Flynn is a
Good morning. It is a great satisfaction to be able to learn all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Here to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Shpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a support for the Soros Tovos for all of Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habalin Latova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Roses White, and Stanley Roses White is from the Bracha. Sponsors, Dr. Eddie K. Wolf, information of the yard site, contact Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Kover, Baruch, Mordechai, and Moreno, and Nasa, is from the Bracha. As always, we dedicate our learning to the precious contribution to the 12th and message and bring them home. Shalom and the Torah of America, the source of the give them success and follow a massive day. Also, the daf is speaking. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Samach Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Samach facing base 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: Today Rabbi Yana, Yas Hikei Shvius Nami, to Karlu B'Shvius. So very interesting piece over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8th-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says that it's very interesting. Yas Hikei Shvius called this Manabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi Yana, they borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. Rashi goes, and the part of the Sheminis, the Shtaf of the Afi Aniyim Sheminis after the earth, and you get a Sheminis. So and again is on year number 8. On year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yana's house will repay the Aniyim. Ultimately, again, with the produce 8-year produce. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, you obviously know it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Net done. Now, saying that interestingly enough, look at Rashi. You also have a couple of Rashis. You also know Rabbi Yochanan said the members of the house of Rabbi Yana are acting totally fine. Rashi says the keeping that in Shetta, lo havu hanaf ba'en, lo ichnufe hani ba'ani, lav chalit benyenu, lo chayel kedusha shviyasavah. So we saw yesterday's daf already. When we get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity is on the previously permitted item. So, for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah percentage, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea over here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8th-year produce. This is still very interesting. And this is to connect them to Esna and Mutter. And interestingly enough, a similar case will come up with Esna and Zona. Esna and Zona is the person goes to a Zona, and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he pays her money, but he gives her an object. That object is called an Esna and Zona, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanyo, the Gemara says, the corresponding piece passing on the Sanyo says, Raisa says, Nosal Marvel Abada. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel is his own. Like Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again, he gives her this, and he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. Nothing of Allah, if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon white sheep. Even though Allah, he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift. There's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, the Sue, pretty much the same case, but he had relations with her, he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, they didn't pay her anything. My estimate if he didn't pay her, what's the meaning of the statement in Rice that says that Halacha is the estimate is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. Which the Gemara says, hello, Hachikama. That's what it means to say. Nasala, the Achakak Bala. If he gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me say this outside. Since we weren't going to say like this, when does someone become an Esnan, and Esnan is going to harvest payment? When there's transactional immediacy. These are relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an Esnan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of Esnan Zona. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So most eloquent. Nosala, if you gave her the sheep, the Achakak Ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the Achakak Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. Because of today and has relations with her in 3 hours or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Oh, Bala, the Achakak Nasala, or for that matter, if he has relations with her and then he has to face her. Esnana in both of these cases, ultimately, again, the Esnana is going to be mutter. However, Nasala, the Achakak Nasala. Therefore, what I'm going to say is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an Esnana, once the transaction is immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheep, the payment, has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now, again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Rabiana, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and we pay it ultimately again in the safety of produce. People came to the Okana because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little bit strange, this transacting business with Shemitah produce. So the Okana said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because no transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment, ultimately again for the 7th year produce, the Shemitah produce, and after the 8th year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this Esnana case. Nasalon Achakak Ba'ala. So again, let's go through this, right? That's what he goes ahead and case. Say, no, you guys use that one. Get your sheep. I'm just using a sheep because it's the easiest example of ultimately making sacrifice. Right? So you get your sheep, right? And then let's say you get your sheep on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday he has relations. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not permitted for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional use. I understand. But when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He has a sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her, talk about something, Lechol Allah is certainly not fair. Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives it the sheep, it can't be labeled as Esnan Zona. So we have relations with her. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should develop upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Esnan Zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says, it's very interesting, what's the case? He should come out the Hikri Vasa. This is very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relationship didn't happen until Wednesday. So you were saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. I will say, you must say to yourself, she's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. Listen, it's important to make this many times. It was important to say
You just hear a dog. That helps you actually. It's whatever it is.
Certain respects, you know, I'm accepted, and certain respects, I'm not sure. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly.
You just hear a dog howling at sagebrush.
The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, off Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well, and that I'm righteous in. Yiddishkeit is not all or nothing. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel like a fake because here, you know, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It's a little contradictory, but welcome to nature of human condition. We're all living hypocrisy, we're all living contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it's important for us not to do for ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, she also brings problems. You know what? I guarantee you. Those carbonos are they asking for us to it's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions and struggles more than our control. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the carbonos, but by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. If you tell me, what's the case? If he said to the zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today, right? Then halacha is she could the sharila, right? The halasa b'shaspia umatana ba'amadu. So then obviously it's multiple, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an eslan on Tuesday because they didn't have relations, right? So essentially he gave her a gift. And she has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the left in the action is not in the current. This is very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a friend, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? He gives it to us, he gives it on Tuesday. Okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be how he set it up as a car. After all, based on what says, a person will consecrate his home. His home. This is talking about the valuation. Right? So we'll go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not one of my days of it yourself, just like your home, you own it. I'm probably sure so to the one you consecrate, whether it's consecrated or whether it's offered up. Is something that she owns. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could she offer it up as a car? You know, you can only be makdish something that is yours. Which means, in the realm of personal growth, HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what we're able to do. You know, sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's something that we have people who aspire to do that. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else even though this person's equals over abilities? The Ribono Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that HaKadosh Baruch Hu only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. El Damala, so what's the case? El Damala, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so we're going to give to the owner the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled for beer tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting, and I just use that. Fine. So Gemara says this. So everyone says that's the zoning. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's totally not going to be interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Radyana, which is Shiva transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something that can only be invested with a limited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon zone, by the Chronic community case as well. That emerges gets over into the Chronic community case. So by the way, I'm not making shot so much. It's very interesting. So let's say, same thing. You can give Reuven and Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not the sheep. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up to the Prophet. And she's not the sheep. So what's the status now of the animal? Numbers. We've got Mamar, and the rest of the Gabal from Russell. The man got the Russell. She couldn't say that essentially, making something technical is the equivalent of offering it. In other words, literally, the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a rich is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being mastership verbal is the equivalent of offering it? Oh, you're not custom, you're not trying to be sitting. Is offering it up, but the makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is makdish? Again, because let's say you heard the shayla is in the case that she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the dia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish. Wednesday, the dia occurs, and ultimately, at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now, the shayla is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? You must have the picture of the Eliezer. Those are the laws. So let's say, going back to the Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right, you might say, so remember again, the way that the Eliezer understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right, she offered it up already by the time of the church. God's got it so God's got, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about it? So low. And so the Eliezer statement here that if she is not fishing, the animal is still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be holding its runs up hold up. Unless the Gemara says no. The Eliezer is fake to me by it. She is this shayla is not a shayla of Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says no. Mixture she did really Eliezer that we lost like Dasha about the Shasam low, but he said Shasam. Because the Eliezer says the only time it doesn't become an Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the dia. Because by the time the dia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just in Makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the dia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. Oh, Grandma, if he lost a shitale, we shust in the sat. And then, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's no longer in existence at the time of the dia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam Zona. But in case she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says taken. We're really not sure. So interesting enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so we're trying lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslam Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslam Zona, it must be transactional, which means payment
How do you
via.
do the stuff that
If
Jen
that
leaves
order
in
is
his
not
power?
followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an S9 zone. If he deposited an animal with the payment, now,
Everything you see
and the
in
deal
while
doesn't
you're
occur
here
until
also.
later on, assuming she has rights on that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up as a bona fide cargo. If she's not dished, consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the via, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the case, that's the animal. Okay, let's analyze that. So we're going to look at the second piece of the video. Let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. And say it's mutter, it is used for consecrated sacrificial purposes. Or immediately marries the kasha. I don't understand this. The mother says, immediately. Ba'ala bi'akakah nasallah, even ashalo shonin esnana asa. So the Bryce says if he has relations with his son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late, like 3 years later, it's still called the heartless payment, and it's still the usher. I'm not going to stop, I'm not just stop, look after. So listen, that comes to different questions. Bryce that we quoted before, last time, very 62b said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, it's no transaction release. Here the Gemara says if there's relations, even if this is for 2 years later, ultimately it is still usher. I'm not going to stop, I'm not just going to kasha. It's not a contradiction. Had the Omar is Ba'ali me, it's Ba'ali me, to tell us, yeah? Had the Omar is Ba'ali me, to tell us that. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case, we're talking about a case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, they tell us that. So come at the Yohev Lochavid Eslan and Yehashtakim. So ultimately, again, the nurse is when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transaction or immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. The only love to tell us that my understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now we go further to Roxanne. He says, have relations with his uncle Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, it has the status of a harvest payment because this transaction needs. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, the sheep fall. I'm going to tell us that my hobby in the customer sheep fall. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep, or require taking possession. Which the Gemara says, the zone, I've always called them the tongue of the okay? So part of it is actually interesting. And ultimately, the thing of the sheep is only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't mean the sheep like for process. But it's not is not Jewish. You guys, another possibility is the old number is only Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. If you go, the coin has said, oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately, this is the chutzah she requires. That's one second. You could play the chaseda, but the African muscle now, how come that? I don't understand. If it's in her chutzah, then she requires this. In order to get relations with her, and then ultimately, again, denigrated, only denigrated. It's already in her chutzah, she already acquired it. What are we talking about? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before people. So this is like the paradigmatic case of estimation. Because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Biyah, if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. Which the Gemara spoke about, the shocking and the handy outputs. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Reuben comes to Raphael and here's this sheep is an output. And then we're going to say, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there's non-payment. The Amallah, you might see how it is using the time that you're playing with us. And he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. Do you not? And if not, shortly the estimate. Take this sheep ultimately again as your public fine. massive frustration said that this person needs some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of this. Watch this. Let's say again, let's say you think employees, donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paying. The way ultimately again, he's paying. Now Rashi plays out over here. Rashi, these workers are non-Jews, or they're Amir artists. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They have slightly more. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The aim of Oshin Shakir, so actually before this. So he goes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, you do that. If any other supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving to here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and. So what's it? Now the Eno Oshin to do this. Eno Oshin, he doesn't have to be worried. Sounds you know they 60 baby. Roman Shlias and Roman Shmachmas, Roman Shmachmas. And what's that? Here's the right? What's the concern here, right? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akim, or on their heart, yes, we can say the akim is going to go by that, yes, right? Or maybe ultimately again, the Amaretz is going to buy shluta or Meiser Shigit, at least, he doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money, and he's saying, Trevor, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi's Romi Shumat Meiser, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long line. The heart, those Sakiru, we don't, you think it's not the one giving them right? Who is giving them heart? It's Chabra, here, this is for the food, this is for the food. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now, that's how we follow it. Sound of no, they 63, second line. The Amalak said to them, Su the Iflu, Bani Kolera, Su Bani Kolera. He says to the workers, like drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Like the two running comments, but instead of having the Hashem solid national the issue over here is because he's in the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for us. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's if he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. What do you see from here? So what you see from here is that we're now going there and circling back to the Rabbiana case, right? We're going back from there ultimately again to the Rabbiana case. Remember, Rabbiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they repaid before with your goods. What said, not a problem because no transaction immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over there? So what do you see from there? That when Ruben pays the bill, right? Pays the bill, even though again he's paying after the consumption order takes place, a loss on the is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these shoot the produce, change the produce to it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, often money, he can't borrow the need, so can't borrow. So to the about it, and maybe paying a year, ultimately again, isn't that ultimately the produce? Okay, which is next to take them out of this stuff, they can't then have a people in the staff. So let's take it from the moving case, right? If he's going ahead telling the workers, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to gegeven de originele activiteit finally being ultimately because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately there is a transaction. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Finally being that is actually 90% and getting some of that. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank. He regularly extends credit. שתהליך יבוא, שכמוך שיש נוהגים are coming to understand that he'll feel Khalifin. So let's say that's a business transaction. Ruben is dealing, in other words, Ruben is not just saying stop going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore specifically almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give banking drivers
live in the same house.
and then he's going to immediately say, לא רק לא לבנות, אבל אחר כך בלעדיי, כיוון דהלך אני, ומוסי heavy, ואז לכן אני אראה לו, again, that doesn't apply to this, so therefore that case is fine because it's not transactional.
If he
Unless
leaves,
others,
who's gonna watch
then
over
we're
the
saying
children?
but again, using that logic, assuming with the send out as well, same case, though you can go to your not pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him, and it sounds like what? Mutter, but that should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, I determine if that's the case, then set the vice up differently. Instead of making the first case in the vice up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat for a drink, make it two different things. What should we do cases be? The Gemara said, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenvanim HaMasipo, in the Shtabedler. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his wife, go out and go eat a drink and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money for each of the related items. About companies, people, but shopkeepers do not extend credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be called. In other words, better for the grace to go ahead and the two cases that are the same, but one detail different, and the other two dramatic cases. This was for old companies, people need on the even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, if the purchaser lacks more obligated to any bummer of it. Homer the Fahera. The person says to his friend, what is that to his friend? Hey, one of the phone, the from the first six love. What happens, right? Ruben goes, right, I go with Ruben. So Ruben, do me a favor, let me, right, give him money to Shimon, give money to Shimon, and all of my property will be coming from 13. What's that for? Clearly, ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Gemara says, so what do you see here? Now, again, that's even assuming that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. What do you see from there? When you ask someone, what is something somewhere else? And ultimately, again, your guarantee is that it's complex and transactional immediacy. Seeks to come right from there. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit, doesn't seem to make a difference. You must worship him. Afagav the Mishabele, Keben the low Miyaki Shigude low Miss. The Gemara says, so what's the difference? Look at Rashi. Rashi says, Keben the low Miyaki Shigude, which is Rashi's third wide one. Shigude. So when you say low Miyaki Mo's the Kach, Rav Khalifa meaning the low Miss. Since Ruben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money had been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be worth it. It should be worth it. So, Yichel and Mos, the past, Lach, Alikaninu, the low mitzvah. I'm sorry, the Gemara says, so if that's the case, ultimately, again, so what do you need to consider that? You shouldn't shitty. So the Gemara says, So
cats
ultimately,
out
again,
there
it's like,
fucking talking shit right in your comments and your homeless profiles.
ultimately, again, what do I have to be concerned about? And I'll talk my frustration. You should see this. What do you have to be concerned about over here? Because I love when I saw that perhaps, again, she was a police, versus how long she would it, how long she would it, ultimately, again, it's the same thing. I love when I saw because no particular money has been designated or banned because that's the I thought you're going to hit the more deal. What's the case? The case over here is where the Halacha is advance the money to the country. Okay, so this changes everything. Rashi, Shekilo, Halacha is Dina Refugee, Kodem Shishalach Etzlo. The Hashtam, the Halacha is Abdi Inside. This changes everything. So in the case of the year, ultimately, again, the Rashi says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat or drink, whatever you want on me. The case is already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for it. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. I'm not gonna. I'm used to restricted, so maybe that's really not. So the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all in the same realm of transactional news. Like that's what's happening. So the Gemara says, I'm not I'm used to the Shmaitik Hamid Rav. So I said this over in front of the Rav Siddiq Hasinah. And what happens? I'm not ready. He huffed you at the place so you should see by any way if that's the case. The price shouldn't be that we may say to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay Mr. Selleck as a pay. Rather, what should it say? You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying out a case over here who they prepay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper. Then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? I'm going to be right. So you're right. Tani, I'm going to ultimately, again, a lot of them say to be right, change the price of the price a lot of them say you didn't say so please remember, essentially there are two cases in price. Case number one is where Ruben gives his levels $100. So whoever go out and eat, start with drink, that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not fun. Case two, the way the mother is turning around, is that a lot of them say Ruben prepaid the engine. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. My workers going to come in and buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now you realize that that's the problem. That's the concern. If you have access now to food items, then it's as if Ruben is going ahead and supplying you with the way that prices should be is Ruben says to his workers, so go out and drink. ואני מחשש, I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's how we're going to do it. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach, everyone.
He definitely does hit you with the my man's, my guy. Fake, dude. That's why I don't like that. I don't like that Kendrick is just like he's a pedophile, and it's like.
This morning is a great satisfaction to be able to learn review. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Comic Con sponsor, Tosim Shvacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all these women drushes this year. As a support for the Soros Publis for all of Yisrael. Our Comic Con sponsors for the month of Ad, Habarim Lotova, Stephen Lundy Grazing, honor of Israel Grazing, Dina Grazing, Eileen Roses' wife, and Stanley Roses' wife from the Brooklyn. We have learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, the creation of the yard site, Dr. Wolf's father, Silas Wolf, Shalom, Ben Svi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Harlow, memory of their father, Ben Abba, Robert Boris Mordecai, and Maria of Russian stories. We dedicate our learning in the system of Jesus Christ, both the next and the home, Shalom and the Karl and the Miracle of his souls, give them success, the whole of the season. Listening back to us, we're excited about ahead of us today. Today's down is Sunday, 62. And we're actually up on South Facing Base 62B. Today, Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 12 lines up from the bottom. The Gemara says as follows: Today, Rabbi Yanai, Yas Ike Shvius Manim, who called him the Shvius. So very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yanai would do as follows: they would borrow Shvius produce from the poor, and then repay them with paid-year produce, non-Shvius produce from the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here very interesting. Yas Ike Shvius called this man a beer. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shvius technicalities of it, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this does once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea of it is, so the people of the house of Rabbi, they borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. Rashi goes on, part of the Shemitah, the staff of the offering Aniyim Shemitah after a year, and the Peter Shemitah. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi's house repaid the Aniyim. Ultimately, again, with new produce, 8-year produce. So they came and they said, so people mentioned about this right now. There's something about it, obviously, that bothers people to some degree. So they said something to the Yochanan. I'm going to go. The Yochanan said, yeah, I'm seeing out there perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Why? Yet, no, that was interestingly enough, look at that. See, y'all seen up inside. See a couple of actions. Y'all seen up in there. The Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Yanais are acting totally fine. Rashi says, even that he shut up, no public cannot end. So if you say, Hani Bahani, love Hani Beninu, or the Hani to do just this, and I see it again. He's saying yesterday that already, we get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item. So sometimes that forbidden item can be caught upon the previously committed item. So for example, the concern over here is, this looks like one of the matters, this was the produce, and even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem, why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year, and only being quote-unquote retained during the age, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition falls upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, you're going to walk on myself, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not develop upon the 8-year produce. This is very interesting. And this is to connect them to S9. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with S9 zone. S9 zone is a person goes to a zone, and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he pays her money, and he gives her an object. That object is called an S9 zone, a penny for a holiday, and cannot be used for any type of sacrifice. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign, y'all. You know, this is the first time these guys know what's the sign is this. Bryce says, no some level of bother. Let's say Ruben goes to Rahel zone. Like Ruben goes to Rahel, and ultimately again he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or well, they have no law. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Es nana nukah. So how is payment ultimately is nukah to sacrificial use? Obviously, it doesn't make sense. Nothing of the law. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a land, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course he's going to be charged by one God, sheep, but even though Allah must have other people, you have relations with her. So if you have relations with her, then ultimately again, the land is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, we see, putting on the second case, shot the line of Allah, so if you have relations with her, you don't pay anything, no young law, no need. Ultimately, you pay anything. If you didn't pay anything, if you don't know less Allah, my estimate, you look at. If you didn't pay anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the that says that Allah recognizes the estimate is looked at? Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Allah, God, this is what we need to say. No salah, the Atakah. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, this what we can take is outside. Since we don't say like this, when does something become an estimate? Right? That's something a part of it. When there's transactional immediacy. These are relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, That's when it's an essence.
I was there.
If there is a lack of transactional
Alrighty, this next one's
immediacy,
posted
then
by
the payment does
Haphazard
not
Podcast
take
Cringe,
on the
Brendan
status
Schaub,
of
request by
SNM.
calendar
So
followers. He's
what
like,
that means
keep that
practically
This is the
is that
episode
it
I
can
referenced
be
earlier.
used ultimately again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or
This next one's
temporal
posted by
use. So
Complacent
watch this.
Exhausted.
Most eloquent.
Collins
No
enthusiasm for
solo.
keeping the show
Give it a
going.
sheet.
When he done
The
it, he had a much
Africa
better
ball.
paying new
Now
gig
what does it
versus
mean, the
now.
Africa ball?
Let's see.
Rashi says, Asha, Ella, the Afazma. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do we go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some more common sense here. Even today, we have relations with 3 hours tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. But Africa, so that's not a movie. Obama, the Africa Muslim, or for that matter, he has relations with us. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, that's not however, Nasala, the Africa, so therefore, also, what we want to say is this time, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an excellent zone, once the transaction release, in other words, payment relations, then the time the sheet for payment has the status ultimately identified from this case. Now again, remember, keep track of what's going on here. Remember, the household of Organa, they would follow sheet the police from the floor, and pay it ultimately again to the payments. Keep it to the Organa because they felt, I don't know, we should have a little stream. So the Organa said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment, ultimately again for the 7th year produce, the produce, and then for the 8th year produce for the produce. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this question, please. Not somehow the Achak Bar. So again, let's go, right? Let's go ahead and face it. Okay, we're going to use that one. Get your sheet. I'm just using the sheet because it's the easiest example. Right? You can use your sheet. Right? And then let's say get your sheet on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, we have to wait. So again, based on what we just done before, that sheet does not have the status of a harvest period, and therefore is not forbidden for prosecuting something else. Right? Because it lacks transaction immediacy. Unless I understand. If he bought but when he does have an issue, let's say on Wednesday, right? He has a sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why do you say that when he does have relations with the top of something, Lechol Allah is right? Obviously, okay, I understand. But he gives it the sheep, can't be labeled as but when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate zone already on Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting to know what's the case. So she comes up and this is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. Gemara says, well, when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as the carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a fake. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. Listen, it's important to be more cosmetic times. So it's important to understand we all live in consistencies. And we all live in competitive transactions. And in certain respects, in certain respects, I'm a Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. And here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are Hashem. Don't take away from the things that I do well, that I'm righteous. You just can't just let all of them. You could be righteous in some areas, and more we don't talk about that. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical, or some reason feel like fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is contradictory. But welcome to nature of human beings. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. And it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings kavanos. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanos are a reach mikolach to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows how to make it struggles more than and when you still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants, but the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. What's the case? If you said to the Zona, this for the lamb on Tuesday, and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, Allah says, she could just shut it up. Right? The Ha'ulasa, the Shaspira, Umatana, Ba'amu, so then obviously it's mutter for, right? Because she has the title to it. It can't be categorized as an Esron on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, gave her a gift. And she has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the Lakanit in the Aksha is enough in the Karma. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, and if he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say that, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean to say? He gives it to us, he gives it on Tuesday, and we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be a problem. How could you not have a problem? The Yacht is based on public coming up mind. So it says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an Arab evaluation. Right, will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not based on this issue, so just like your home, you own it. After this issue, so to be only used to consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I can suffer at the time. It's by here. Tremendous evilness consecrate. You know, you can only do not reach something that is yours. Which means, in the realm of personal growth, when we ask us what we're able to do, we're sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who inspire to do that. But a lot of times we tend to compare ourselves to others and become frustrated when we don't measure up. But because we can measure up to someone else, we don't know if this person's focused on their abilities. The ownership only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Prophet only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory of all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic qualities. Only do not wish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual capacity. And the what's the case? And the this is very interesting. He says to her, right, so we're going to give to the Zohar the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule to be here tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. He needs to finish, but if you need the sheep for some reason, because there's something coming up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a card, whether you need to know whatever it is. And then Gemara says, come out, shut down, give you the right to acquire it. Fine. So Gemara says, so everyone's going to ask the Zohar. Now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides the fact that it's part of the We're doing this because you remember this all happened with Raviana with this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be justified with limited status when you're the level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmond going by the Harlot payment case as well. That emerges gets a little into this Harlot payment case. So by the way, come on, make you shut on that. So let's say, so the same thing. Even with Ruffle losing its zone the shoot on Tuesday, the Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not fishing. She concentrates on it. She didn't offer up the cover, but she's not fishing. So what's the status now of the money? Even though Ramar and the rest of the Gavov and the Sulasol have she managed to bust it. She didn't say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and makdishing verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it out is offering it out, but being makdish is going again with God. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdishing? Again, because here the shine is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the deal occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't become an Esmond Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time of the deal occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdishing. Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Esmond Zona or not? So the Tishon is very Eliezer. You can answer the Eliezer, or the so let's say going back to the Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? You must remember the Eliezer, Shekadma Behitri Basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Esmond Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time the deal occurred. That's the Hikri Basa. So that's because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about if she shut so low? But from the Eliezer statement, it would appear that if she was not fishing, if the animal was still in existence at the time that the deal occurred, perhaps the animal would not be called an Esmond Zona. Unless the Gemara says, no, what the Eliezer is fake on the truth is, this shaila is not a shaila of the Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifshak Shudei Rabbi Eliezer, Yakivasa, Dafka, Bakisha, Solo, but Usim Shasvia. So Rabbi Eliezer said that the only time it doesn't become an Esmond is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. And at that time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, we should have just makdish, consecrated. If the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, Halacha L'Maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Esmond Zona. Also, Vikivasa Shitale, Vikishasa Misakha. I mean, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's falling in the Bia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Esmond Zona, but in the case she just consecrated it, we're not sure. This is the says taken. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, on this side, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson on the way. We're not finished with Esmond Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Esmond Zona, it's part of the payment, it must be transactional immediately, which means payment deal. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed Bia, or Bia and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an Esmond Zona. If she deposited an animal with her payment, now, and the Bia doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to bona fide carva. If she's not dished, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze more. Let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it's used for contraceptive purposes. Or meaning, where is the cash? I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or meaning, so the Bryce says the woman has relations with his own, and then he pays her even 3 years later. 3 years, they simply don't pay all of the bills late. Right, so you pay so late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harvest payment, and it's still the awesome. And I'm not gonna stop, I'm not pissed off, not happy. So listen, that has to say just important. So right, so we say the call us on paying the 60 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, there's no transactional use. Here the Gemara says that there's relations who would course of 3 years later, ultimately it is for us, I'm not gonna stop, I'm not this one, on the Amar is Ba'ali me, it's Ba'ali me, they tell us, yeah? On the Amar is Ba'ali me, they tell us stuff. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case, another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, they tell us that. So ultimately, again, the verse when he identifies the sheep is as if there's transactional use. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transactional use. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. I'm going to tell us that my hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday, moving over to the he says, have relations with this Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, oh, it has a status of a house payment as a transaction use. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? Gemara says, you should follow. So I'm going to tell us that having the custom sheep follow. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep or requires a possession, which the Gemara should be shown. I've always got problems with kind of the sheep. Okay? So kind of is actually interesting. And ultimately, the din of the sheep is only made by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep or to apply. Zona is not Jewish. We guys know about this. We all run the Zona Israelis, so it's talking about his Israelis. If you don't, they call you the Chatzin. Oh, interesting, you have the sheep standing in her process. Which is, again, ultimately there's the process she requires. That's in a second. Either Chai Bechatzin, Bara, the Achak Nasala, Hakam, one second. I don't understand. If it's in her process, then she requires it. In order to get a relationship with her, and then ultimately, again, danger is when you get it. It's already in her process, it's already required. What are you talking about? In other words, she acquired it before. So this is like the kind of dramatic case as an example, because she's acquiring the sheep even before the deal, if the sheep is standing in her process. Which the most like the shocking and the handy very interesting. Now, here's the case. So when it comes to the halal, right? Here, this sheep is in a quantity. Remember again, what is a quantity? A quantity essentially is a design to it. That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, my sina lech is using the Kanak Yom Tov. Look up. He says to her, if I pay you, let's say for the next 30 days, good. The Iman, and if not, Shakli the Aslan. Take this sheep ultimately again as your heart with us. Fine. Not so much especially interesting how, again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence let's say again, let's say using employees, transport drivers and workers. The way ultimately again, between them, Rashi points out that here, Rashi, these workers are non-Jews, or they're Amir artists, which is and he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The Enoch Oshesh, okay, so actually before we get to this. So he goes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them, here, right, here's money, go and drink, go and eat. So let's say, now the houses. The Enoch Oshesh, you do this. Enoch Oshesh, you don't have to be worried. Something on page 63. לא משום שביס ולא משום המייס ולא משום יאי למס. Now let's say, here's just imagine right? What's the history here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Akum or Amir Haaretz, he has to be concerned with the Akum to go back there. Yes. Right? Or maybe ultimately again, the Amir Haaretz is going to buy Shika produce or Meister Sheen produce. He doesn't have to be concerned. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, Fedra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on them. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Romishim Meiser, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the wrong ones of Rashi. The heart, those such we don't Ruben is not the one giving it. Ruben is giving them money. It's covered here, this is free to food, this is free to drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruben. It's not on Ruben, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now, contracts are the penalties. Sabbath law, they 63, these second line law. In Amalak, sex them, sue the Ifru, Zani Porea, sue Shubani Porea. He says to the workers, like the drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is the problem. Then we have a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at that. She's in the bottom color. Habihu Lokea Isu Makilo, the Hashtal solid naturally like the issue of the kid because he's doing the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these limited items for his business. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these potentially limited items for his business. That's fine. Almost. I was saying, what do you see here? So the seeking is that Allah for the nice side, not going to this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabianic case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabianic case. Remember, the Rabianic, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shmita produce and they repaid the poor with 8 euros. So what said, not a problem, because no transaction immediacy. So what do you see? Now, what do you see from this last piece over there? Almost, keep kapara to make this your kapara. So what do you see from there? That when Ruben pays the bill, right, pays the bill, so even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, a local amount of this transaction immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shmita produce, shaving produce, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, of the Nami, he kapara, the name is a kapara. So to the by Rabiana, and maybe paying this year, ultimately, again, isn't that Shmita produce? Same thing. Which you must have taken Gemara fiscal, they tend to people in the Chicago. You know, it's different. In the Ruben case, right, if he's going ahead and telling the workers, go drink up, pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to even the ugly lack if they clearly do it. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately there is transaction that's happening right here. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Clearly doing that. It's actually right across the and then summer house. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get regularly extends credit. שכבר הכירו, שכמוכם שיש נולדים ארכנו לכם ונפתח חליפים. So we'll say, so that's it, there is transaction needs. Ruben is not just saying stand where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, he'll tell you it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give the donkey drivers and
alrighty, well, this next one is
Ruben's going to immediately pay for this. They'll tell you even the other family, we used to be not 10 years old people. But again, that doesn't apply to this. So like, it's wasn't like a therefore, that piece is trying to send it back transactional items.
Is this the end
And
of
Marcy,
it? Again, welcome to
can
my
be shame back to
last
you.
episode.
But again, using that
So
logic,
I
we're going
think
to
they're
send out
planning on
a
moving
work
in
in
May because he's
case go
coaching
can
football.
go during back to
Oh,
fucking time. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit. Then it sounds like what? What's up? Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, healthy, I determined if with the dinar zeh, the dinar zeh. If that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case of the price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat or drink, make it two different things. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said that time we're in. When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenbani Hamakipo, the Nishtabit way. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the Chenbani already has the money to pick up limited items. About Chenbani Sheinama people, but shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be called. In other words, but if it is righteous to go ahead and make two cases that are the same, but one detail different, then to highlight two dramatically different cases. First, the rest of the old. Chenbani Sheinama people, what does that show? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to move Homer the Kamera. Versus goes to his friend. Versus goes to his friend. King Manalaponi, the Mukon Chase Lach. So what happens? Like Ruben goes, right, I go with you. Say, Ruben, do me a favor. Lend, right, give him money. Give him money. And all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that? Ultimately, I think my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Marshal said, what is he doing? Now, again, that's even assuming that we really have no previous relationship. What do you see from that? When you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, your guarantee that encumbrance of transaction immediacy cease to occur right more. Right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't receive any. You must Rosh Hashanah. Afagav the Shabbat, even below Miyakit Shibude Lo Nissa. So what's the difference? Look at Rashi. Rashi says, even though Miyakit Shibude, look at Rashi, pure wine law in Rashi's Nevada. He'll not Shibude. So the Michel Lo Miyakit Lo is the fact. Love Kali from the below Nissa. Since moving the not go ahead, it's actually set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional use. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be worth it. Should be much. So you can the most the fact left a little minute below mitzvah. Sorry. The Gemara says Alahaka on my translation. So that's the first ultimately again. So what do we need to be concerned with that? So the Gemara says, "Oh, no, we have which is the So ultimately again, he says ultimately again, what do I have to be concerned about? Alahaka, my translation. What do you have to be concerned about over here? Allah myself that perhaps again Shluka Produce, ultimately again the same thing. Allah myself because no particular money is designated for that. Just like what's the case? The case over here is where the halacha is advanced the money to the hand. Some people say told them to show us at small. The husband of Alabayis this changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately again, when Rashi says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink whatever you want, it's on me. The case is already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. Look, I know. Amisa l'shmeitin, I made it up, I didn't mean that, right? So the Gemara says as follows. So Rav Kana said as follows. So we'll say, so again, all of this is all the same way of transactional needs. Like that's cool. So the Gemara says, I'm Rav Papa, I'm sorry, I'm Rav Kana, Amisa l'shmeitin, I made it up, so Rav Kana said, I said this over, in front of the Siddur of Nardo. And what happened? Amarle, the Hachi had the price shouldn't be that he says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay you to sell it, he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case of here, who made prepay. Right? So when you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? No, you're right. So you're right. Tani, ultimately, again, halacha lemaisa is you like change the license to read the verse to do the following way. That halacha lemaisa, who may say so please remember, essentially there are two cases in the verse. Case number one is that Reuben gives his brothers $100. So Shepard go out to meet us and drink on me. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on you. Case two, the way you guys understand it now, is that halacha lemaisa, Reuben prepaid the He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's not the concern. The concern is that access now to the food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying them with prohibited items. The way that price should read is, Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, and then I will settle up.
Great house that is an HVAC technician. The heat is on you every day.
Okay, we'll stop over here for today. Oh yeah, everyone, what is that? Wishing everyone a wonderful day. We'll say good morning. It is a graceful fortune to be able to learn with all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tulsa Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a zechus for the Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habalin Lotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig from the Bracha. Week of learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, operation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chaver Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno, Nasa, and of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in the Swiss of our precious hostages, and the Shpar, the Mefesh, bring them home, the Shalom and the Karach and the merit for all who soldiers make the work, give them success and Chol Amasi. And also with that, let us begin. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Samach Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Samach Beis and Beis 62b, the Bay Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: the Bay Rabbi Yana, Yasvi Perishlias Naniyim, Uparlahu B'Shmimis. So a very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana, what they would do is as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says something very interesting. Yasi Perishlias Kodins Malabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities over here, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi Yanai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on, Parlu b'Shminis, Ishtachach ta'achli Aniyim b'Shminis achar adir chaliti perishlias. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yanai's household would repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with new produce, 8th year produce. So the Gemara says, Asu Amrali Rabbi Yochanan. So they came and they said, so some people mentioned this practice Rabbi Yochanan. There was something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, Yalusin often, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? You connect done. Now, I'll say that, interestingly enough, look at Rashi, Yalusin often starts to a couple of Rashis. Yalusin often, there, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of Rabbi Yanais are acting totally fine. Rashi says, "Chivim dahi shaita lo havu hanach be'en lo ichlufe hani bahani lav chalipe ninu lo chayle kedusha shvei salas." Remember again, we saw in yesterday's daf already. When you get into an issue on potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity could devolve upon the previously permitted item. So, for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8th year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th year produce. That's the idea over here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not develop upon the 8th year produce. This is very interesting. And this is to connect them to Eslan Mutter. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Eslan Zona. Eslan Zona is the halacha is if a person goes to a Zona and he gives her something for her services, right? Obviously, if he pays her money, or even he gives her an object, that object is called an Eslan Zona, payment for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. So listen to this. The Sanya, Umar says the corresponding case passes on. What's the case? The Sanya, listen to this. Raisa says, Nosal Nabalabala. Let's say Reuben goes to Rachel. Rachel's a zona. Right? Reuben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her this, and he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Okay, so obviously it doesn't make sense. The Gemara says, I understand. Nasal Nabalabala. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? Pshita, even though he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, if he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything, ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the Brisa that says that halacha l'maisa, the esnan is mutter? It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Ella hachi ka'amar. God, this is what it means to say. Listen to this. Nasala, the achar ba'alau. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Essentially, the Gemara is going to say it like this. When does something become an esnan is on a harvest payment? When there's transactional immediacy. He pays her, relations. Right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnan sono. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So if he gave her the sheep, the achar kach ba'alau. Now what does it mean, the achar kach ba'alau? Rashi says, Achshav elo la'achar zman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. You go to pays her today and has relations with her in 3 hours from now or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment, relations. Or for that matter, he has relations with her and then he afterwards pays her. Esnana mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnan is going to be mutter. However, nasala, the achar kach, so therefore, both sides, what we're saying is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnan zona, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once there's transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the lamb, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harlot's payment. Now again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on over here. So remember, the household of Rabbi Yanai, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and repay it ultimately again with 8-year produce. People came to the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange, this practice. You're transacting business with Shemitah produce. Rabbi Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because no transactional immediacy, we don't view that 8-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment, ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the Shemitah produce, and after the 8-year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this Esnion case. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Okay, Reuven pays Rachel. He gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example ultimately again for sacrificial purposes, right? So he pays her a sheep, right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday he has relations with her. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harlot's payment, and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. But when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave her the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her, top of some Gimel, Lechol Allah Isser Esna Lemafreya. Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives her the sheep, it can't be labeled as Esna Zona because he didn't have relations with her, and there's no immediacy. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as a harlot's payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively, and therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Esnan Zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. No, what's the case? This is very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So the Gemara is saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harlot's payment. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious Zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a faker. She's a Zona, and she's offering up carbonos. I will say, it's important. We've mentioned this many times in the past. It's always important to understand we all live with inconsistencies. And we all live with inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm a tzaddik, and in certain respects, I'm a rasha. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. But here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous in. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing game. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. Or I do chesed, but I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is a little contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live with hypocrisy. We all live with inner contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, the sheep also brings kabbans. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbans are a reach michoach to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions, our inner struggles more than HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenant. So by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So Yomar says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today. Right, then halacha l'maisa pshita desharila, right? The halasa b'shaspia umatana ba'amahu b'yayim. So then obviously it's mutafa, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an eslan on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, the lo amar in the aksha it's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, This is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? Say if he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday. Okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could you offer it up as a carbon? After all, the ish kiyak dish is based on Kodesh Amrach Mar. The Torah says if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an erech valuation. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrach Mar ma based on Rishuso, just like your home, you own it. Afkol Rishuso. So to the only thing you can consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could she offer it up as a card? I will say just by the way, a tremendous over here. You could only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of in the realm of personal growth, Hakadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who we look up to, we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's kohos are, their abilities are. The Ribono Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish, that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that HaKadosh Baruch Hu only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. You can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purview, in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. El Damrla, so what's the case? El Damrla, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right? So Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled for Bia tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. But if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a card money, you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it as well. So it's interesting, kind of hedges his bets a little bit here. Fine. So Gemara says this. So everyone says that's the zoning piece. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's Torah and we have to learn it, it's interesting. We're doing this because again, remember, this all happened with this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be done with prohibited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. Now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esnan zone and by the harlot payment case as well. I think Mer just gets a little into this harlot payment case. So by Raboshia, Kama Big Dishasama. This is very interesting. So let's say same thing. Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish it. She consecrates it. Now, she didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's makdish it. So what's the status now of the animal? Mahu. Kevan Damar Mar, Amiraso Legabok, Misulaso Lehedlot, Kiman Dakri Vasidami. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? No. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being because it's gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it is still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish it? Again, because I must say, you heard the shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the bia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an esnan zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's makdish it. Wednesday, the bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an esnan zona or not? So Gemara says, "V'tiv shamid Rabbi Eliezer." You can listen to Rabbi Eliezer. So I'll say, going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? The Gemara says, "Rabbi Eliezer shekadma behekri vasa." So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Esnat Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the dia occurred. Dafka hekri vasa. So dafka, it's because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. Aval hekri shaso low. But from Rabbi Elazar's statement, it would appear that if she was makdishit, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an esnan zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar who fake kamibayim. The truth is, this shaila is mamish a shaila of Rabbi Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, "My mifshat pshita Rabbi Eliezer that bibasal davka bakisha solo the isib shaspia." Does Rabbi Elazar say that the only time it doesn't become an esnan is when the animal was offered up before the bia? Because by the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it, but the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia. In which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an esnan zona. Al dilma, hikrivasa pshitale, vikishasa misakale. Or maybe no, maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's no longer exists at the time of the bia, of course it's not going to be categorized as an esnan zona. But in a case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says, take it. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one, because we're not finished with Eslan Zone yet. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslan Zone, as a harmless payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment bia. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed bia, or bia and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslan Zone. If he deposited an animal with her for payment, now, and the bia doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore, if she goes ahead and she offers it up, it's a bona fide carbon. If she's makdishit, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the take, that's the unknown. Okay, let's analyze more. So we're making a say the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it can be used for consecration purposes. Or meaning, Gemara is the kasha. I don't understand this. Gemara says, or meaning, but the Bryce says that Reuben had relations with the Silva, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the awesome. And I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. Look, so most of that country is just important. The Bryce that we quoted before, Hassan of pays in the base 62b said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here, the Gemara says if there's relations, even take place for 3 years later, ultimately it is still usher. It's not a contradiction. Hadda Amar is Ba'ali is Ba'ali Hadda Amar is Ba'ali So let's say this is very ultimately again one case of kind of says relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep versus relations with me for a sheep. Rashi. So ultimately, again, where he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional use. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional use. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. So the Omer Love will tell us that. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Ruben goes over to the office and says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, it has the status of a harlot payment because there's transaction needs. Just because he's identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, Right? Remember, livestock, animals require sheep or require taking possession, which the Gemara says, the zone of all this problem for like okay. So apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the din of the sheep was only given by Jews. So apparently again, by a non-Jew, they don't use the sheep for camouflage. They're talking about a zone who's not Jewish. You guys know what it is. The Olam is on Israel, it's not talking about a Jewish heritage. If you don't, they call you the Hatzir. Oh, interesting enough, the sheep standing in the Hatzir. In which case, again, ultimately this is the process she requires. You just play the Hatzir, but the Akhtaf Masala, Akhtaf Masala, exactly. I understand. If it's in a Chatzir, in our she requires it. Whereas you have relations with us, and then ultimately, again, then you get it. When you get it, so in our Chatzir, she already required it. What are you talking about? You must know she acquired it before Pia. She is actually this like the paradigmatic use of Esman because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Pia if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. Which the must know the shopping and the apple very interesting. But here's the case. So when it comes to Raphael, this sheep is in a chutzah. And then they go, what is a chutzah? You're essentially very gathered to it. That the Lord says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, he might see not late, using the time that you're going to look up. And he says to her, if I pay you, let's say the next 30 days, good. The Imam, and if not, Shakle the Aslan, take this sheep ultimately again as your harvest fine. Not so much. Shesha said that it's supposed to help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really elaborate to the essence of this lostness. Omer Adam Machamara or Apollo. Let's say again, let's say you make employees, donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi plays out over here. Rashi Odiko Pablo Amir Haris. These workers are non-Jews or they're Amir Haris. They just unlearning Jews. Idolaters are unlearning Jews. They're slaves in one system. And he says to them, Yehuda Echlo B'dinasa. Sunushtu B'dinasa. Right? So what's the halacha? The Eno Hoshesh, okay, so that's important. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that. You're getting it on supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's getting to get it right. Here's money. Go and drink. Go and. So we'll say now the process. The Eno Hoshesh to do this. Eno Hoshesh, he doesn't have to be worried. So it's going to be 60 degrees. What we should use, what we should not so what we should not use. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or amir haaretz, he's concerned that maybe akum is going to go by yayin, right? Or maybe ultimately again, the amir haaretz is going to buy shmita or my sushi places, which is going to have to be the he doesn't have to be concerned. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, here's what. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart is it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones of Rashi. The heart we don't use Ruvain is not the one giving it to Luke is giving them something. It's covered here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What you choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on you. It's not on you, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, no. Contrast I call it. Sound of flow of a 60 degrees, second line one. The Orla, says them, Su the Iflu, Bani Pogara, Su Shu Bani Pogara. He says, this is the workers, right? Talking drivers. Go and eat, go and drink it. I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Koshish Mishum Shvius Mishum Mike Mishum
Why give this dialogue?
Then we have
This is
the
like a
problem.
mean thing to do to
Then we have a
anyone else.
problem. Now, why is that?
Protect your standpoint.
We're
They're like,
Habichu Lokea Habisu Makilo, the Hashto was solid national like the issue of the
commercial
kids
guys took too much of the THC
now
shit,
looks
and
like
they're
he's
like, dude,
purchasing
fucking
and
say,
providing
honey,
his
fruit.
liberty items for his work. You see the
And
difference?
they're like Tony
If
Hinchcliffe was
moving
like,
just says, here, here's $100, here, food and drink, whatever
they
they buy,
can't stop
whatever they buy,
laughing.
that's
That's
all.
killing it.
If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then also with me again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his business. Alma,
He forced that
I
out.
was saying, what do you see from there? She's not part of the so what you see from there is that a lot of us are not going to listen. This is, we're now going ahead and circling back to the Labiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Labiana case. Remember, Labiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed tree proposals and they paid for with real. I said, not a problem with blood transaction immediacy. Now listen, what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece right here? Almo, kapara, maybe say kapara. So what do you see from here? That when moving pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, a local amount of this transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these the sheet proposals, shame proposals, it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, often none, he kapara, the maybe say kapara. So to learn about Raviana, and maybe here, ultimately again, isn't that ultimately Shemitah proposals? Same thing. Which we must take Gemara Pisto, and Chaitani Hamakifa, to Mishtabim. So no, it's different. In Ruben case, right, where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go drink off, pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing foods from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to the haven, the Archila Akife, currently doing that. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Currently doing that, actually 90%. That's left. And then he's the shopkeeper knows that he's going to get his money. He regularly extends credit. שכבר היטבו, שכמות שישנו רבים לכל לא לחייבים יוצא סטליפים. So that's it. There is transaction immediacy. Ruben is not just saying stand going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and neighbors, whatever. And Ruben is going to immediately pay for that. לא יכול להיות, אבל חלק בלעדיין, כיוון דהלך אני, וניסים הולי, ואז חלק מן ירד אותי, but again, that doesn't apply in sort of, right? This wasn't like a credit situation, it was where people were moving together. Therefore, that piece was fine because it lacked transactional needs. Avo, and the shame that he's done. Again, using that logic, we're going to send out a book, same case, go eat and go drink, I'll pick up the tab. But now he's not singing to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. And it sounds like what? Mutter. And it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, ihafi, if that's the case, then the second vice up differently. Instead of making the first case of the vice up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink, make it two different cases. What are the two cases do? The Gemara said, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to pick up limited items. Aber authentically shame about people, but shopkeeping does not extend to it. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be caught. In other words, better think of rice now. You go ahead and make two cases that are the same, but one week's are different. Since I like thinking about these cases, this was the old, generally should in the people meet on the shop, even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to the main dollar of Homer the person says to his friend, take one of the phone, we can from the fussing love. So what happens? So like Ruben goes, right, I go to Ruben, do me a favor, give him money to shoot, give money to shoot, and all of my property will be coming under to me. What's that about? It's funny, you know, ultimately again my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. You must say, so what's this? What is he doing? Now again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. What is he doing? When you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately again you're guaranteed at encumbrance that transactional immediacy, seems to look all right in there. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't receive money. Even the low miyachit shibude low nisai. So what's the difference? Look at Rashi. Rashi says even low miyachit shibude. Look at Rashi. Third wide low is Rashi's name. Kilmach shibude. So when you say low miyachit mo's lach kalikum means the low. Since living did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink out of the pad. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money can be set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be what it should be what it. So when you feel that most the fact, love Halikanu below its that's Kalahafa on my conversation. So that's the case ultimately again. So when you consider that, you shouldn't see this. So you must talk mainly which should be not. So ultimately again, he says we ultimately again, what do I have to be concerned about? Kalahafa, my conversation. You shouldn't see this. What do you have to be concerned about over here? Because Allah for the night saw that perhaps again sleep of abuse versus Homomiyaki to do this. Lomiyaki to do that. Ultimately, again, against same thing. Allah for the night saw just no particular money that we designated in advance. Does not take you're going to hit him like what's the case? The case over here is where the Palestine is advanced the money.
Doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time.
She's below, Palestine is below the company. For them to shut off its law. Yeah, first time we get Palestine is off, we can say which changes everything. So in the case of the year, ultimately, again, when Bryce says, that Ruben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink whatever you want, it's on you. The case is where Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for it. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. I know. On these sort of like they come in up to the new guy. So the Gemara says this follows. So again, all of this is all on this same line of transaction needs. Right? That's the key. That's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm using the Shleif to Hamid Rav Siddiq. So Kana said, I said this over in front of Rav Siddiq of Maradon. And what happened? I'm not right. He huffed at the time the price is shooting the dude, and he says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means to sound like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shop. Because again, you're saying out the case of years where you didn't pay. Right? So you left money in the shopkeeper, and then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? which we must know you right. So you're right. Tani, I'm sorry, Tani, Va'ani Mechashes. Or, if you again, Allah always says you're right. Change the righteous, read the righteous, read the righteous. Yes, Allah always says, even says things. So please remember, essentially there are two cases in advice. Case number one is where you think this is what $100. So it's not going to go out and start and drink on you. In that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not wrong. Case two, the way you must understand it now, is that Allah Ruben free paid for him. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shop. He said, my worker is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's the problematic. You have to be concerned. You have to be concerned if they have access now to the food items, because then it's as if Ruben is going ahead and supplying this for the way that price should read is, Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink. ואני מחשש, I will sell off all you again to shop. That's what he's going to do. Okay, what's up over here for today? Oh yeah, everyone.
Rental shop. Everyone going around. Yeah, it's like fucking, they're under fucking, like a World War II regime. Alright, this is posted by Unusual 4460. Before OnlyFans,
hashtag good morning. It is a great satisfaction to be able to learn this overview. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor, Tosim Shpach Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shem Drushos this year as a support for the Solas Tavos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Av, Habalim Rotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig from the Brooklyn. The holy sponsors, Dr. Evan K. Wolf, the donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Meekin and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, father, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Noel, and Masa, from the Brooklyn. Of course, always, we dedicate our learning in the special references of the Disney Historical Community and bring their home the Shalom and the Karach and America of the social success. The whole Amassing. Also, with that, we have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Son of Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Son of Base in the base 62b, today Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: today Rabbi Yana, Yas Yikei Shvius Naim, who partly the Shvius. A very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following years. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Yasi Perishi is called this Marabiya. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, but Allah myself, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this says, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of Gaza would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes, and as part of the Shemitah, Shtafach the Achel Aniyim the Shemitah Asher Adiyah, and the Keeper of Shemitah. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi's household repaid the Aniyim, ultimately again with this was 8-year produce. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice right now. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people. So they said something for the Yochanan. I'm going to lose. The Yochanan said, yeah, I'm seeing often. Perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? It's never done. Now, interestingly enough, with the Rashis, we also have this two couple of Rashis. You also know, the Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Yamai are actually totally fine. Rashi says, the people that he shut down, no trouble turn up the end. Lo say, turn the army, love only can you move, and will finally to be shut here. So, he's on this for chapter 1. He's very so sometimes that forbidden identity taught on so for example, the concern over here is this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, and even the 8-year produce should ultimately have the same thing, Shemitah produce. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being given in the shooting and only being quote unquote repaid during your age, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with shooting produce, and therefore no shooting prohibition involves upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, I walk on myself, and therefore, again, shoot the same people, not to follow up on the this is the way this thing is connect them to S9 and interestingly enough, a similar piece would come up with S9 zone. S9 zone is dialogue from the person who is and he gives her something for her services. Right? I've seen the money, there's an object, that object is called an S9 zone, a payment for a harvest, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, Umar says, the corresponding to S9, what's the sign of this? Rice says, no so model of Allah. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's a zone. Like Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her this, and he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? It's not a mutter. For Hamlet's payment, ultimately is mutter for sacrifice. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a wife sheep, even though he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, we see, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, what's the meaning of the statement in the Raisa that says that halacha l'maisa the estimate is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. For which the Gemara says, "Ella ha'ikama." That's just what he needs to say. This is this. Nasala u'achakak ba'ala. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards. In other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Essentially, what's going to say like this: when does something become an estimate? An estimate is on a harvest payment. When there's transactional immediacy. Pays her relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate zone. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temporal use. So watch this. No summer. He gave her the sheep. The African ball. Now, what does it mean? The African ball. Rashi says, Achshav, hello. The African. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. So, if he was today and has relations with her in 3 hours, or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment, relations. Baraka Kasala, that's not a mutter. Bala, or for that matter, if he has relations with her, and then he sir, that's not a mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnot is going to be no. However, Nasala, the Akarka, is not fine. Therefore, basically, what we're saying is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnot zone, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once it's transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the line received the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest. Remember, the household of Obiano, they would borrow sheep that they were from before, and they pay it ultimately again the treat with them. Keep things ready up, and then because they felt, I don't know, we did so versus like just the ideology of it all. We do always need to ensure some idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately against the 7 year produce, and after the 8 year produce remains totally follow. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this estimate, please. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and pays her. Okay, he gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example right? So he pays her a sheep. Right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday,
I bet
we
they've
have
told him that. He's like, this was
so again, based on what we just done before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest agreement, and therefore is not forbidden for us to do right? Because a wax transactional release. You might say, I understand. He bought a house, but when he does have a relationship, let's say on Wednesday, right? We have a sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have a relationship with her, top of something, Lechol Allah is certain not afraid. Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, it can't be labeled as testimonies on that. So you have relations with her. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an Eslan Zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting to know what's the case. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. The relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So the Gemara is saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized for harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious Zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a flavor. She's a Zona. And she's offering like Kavanas. Also, so you probably missed as many kinds of Kavanas. So this is what I'm saying. We all live in consistencies. And we all live within contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm excited. And in certain respects, I'm in Russia. And there are things in my life that I do quite well. And there are things in my life that I'm coding. And there are things that I don't do well. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, don't take away from the things that I do well. Yiddishkeit is not a all or nothing. You should be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmony, spirituality, and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. But sometimes you feel hypocritical. Or sometimes you feel like fake. Because, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. That's not that I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is a little contradictory. But welcome to the nature of human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such different nature of life. And it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also gives kavanas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are reacting called flash. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradiction and struggles and all that. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants. By the time the relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. What's the case? If he said to the zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as a fillet. Right? Acquire this as a fillet. Right? Then, I'm also going to keep it to shut it up. Right? Now, let's start the Shaspia so then obviously it's look at her, right? She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an Eslam on Tuesday because they didn't have relationship yet. So essentially, gave her a gift. And of course, she has every right to offer it up. However, if you use the word on the community in the aspect, you can have the carbon. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a gift, and if he was not explicit and said, if he would say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? He gives it first, he's from Tuesday, okay, we're not relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, after all, the Ishkiyak is based on published Amrachman. Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the evaluation. Right? We'll go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not based on the Shusel, just like your home, you own it. I spoke the Shusel, so to the only consecration, whether it's consecrated or whether it's up, is something that you own. Otherwise, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then that is not what I'm to only do not dish something that is yours. In the realm of personal growth, this Father only asks of us what we're able
Englewood,
to do.
like
There's
stop.
sometimes you make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models, especially if we have people we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we tend to compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's footballs are. The only shall someone only asks you to match that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't touch something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the brother only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, and we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. Only do not wish that which belongs to you. And our Heavenly Father only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual tools. Incredible. Eladamala, so what's the case? Eladamala, the Habitabe, Achasvia. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to his own of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled for the tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah of it, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it as a payment. So it's interesting. Fine. So Gemara says, so there was it as his own. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's not only happening. We're doing this because, again, remember, this all happened with Aviana, this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something could only be vested with limited status when there's a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon zone and by the Harlot case as well. That emerges just over into his Harlot case. So by the Boshia, I'm not big to trust on that. Very interesting. So let's say, same thing, Reuben gives Reuben is Zona the sheep on Tuesday. So he is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdishah. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's makdishah. So what's the status now of the animal? Mahu. Even the Amar, I mean, Russell is about Russell.
My favorite.
Demand back to Russell. So he would say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, you would say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and doing makdishah verbally is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but the makdish is gone, the animal is gone. The makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. Because she had the ability, what happens if she is makdishing? Again, for the lesson, you hear the side of it is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the year occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslan Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the year occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's not Christian, Wednesday the year occurs, and ultimately at the time of the year, the object is still here. So now the shadow is that because the object becoming Eslan Zona or not. You know, so the take shall be very Eliezer. Because of the laws, so going back to the laws on the top of the top. Right? And the number of the laws are Shekabma Beniki Vasa. So remember again, the way that the laws understood the case of the Esmon Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time the year occurred. That Beniki Vasa. So that pledge, because she offered it up, is no longer existent. How about if you shut so low? And from the laws of things here, that if she is not fishing, that the animal is still in existence at the time that the via occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslan Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, do not the laws of mistake can be quiet. The truth is, this Shaila is not a Shaila of the laws of himself. So the Gemara says, nine. Mifshat Shita Eliezer that Bivasa Daka Bakisha Solo, the Isib Shashia. The Laws would say that the only time it doesn't an Eslan is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. And by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated, the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an esron zona. All Dilma, Pikrivasa, Shitale, Rikbishasa Musaka. Or maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's falling over and the Bia, of course it's not going to be categorized as an esron zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says taken. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, for both sides, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so it's an important lesson on the way. We're not finished esron zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an esron zona, as part of the state, it must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an esron zona. If he deposited an animal with the payment, now, the Bia doesn't occur until later on. As soon as she has rights in that animal, therefore, she goes ahead and she offers it up to bona fide carbon. If she's not patient, consequences, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, and the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze this. So the second result was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means to be used for consecrated purposes. Or meaning, the Gemara is a kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or meaning. Ba'ala bi'achar kach l'asela, afilu mikhayi ashalo shonim esnala asa. The Rice says if woman has relations with someone, and then he pays her even 3 years later. 3 years later, some people pay all of the girl's way. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the answer. I'm not coming, it's tough, I'm not pissed off, no passion. So we'll say that consciously is important. The rights that we pay before, that's not what we said, that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, it's not transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations, even if there's 3 years later, ultimately it is still awesome, and I'm not coming, it's tough, I'm not pissed off, no passion. Not a contradiction. Had the Amar is Ba'alini, is Ba'alini to tell us that. Had the Amar is Ba'alini to tell us that. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case, another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identified the sheep versus have relations with me for a sheep. Girashi, they tell us that. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Amar Lav tell us that. My hobby, I don't think. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Everything goes over to Rachel. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. Now, look at this. Oh, it has the status of a harvest payment, so there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, you should follow. I'm going to tell us that having the customer sheep follow. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep are required to do possession, which the Gemara says, the zone of all this will help them do it. Okay? So apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the din of the sheep is only the din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't mean the sheep into account. So it comes out the same if he's not Jewish. You guys know what I'm saying. The old numbers are in the status. I was talking about the Jewish harlot. So if you don't, they call you the Hatzim. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep is standing in her chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately this is the chutzah she acquires. That's the second. You could play the Hatzim, Bala, the Ashkaf Nasama, Hakama. I understand. If it's in her chutzah, in her, then she acquires it. In order to get a relationship with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it. Only then he gave it. It's already in her chutzah, she already acquired it. What are you talking about? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before Bia. So this is actually, this is like the paradigmatic case of Esnan because she's acquired the sheep even before the Bia, if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. So which the Gemara is shopping in the handy apple to keep. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Ruben comes to the home. Right? This sheet is in a quote. I'm not even, what is a quote? Essentially, that in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheet. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheet initially. She requires the sheet in the event that there is non-payment. So Allah, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say in the next 30 days, good. And if not, shakli be'aslan. Take this sheet ultimately again as your father's fine. Massive expectations like this. Also, this can help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the essence of this process. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately again, he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here. Rashi, these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir artists. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. That's why this is important just a moment. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so that's just okay. So he goes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's dependent on a supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's getting here, like, here's money, go and drink, go and so let's say, now the process. The Enochoshish, to do this, Enochoshish, he doesn't have to be worried. Some people is 63 degrees. Lomishum Shvius, the Lomishum Nice, the Lomishum Gayanes. And let's say, here's this interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that Halakha Maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Akum or Amir Arts, this is going to be right? Or maybe ultimately again, Ma'aretz is going to be or Maishim, he doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, Fedra, neutral. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, after Rashi goes through all of this, right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones, the heart, Ruben is not the one giving it. It's covered here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruben. It's not on Ruben, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast all the followers. Sound of no, they 60 second line down. The Amalak, that's them. Su be'ichlu, v'ani choreach, su shtu v'ani choreach. He says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is the problem. Then we have this problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at actually the issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his girl. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's not money. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. Allah, what do you see here? He can't tell us to make Isser Kala. So what you see from here is that Allah, I'm not going to look at this. We're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabiana case. Remember, Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they paid the poor with €8. So not a problem has no transactional immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over there? Amal, she's kapara, the Isser kapara. So what do you see from here? That when Ruben pays the bill, right, pays the bill, So even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, a local amount of this transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these the produce shady focus to the areas, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, often then, keep kapara, and it is a kapara. So to here by Adiana, and maybe paying this here, ultimately, again, isn't that ultimately the focus? Same thing, which we must say, the Gemara Pista, the Henry Hamakisto, in the Shabbat. So, no, it's different. In the case, like if he's going ahead and with the workers, and we'll just go drink off the tab, talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. Even the ugly last day, clearly ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruvain, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that for just a moment. Clearly, Gadai is actually right across the match, right to the left. Kind of Sama calls that. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank because he regularly extends credit. Shifragitiro, Shifamokon, Shimishno, are trying to look at him, built up, Shalifi. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction immediacy. Ruben is not just saying stand home where you are and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Kevra, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Now she says over here, no, not everything. Therefore, it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey driver, and you going to immediately pay for it. Help us all to me. How to feel like even the other family, we will see the last 10 years, again, that doesn't apply to people. Like this wasn't like a credit situation. It was where people were moving together. Therefore, that case was fine because it lacked transactional immediacy. However, then we should end up again using that one. Just proving we can send out as well just in case. Don't use things go drink, don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, healthy, I determine sitting the iflu beginner zeh, sitting you should see beginner zeh. If that's the case, then set the vice up differently. Instead of making the first case of the vice up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go through your chin, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? You must have that we're in. When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenvani Hamakipo in the Shabbat. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out, go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the person already has the money for limited items. How about Chenvani Shemakipo? But shopkeeper who does not extend credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case is fine. In other words, better for the rice to go ahead and highlight two cases of the same one detail different than to highlight two dramatically different cases. First, we must go, Chenvani Shemakipo Nigo Mishtabit. Where's that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to defend any bummer of it? Home of the Caneda. Person says to his friend, King Manavakoni, leave me from the fussy love. So what happens? Right? Ruben goes, right, I go to Ruben. Say, Ruben, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property is coming to convert to you. What's that for? Economy, ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Muslim says, what are you saying? Now, again, that's even assuming that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. What do you see? When you ask someone if you want to do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed that encumbrance of transactional immediacy seems to have come right there. Lost people, lost right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit, doesn't mean you must go to Shema. Apagav the Shabbat, even the low Miyakut Shibude, low Yisrael. So the Gemara says, so what's the difference? So let's look at Rashi. Rashi says, Kiva go miyachad shigidei. Look at Rashi, third wide line of Rashi in the bottom. Kiva shigidei. So when we say lo miyach mos, last time you can remove the lo miyach. Since moving did not go ahead, it's actively side motions, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, up and up. Since no defining number of money, right, or no specific money, like we said, therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be with it.
Yeah, that's not good.
It should be with it. So, you feel that most the cast left, and we can remove the low mix. Oh, I'm sorry. You know, that's halacha on my kashish. So that's the case ultimately again. So what do you do? You shouldn't shvius. So the Gemara says, "Oh, no, we should do halacha." So ultimately, then he says, ultimately, again, what else do you concerned about? Halacha, my kashish. You should shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? Halacha, and I saw that perhaps again shvius is use. Ultimately, again, the same thing. Because no particular monies have been designated or advanced, does not create transactional needs. You don't should hit those units. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabai is advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this changes everything. Look at Rashi. Shifting low, Balabai is Dina of Family. Kogem Shishalach Eslo. The Hashtam, the Balabai is Ka'ab, so this changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately, again, the Brisa says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on you. The case of you already, Reuben gives the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of price. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for it. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. On these silver shmite, they come in like really hard up. So the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all in the same realm of transactional needs. Like that's the theme that's happening. So the Gemara says, I'm used to the shmite, they come in to absolutely not. The Gemara said, I said this over, in talking about the bid of Narigo. And what happened? Amare, he hockey, and the plates in the history, so you should see that in that's the case. The prices shouldn't be that he says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means to sound like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case over here is that you didn't prepare. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, yeah, I left you $100. How much should you consume? I'm going to like, you're Tony, I'm going to Tony, ultimately, again, a lot of the ways you like change the license, you need the following way. That a lot of the license, even such things, so please remember, essentially there are two cases in Bryce. Case number one is when we don't get to $100. So stubborn, go out and eat, go out and drink on you. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not fun. Case two, the way the knows anything now, is that a lot of myself, Reuben prepaid for him. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Right? Now the Gemara says, that's the problem. You have to be concerned. If they have access now to limited food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying the food items. The way that price should read is, Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need a passion. And I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's how the Gemara goes in. Yeah, let's stop over for today. Oh yeah, everyone, what a God. And also, wishing everyone a wonderful.
What was that white corner thing? He's just talking about this white corner. Oh, white corner bag. God, and all in one.
We'll say good morning. It is a graceful fortune to be able to learn from review. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Okay, our annual Talmud sponsor, Tosin Shpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year. As he's supposed to be so troubles for all upon Israel. I'm close passes for the month of Av. Habarim will tell us even when the Drazen honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rose's wife, and Stanley Rose's wife from the drop. We have many sponsors. Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, a function of the yard side south, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Hyler, memory of their father, Ben Abba, Cover, Baruch, Mordechai, Ben Moreno, of Nassau, always. We dedicate our name to the Swiss Lord Precious Happy, which welcome with the Shalom home, the Shalom and the Karach of the America, whose always much for give them success, the whole of Nassau. And also, back to let us begin. We have an exciting dot ahead of us today. Today's dot is Son of Gimel 63. And we are looking up on side facing base 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows. Today Rabbi Yana, Yas Ike Shvias Nanim, the Karbalu B'Shvias. So very interesting case over there. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8-year produce, 9 Shemitah produce from the following year. So if you look at Rashi says over this in very interesting. Yasu Keishi, it's called Nishma Rabbi. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this says, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people that get outside of the eye, they borrow Shemitah produce from the Ani and during the Shemitah. That's what they're part of the Shemitah. Strafas to offer Ani and Shemitah after that year, how do you get a Shemitah? So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi's house and repaid the Onion, ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice for Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothers people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Yochanan said, you always think often it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Net done, Rabbi said, interesting enough, look at Rashi, you all seen that in Stars, a couple of Rashis. You all seen that there, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Yannais are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the people that he shaita, lo habu hanach ba'en, lo ichlufe han ba'ani, lo chalik beninu, lo chaylik kedusha shviyat. So remember again, we saw yesterday that when we get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity pops on the previously committed item. So for example, the concern over here is business that wants to transact in business with Shemitah produce, that even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah produce. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being put in the Shemitah and only being quote unquote during the because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah produce devolves upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah thing to be will not devolve upon 8-year produce. This is very interesting. It's connect them to Esma and commitment. And interestingly enough, similar piece, we come up with Esma and Zerah. Esma and Zerah developing working with Zerah, and it's used for something called services. Right? How do you say things alone? We're going to use an object, and object is called an Esma and Zerah, meaning for almost, and cannot be used for any type of separation purposes. Makes sense. Let's look at this. The sign young, you know, so the first time you guys have what to use, the sign of Rice says, no so marvel about it. Let's say Ruben goes to Raffle is home. Like Ruben goes to Raffle, and ultimately again he gives her women, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or on the Havel no so or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? As none of her husband's payment ultimately is mutter to sacrificially. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. Nothing of the if he gave her, let's say he gave her a land, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's committed for a wife. She didn't know about Allah, he didn't have relations with her. So he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the land is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, the Sue, furthermore, the second case, Ba'alav alone also, he had relations with ultimately they vary. If he didn't pay anything, even though my estimate, if he didn't pay anything, what's the meaning of the statement in the Brisa that says that Halach on the nice and the estimate is much doesn't make any sense? To which the Gemara says, Allah, that is what it means to say. Nasallah, the African Ba'ala, if he gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, what we're going to say this piece outside. Essentially, what's going to say like this: when does something become an estimate? An estimate is going to mean when there's transactional immediacy. Pay their relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate zone. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. There's Elkanah, Nosalah, he gave her the sheep, the African Ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the African Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with me now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense here. If you today, like relationship in 3 hours tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. But I can't cross a lot. It's not a or Ba'ala, the African cross a lot, or for that matter, if you have relations with them, and then in both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnot is going to be. However, Nasallah, the African is not fine. Therefore, those things, really, one thing is as follows. That essentially, in order for someone to be categorized as an estimate zone, that has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheep for payment, has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now, again, remember, the household of Roviana, they would borrow sheep that produce from the floor, and pay it ultimately again the creation of produce. People came to the because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little bit no, it's fun. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately against the 7th-year produce, the 8th produce, and after the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Now, these more questions a little bit discussed on this. Nasallah, the African Ba'ala. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's goes ahead and case it. Okay, Ruben Rizal, he gets her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep. That's the easiest example. He gives her a sheep. Right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he has so again, based on what we just done before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest sheep, and therefore is not prohibited for consecrated temple use. Right? There's a lax transactional release. You must understand. He bought out, but when he does have a sheep, like let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her top of some Lechol Allah is certainly not afraid? Obviously, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, can't be labeled as estimate on she's not relations. But when he does have a relationship with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate zone already as of today. Rabbi Lazar says, it's very interesting that what's the case. She should come up and hit the bus. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. Mercy, but when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. I will say, you might see me say, come on, what a mistake. She's in zona, and she's offering up carbonas. Listen, it's important to mention this many times before. So this is what I'm saying, we all live in consistencies. And we all live in contradictions. And in certain respects, on the subject, and in certain respects, on the Mesha. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do well. But here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, far from Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. Sometimes you feel hypocritical. Sometimes you feel like a state. I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. That's not that I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is like contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the new condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. And it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also gives kabbalas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are reach mikol. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our intersection between struggles and what we have. And when you still push forward to do good, despite what the things that are broken, sometimes that's the things that are coming up. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants. That's very the relationship occurred on Wednesday. The animals already done. She already offered it up. So you might as well, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. If he done, what's the case? He done a lot from the action. If he said to the zona, gives her that your lamb or this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, halacha, she did the shayla. Right? The halasa, the shaspia, the maskala, the amuziyah. So then obviously it's multiple, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esron on Tuesday because they didn't have it, right? So essentially, he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the action is not in the car. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, and if he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her, if he gives it on Tuesday, okay, we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be a how could you up as a part of it? The Ishkiyak, which is based on Kodesh Amrachman. So it says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an erection, evaluation. Right, will go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachman, and not based on the Shusel, just like your home, you own it. Ask for the Shusel, so to the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, you said, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could you offer it up on Friday? Let's say just start here. And then we'll see them as a customer. You could only be matfish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, this only asks us what we're able to do. We're sometimes made the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people, and that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who are inspired to do that. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's profiles are, their abilities are. The Ribbon Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Prophet only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of you what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of you someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of you is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic beliefs. To only be makdish that which belongs to you. And the Prophet only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamra, so what's the case? Eladamra, in a habikabe, achasvia. See, very interesting. So he says there, right, so he then gives to the Zohar the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled to be here tomorrow. right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it as fine. So Gemara says this. So everyone asks these answers. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's already we're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabiana, this Shita transaction. The idea that's being that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be adjusted with limited status when there's a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon zone by the Harlech case. Now you might just go further into this Harlech case. So by the Harlech, how do I make the shots on that? So let's say, simple, you didn't give Reuben the sheep on Tuesday. The dia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not fishing. She consecrates now. She didn't open up the carpet. She's not fishing. So what's the status now of the animal? Reuben got Mamara, and the rest of the Gabot from the Silasal demand back the buses on it. So do we say that essentially making something technical is the equivalent of offering it up? Whereas literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a fish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and not the ship verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? Although my Hashem not quite do say that now. In other words, offering it out is offering it out, but the nakdish is gone, name is gone. The nakdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability, what happens if she is not dishing? Again, for the one thing, where the shine is, in the case that she offered it out on Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an SDM zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the dia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's not fishing. Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an SDM or not? You must say the fish can be very Eliezer. So let's say going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the down. Right? You must say Rabbi Eliezer should cut up the weekly basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case that he asked them to right? Because she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the occurred. Dafka weekly basa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about the Shasson? No. But from Rabbi Eliezer sitting here, that if she is not fishing, but the animal is still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Esmanzola. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar is fake in Bible. This actually, this Shaila is not a Shaila of Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifshak Shita Rabbi Eliezer, Yachidasa, Shasta, Bakishasa, no, that he said the Shasbia. Because Rabbi Elazar says the only time it doesn't need to be an Esman is when the animal was offered up before the dia. Because by the time the dia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the dia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an eslam zona. Al dilma, ikivasa pshitale, vikishasa misakale. Or maybe no, maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's only going to exist at the time of the dia, of course it's not going to be categorized as an eslam zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says taken. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with excellent zone. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an excellent zone, as a harvest payment, it must be transactional immediacy, which means payment, dia. But if that order is not followed, either payment and delayed dia, or dia and then payment, ultimately again, it is not considered to be an excellent zone. If he deposited an animal with her for payments, now, and the dia doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up, it's a bona fide karva. If she's not dishing, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the dia, and the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the taking, that's the okay, let's analyze more. So we're going to say the second case was, let's say he has a relation with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means used for subsequent purposes. Or meaning, Gemara is a kasha. I don't understand this. Gemara says, or meaning, Ba'ala bi'akakasi yasamah, afilim mikhan ashalosh shonim esnala asa. But the Raisa says if Nathan has relations with his son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the heartless scene, and it's still the usher. And I'm not going to stop, I'm not pissed off, not kasha. So wasn't that kasha so just important? The rights that we paid before, that's like saying in day 62 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, it's not transactional immediacy. Here's the Gemara says if there's relations, even if these are 3 years later, ultimately it's still usher. I'm not having this talk, I'm not just a kasha. It's not a contradiction. How the Amar is Ba'ali Li, is Ba'ali Li, the Talas, yeah? How the Amar is Ba'ali Li, the Talas Stam. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case, we're talking a case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Here, Rashi, the Talazah, how Kama the Yohev Lo Hamid Eslan in the Hashtatis. So ultimately, again, the mercy when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Omer Love tell us that my hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Even though over to Rafa, he says, have relations with to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. Now, look at this. Oh, it has the status of a harmless payment because there's transaction immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? Gemara says, Yishichal. I'm going to tell us right? Remember, livestock, animals were part of the sheep, or part taking possession, which the Gemara says, the zone of all this will help them little tiny of the sheep. Okay, so apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the din of Mashiach is only a din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach to acquire. So it's not that someone who is not Jewish. Alright, Levi's another possibility is the Olam Bizon Israel. No, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. If you don't, they call you the Chatzin. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in their cluster. In which case, again, ultimately there's the cluster she acquires. That's in a second. Either Kaiba Tatsera, Bara, the Africa, Masala, how come know that? Well, it's like, I understand. If it's in her chutzner, in her, then she acquires it. In order to get relations with her, and then ultimately, again, Denny gave it. Only Denny gave it to her. It's already in her chutzner, she already acquired it. What are you talking about here? The Gemara says, in other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is like she has a dramatic case of Esnan because she's acquired the sheep even before the Pia, if the sheep is standing in her chutzner.
Is this you?
Which the Gemara says, very interesting. Now, here's the case. So when it comes to the halal, right here, this sheep is in a poultry. Remember again, what is a poultry? A poultry essentially is a that in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations, right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amarla, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, shakle the esnana. Take this sheep ultimately again as your harvest. Fine. Master Rav Shesha. So Shesha says like this. Listen now. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the essence of this. Watch this. Omer Adam Lechamarov Ulapala. Let's say again. Let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here. Rashi, Obiko Kabno on their hearts. Either these workers are non-Jews or they're on their hearts. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They're so that is important to the moment. And he says to them, Right? So what's the halacha? The enoch oshesh. Okay, so actually before we get to this, so he goes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them right here's money, go and drink, go and so what's saying now the person the enoch oshesh to do this, enoch oshesh, he doesn't have to be worried. Something like this, 63 לא משום שליס ולא משום מעש, ולא משום יעלמס. So what's that? Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because the Akim are on their pilots, he has to be concerned that the Akim can go by Latinus, right? Or maybe ultimately again that Ma'aret is going by Shlita or Maisishim police is going to he doesn't have to be concerned. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Kevla, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones, not Rashi. We don't, Ruvain is not the one giving them anything. Ruvain is giving them money. And it's covered here, this is free to food, this is free to drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contrast out the following things. Sound of Yoel, they 63, second line down. The Amalach, like he said to them, Su ve'echlu v'ani poreah, Su ushtu v'ani poreah. So he says to the workers, right, factory drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at that. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his members. See the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his members. What do you see from there? So what you see from there is that halacha l'maisa, I'm not going to go like this. We're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabiana case. Remember, Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shmita produce and they repaid the poor with 8 year produce. Like I said, not a problem with no transaction immediacy. So listen, what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece of there? Amo, he kapara, the name is kapara. So what do you see from there? That when Ruben pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though, again, he's paying after the consumption order took place, halacha l'maisa, there is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, the Sheni produce, the Yayinas, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Halchanami, ki kapara, the name is kapara. So to hear by Rabbi Yana, and when they repay in the 8th year, ultimately, again, isn't that for paying for Shemitah produce? Same thing. Which you must say, no matter this though, they can't bring how much people in the Sabbath. So, no, it's different. In the living case, like if he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. Even the Arthilak, they finally do not have them. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to eBay, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right here. Literally translated, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at actually just the name. Finally, it's actually right across the left. Kind of getting some of the shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from eBay because he regularly extends credit. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction immediacy. Ruvain is not just saying stand one where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Reuven. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's going to be almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and laborers, whatever items, and Reuven is going to immediately pay for it. Again, that doesn't apply in the case of like this wasn't like a credit type situation. These weren't people running into business together. Therefore, that case was fine because it lacked transactional elements. But again, using that logic, if we're going to send out as well, the same case, go eat and go drink, not pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him, then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, if that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case in the price up, the case of where Reuven says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Reuven to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Reuven, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to pay for limited items. But the shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be fine. In other words, that is the price to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. First, the rest of the old, or is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to pay? The person says to his friend, King Monolafoni, what happens? Right? Reuven goes, all right, I go with you. Say, Reuven, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that? If ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered, I as a guarantor, the Gemara says, what do you see today? Now, again, let's even assume that Reuven and I have no previous relationship. What do you see today? When you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed it, that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to occur right then and there. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit, doesn't extend credit. Even the low miyachid shibude low this. So what's the difference? Look at Rashi. Rashi says, even low miyachid shibude. Look at Rashi. Third wide run. Rashi's in the bottom. Kevin shibude. Shelo yichei lo miyat moos makash. Lav chalipa minhu below this. Since Reuven did not go ahead and actively set aside money for this, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the cash. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money haven't set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. Shelo yichei le'mos v'kach lach chalik aminu v'lo mitzvah. I'm sorry. The Gemara says, so if that's the case, ultimately, again, so when we need to be concerned with that, we shouldn't shvius. So the Gemara says, so ultimately, again, he says the Gemara, ultimately, again, what do you have to be concerned about over here? We shouldn't shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha that I saw, that perhaps, again, shvius produce, versus ultimately, again, same thing. Because no particular monies have been designated or advanced, does not create transaction immediacy. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabais advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this changes everything. Sheikin lo, Balabais dinar lefemini, Kodem Sheshalach Etzlo. The Hashtam the Balabais Ta'afi B'Yisrael. Okay, so this changes everything. So in the case of the year, ultimately, again, when the Brisa says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on you. The case is where already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they pay prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I'm not saying, I know. I'm used to the Shmite, they can make drugs in the Nanda. So the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all on this same realm of transactional needs. Like that's the theme that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm used to the Shmite, they can make drugs in the Nanda. So Kana said, I said this over in front of the drugs of Narda. And what happens? Amalei, Ihaki, Adishkani, Su'u, Shisiva, Nikolai, that's the case. The Brisa shouldn't be that he says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means it sounds like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? Su'u, Be'echlu, Su'u, Shisu, Bani, Bechash. We should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying out of case of years of within 2 days. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? I'm going to be right. So you're right. Tony, I'm going to look at change the license to read the following way. That halacha Raisa, everything says to his, so case, remember, essentially there are 2 cases in Raisa. Case number 1 is where Reuben gives his representative God. It says, Sabra, go out and eat, but and drink on you. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on them. Case 2, the way the Muslim is telling you now, is that halacha Raisa, Reuben prepaid the family. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my workers are going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problematic. That's the concern. If they have access now to prohibited food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying the prohibited items. The way that price should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what the Gemara says. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. Goya, everyone, what a God. Wishing everyone in one day.
Got one loaded.
So say good morning. It is a graceful function to be able to learn all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tzolzim Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shulman Drushos this year as a support for the Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Havalim Lotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig is one of the Drushos. We've got learning sponsors. Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, with donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Anna, memory of their father, Ben Anna, Chover, Baruch Mordechai, and Moreno, and
What up, Zoot? How you living, pimp?
We dedicate our learning in the space of our precious house. Shalom.
Did you watch James McCann on Kill Tony?
Success.
Dude, you know, people are saying it's the best Kill Tony performance of all time. People are saying it's the best Kill Tony performance of all time.
2, 4, 6, 8.
I read it on the subreddit.
12 lines up from the bottom.
I agree with you, but I thought it was okay. He did an okay job.
Very interesting piece over here. The members of the household of Rabbi they would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce from the poor.
It's your birthday, isn't it? Happy birthday, Zoot.
Again, without getting into all the
Oh, in 45 minutes, okay. Well, happy early birthday. Yeah, let's watch World Comedy. Stream it, yeah. Yeah, stream it. Fuck them, that's streaming some Australian bullshit. You stream it. Okay, the way that you stream it from YouTube on your phone, pull up on this VC, and you should see. Oh, well, there are multiple ways. You can either show your screen, or you just, where it says down by where your camera is, you'll see options, and then you'll see YouTube. Then you go to YouTube, and you choose, you type in Royal Comedy or whatever.
So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice started off. There was something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said,
is it called World Comedy or Royal Comedy?
It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why you connect on that was an interest.
What about the camera?
Okay, so by the camera, you'll see share your screen. There you go. Fuck yeah, I'll watch this with you. It's a hot bitch. No wonder you're always masturbating. All right, and there you go.
That's my own phone screen.
Yeah, that's some bitch.
That's not it.
Is it called World
That
Comedy?
is it.
World Comedy or Royal Comedy? What are you saying? World Comedy or Royal Comedy? Spell it.
It's on the screen.
I can't see that. Hold on, I'll have to look at it.
This is the best one. But it didn't win.
They didn't win with fuck that shit.
Can you hear?
Just one moment. I'm gonna watch it. Okay, I can watch it now. Yeah, go.
Is it sure?
It's CBS News. What did you say, Big Ben?
Is it sure?
CBS News?
What is?
Oh, no. Hold on. Yes, it's shared. Oh, it's called Raw Comedy.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready. Aaron Chen.
It's not the best one, but it.
That was good. That was funny.
That was good.
Yeah, especially for a 17-year-old.
That's the 20. This is that age, mate. What do you want to watch next? Which one?
Whatever you want, big dog.
Do you want to see it?
Sure, absolutely.
Do you want, this is the most controversial, like one of the most controversial wins in history.
Demi Lardner. Do you think she's hot? I mean, I can see how that won. I can see how that won.
I don't know shit.
Wasn't that bad. Do you ever watch?
Asian guy was funny.
Do you ever watch Chappelle's show? Have you ever seen them all? Why not?
Because
Put on put on put on James McCann. Put on James McCann from Kill Tony. James McCann, Kill Tony. Let's watch Black Israelite. You haven't? Have you seen it? Is it good? Is it the best thing you've ever seen?
Israel's a peaceful country.
Okay, but let's watch Black Israelite. Come on, he's your favorite guy. James McCann. Is this the biggest comedy show in Australia? You know what I found interesting is that you guys refer to the southern United States as just southern. Like she said, a southern gentleman commenting on lesbian porn or whatever. You don't say Southern American. Like when she said southern, I expected her to talk about South Australia. Have any of these comics become really big? Yeah. Yeah, from Raw Comedy. Okay. Yeah, no one's heard of him in the United States.
He's on like all major TV. He's like some of the major like comedy TV shows. Like Thank God You're Here.
You know, if you use Brave Browser and Incognito, you don't get ads on YouTube. Well, I'm not criticizing you. I'm just giving you a heads up.
YouTube has to make money somehow.
Fuck them, dude. They make money through Google.
There has to be something out there that helps bad films.
Yeah, dog. Yeah, dog.
Alright, well, this is the funniest. This is the second one.
shaped poison into infants of incubator and males. I mean, it's just. I'm rooting for the underdog in this one. The anti-vaxxers are the underdogs. The only bigger underdog than an anti-vaxxer is someone with polio timing. I gotta fight him.
Dude, is it your birthday? Is it your birthday? How do you have such strange time?
Rabbi, what did you notice about that video?
That he didn't have a beard? Did he not have a beard?
Yeah, but what did you notice about the location?
It's the Rhino Room.
Which is what?
The epicenter of your comedy career.
Yeah, the same place. Jan and I performed on the same stage.
Okay, I have a question. It's like 5 in the morning where I am. How is it not your birthday?
It's 11:30. Yeah.
No, it's not. Yeah, it is for you. How is it? Dude, something's wrong with your time.
Because I'm in Adelaide.
What does that mean? Yo, what up? Aftermasha.
The East Coast is half an hour ahead.
Oh, that's wild, dude. I did not know that. Oh, Aftermasha, how you been, girl?
Hi, I feel very good. I have power to change something very special on this world. Really, I have this power.
Okay, wonderful. What is the power?
This power comes from the ground to the stars through my body.
Okay, very well. Did you know that it's Zoot's birthday in 30 minutes?
Whose birthday?
Zoot, he's in the call.
Zoot.
That's correct.
Happy birthday, Zoot.
Say, there you go. So how have you been, Aftermasha? Have you been on Kick?
Yes, but from sometimes I feel the energy of people watching me, and I am working about my energy, myself.
Okay.
Oh. Hey.
Hello. Okay, so you feel the energy of people on Kick watching you?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay.
But
Very well. How's your life been?
why the friends go somewhere else?
He always leaves. No worries about him.
Okay.
Well, I missed you.
I'm so happy that we meet again.
Absolutely. I missed your brain. I think you're a very smart person. Look at you.
Inside,
Yeah.
I feel, yeah, very strange. But this is very nice feeling, like watching myself inside.
Okay. Very well. Excellent. And you have a dog, right?
Yes, I have one.
How's your dog?
She's waiting all the time where we can go outside. And I have idea to live in the forest.
You want to live in the
But
forest?
yes, and doing a food in myself, not using money.
Okay.
Ever.
Yeah. Well, but isn't it like difficult to live in the forest?
Can you repeat?
Sure. Isn't it difficult to live in the forest?
I think I will must learn some things I don't know right now, but it's everything is possibility to learn, and I want to show some people that we can live without the money. My mom always said that without the money, I just will die. And this is not true because she don't want to see these possibilities to work on themselves, on
Okay.
myself, not on somebody.
Okay. Very well. And has Kick been successful?
I think so, but I focused on something else. I read the George Orwell, 1984,
Oh wow.
and
Affirmasha,
story about.
your English has improved.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So you read George Orwell's 1984. What did you think of it?
Again, can you repeat?
Sure. You read George Orwell's 1984. What did you think of it?
Yes. I think it's a story about this what is happening now.
Okay. Many people feel that way.
And I want to heal the persons, the people who is create an education for us, for our children, and uh, and that's why Illuminatis exist. I don't wanna kill. I just want to heal, and I am Affirmacia Illuminati.
It's beautiful. I love that. Excellent. Excellent. Well, I want you to know that I've missed you. I've missed your brain. I've missed your thoughts. I've missed your heart. You are, I feel, a good person in this world, and I'm glad that you're here. Are you streaming right now?
I am what right now?
Are you streaming right now?
Streaming? No, I'm not.
Okay. When
Right now, I'm not. I bought the microphone even.
you bought the
But
microphone?
for that moment, I didn't. A microphone.
Yeah.
I bought, but I didn't stream. I record a song on guitar,
Let's hear it.
and that's all.
Let's hear your song.
On the YouTube,
Okay. Where is it?
in my channel, Afirmacia. I will send you if you don't have really.
I'll find it.
Okay, and this is unfortunately it's in shorts. I didn't want to make a short, but I didn't create a video. I don't know why. It made a short, you know.
Okay, I can help you to fix that if you want. But that's okay.
Yes, you can.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's when you upload it, there is a choice: make it into shorts or make it into video.
I can re-edit this, no?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
You could do it right now if you want.
Wait, I will. Wait. Mm. I can show you my settings, but this is in Polish language.
Okay, just one moment. I'll send you instructions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And in this song are subtitles added by YouTube, but I think the translation will be able.
Yes, the translation isn't always good. Okay, so one way that you can do it, you have to make sure your video is longer than 3 minutes.
It's 2 minutes.
Okay, that's right. So then it's automatically going to be shorts. Okay, so what's your username on YouTube? Is it Affirmatia?
Affirmatia / Hill Luminati.
Okay.
Not slash, wait.
I found it. I found it. Okay.
Floor?
Okay. Is it Affirmatia DMT?
Yeah, that's my song, but not on guitar. This is rap style, not exactly good. I would recommend you to listen or check this short what I made.
Okay, Affirmatia, Wamesy Niose Soba Proude.
Yes, I know that Affirmatia, I know that I am bringing a true. This is the name of song.
Beautiful. I love your voice. I love your guitar playing. Good job.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, madam. So when's the next time you think you're going to stream on Kick?
Thank you for your awareness to listen that.
Most certainly. So have you been multi-streaming or just on Kick?
Just I use that Restream you sent me how
Okay.
to do this, and I was streaming on YouTube also,
Okay.
on Rumble, maybe a few, but mainly on Kick.
Okay. What about Twitch?
I was, but I didn't feel that things I am do is connect with that community out there. Maybe I don't know why I didn't want to stream that,
That's
but
okay.
I want to change this. Like I work on responding
Right.
on
To create a community.
yeah.
Okay. Very well. And how have things been on Kick? Do you have lots of followers?
I didn't think about followers. They come naturally.
Sure. Absolutely. I feel the same way. I don't worry about followers either. Okay. And when are you going to stream on Kick again?
I was thinking what I would represent, and I have danced, I stretching, I do training for viewers. I was doing many things. I can do this online
Sure.
and make meet my energy inside with I who is watching me, and this is souls. They are watching internet. It's strange feeling sometimes.
I understand. Have you ever thought about just streaming everything?
Can you repeat?
Sure. Have you ever thought about just streaming everything? Meaning your whole life? Just keep your camera on?
Yeah, like you.
Like me, exactly.
I think some cameras is turning on already.
I think too.
Like
That's why I embraced
like
it.
yeah,
I agree with you. I feel like
a Wi-Fi.
we're already being watched all the time, so why not?
I think that too. I know, but do you? Okay, I will want to focus on this. What I said a few seconds ago about that here is exists a camera already, even not physical. Even, I mean Wi-Fi router, which one is sending a vibration and seeing my energy into walls.
Okay, that could be.
Like this, what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying.
Talking.
Okay.
And you know what?
What's that?
This would be interesting if I would be here, a person who is watching me through this eye, like a chat on streams. There's a source who is watching me and using that technology to communicate what they think about this what they are saying. And also, I want to hear a person, not exactly maybe a person, this could be an AI, who is just, you know, grabbing this information to make some knowledge about maybe population. But hearing what she is thinking about this, like a chat, you know.
Okay,
If you understand.
I think so. Okay, so why don't you stream your whole life?
Why I don't?
Why don't you? Yeah,
I could.
you could. Then you can share your Illuminati with the world, and you'll always have a connection. And you can affect more people.
I thought about this like working, um, working into being algorithm, like knowing coding and programming, like healing that way. The child as algorithm on TikTok's phone to make they are meeting each other. Something like this. I could stream with that.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You're already living your life with the computer right there. So you just make sure it's going. And you go about your day and you play with your dog and you snuggle with your dog and people will watch you and they'll follow you and they'll be healed from you.
I think I have everything to heal. Oh no,
And
just being good and laugh.
100%. And your positivity will shine through your camera. When your camera's off, maybe people feel vibrations, but they don't see you. They just move on to the next person who's looking at garbage, who's not looking at anything positive. But when they come to you, they'll see you interacting with animals and stretching and having interesting conversation and learning about love and healing. And you'll be a good representative for them or a good role model for them. And then
we needed to hear that.
Yeah,
You know?
absolutely. I mean, you did this when I first met you. You were in here for a week, 24/7 with your camera on. And I thought to myself, well, why doesn't this person just do what I do? And we've already taught them how to multi-stream. And when they want to come to the camera like they are right now, they can. But when they're not, just go be with your dog or watch TV or play a video game or do whatever you want. But why not have that connection to the world? It's valuable. And there are other people here. Brandon's in here 24/7. The other person in here, he's in here 24 hours a day. Sometimes we talk every day. Sometimes we'll go a couple days without talking, but we always have that connection, and he always likes that connection. So you're not alone. There are other people who'll do it.
You are banning sometimes people, or you allow them to express what they have in their soul.
99% every single person I want to hear what they have to say. If you come in here though and you just play loud noises like I can't have that. It's too loud. I can't have really loud noise. But I'll warn them or I'll mute them and I'll say, hey, I'll send them a message. Hey, I don't appreciate that you're playing loud noises or whatever. But that's just like 1% of people. 99% of people come in here and they say, hey, I saw you in another Discord. I heard you on Twitter. I'd love to talk with you. That's another thing you can do. Do you know what Twitter Spaces is, Afirmatia?
Twitter?
Okay, Twitter Spaces. Yeah. You know what X is, right?
No.
Yes, you do. No, X. It's like Twitter.
X.
Yes, exactly. Yes. So, do you have an X account?
No.
Okay, you need one. So I can show you. I'll show you what you can do. So there are all these conversations going on in the world, not just in English, but in Polish as well. And you can connect with people. So here, I'll show you. I don't normally do this, but I will show you my screen. So just one moment. Just for you, Afirmatia. Okay, so what we're going to do, share my screen. Okay, go to my screen. I just opened it. Okay, do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, So there's this section. You go to spaces. And these are all people who are talking. And look at all these people. And they're having conversations. Many, yeah. And we can go, they have Polish spaces. I even have a space going right now. So let's see if we can find that. Let's see if this works. So this one's mine. And there are others. Like some of them are small, just like a few people. And some of them are very big. But you can go in and talk with these people. And
you said something in Polish, maybe in Polish it's something like this.
yeah, let's see. So if I knew a Polish word, I could search it.
Polish words?
Yeah, you know what? Let me just search Polish. Just one.
Rozmowa is about.
Yeah.
Just
one.
Dobra. In Polish would be nice to sharing knowledge about being nice to each other.
Certainly.
It's and meeting each other, because in Poland right now it's something like living alone. So much people are alone and they are depressed by that.
I understand that. Okay. So there's another way we can maybe do this.
And in Poland, places like people are connecting to just talking would be amazing to sharing.
There are five Polish discussions right now. So see the Polish flag? So we'll go to one of them. I don't know if it's in Polish, but these people are Polish. Can you understand what they're saying?
No, this is not Polish.
This is not Polish. Okay, hold on. Okay, no, this is not Polish. Okay.
I'm creating an account on this, and maybe I will find a person who will have same interest as me. And about that Illuminati, I want to say you.
Go ahead.
Well, I heard Polish.
That was English. Okay.
In last words was similar to Polish.
Oh no, he was saying he's talking about a video game.
Okay.
How about this one?
Yes. This is Polish.
Okay, there you go. So there are a lot of Polish people in here. I know I'm getting feedback, so I'm going to mute my mic so you can hear them better. So you can hear them, right? Or you understand what they're saying?
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
And I created an account on X to try this.
Oh, excellent. Okay, I'll follow you.
Affirmation, floor, kill.
Okay, just one moment. Affirmation. What is it?
Floor. You know what I mean?
Oh, no.
But
No. It's called it's called underscore.
Yes.
Okay, affirmation. And then what?
Kill.
Okay. There you go.
Yes.
I'm your first follower.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Excellent. Well, you should know that you can be in these spaces 24 hours a day. And you can chill yourself. Well, okay, so let me explain. Do you mind if I leave this Twitter call so I can talk with you? I'm just gonna. Sure, that's okay. I'm just gonna stop broadcasting so that I can talk with you. Okay. So basically, they have these big spaces where you can come in and say whatever you want, and it's really nice. It's entertaining. You know, when you stream, it's kind of boring. There's no one there. You know, like you just have your chat basically. But these spaces, they have people there who will talk with you and interact with you and say, "Hey, how you doing? I'm from Masha. Welcome back," etc., etc. It's like a big community. There are like 10,000 people at least who are doing this. So, you basically can go in, and if you want, you can talk about whatever you want. So, what do I mean? You could go into a space, an English space, let's say, and you would say, "Hi, everyone. My name is Aframasha. I am a YouTuber, and I want more people to follow me on YouTube. So if that's of interest to you, my channel is Aframasha _ Illuminati. I'd appreciate it if you'd follow me, and I'll follow you back. If you do, you can do that, and you just do that all day, and you'll get followers. And you can do the same on Kick and for Twitch and for Rumble or anything else that you want. Or you can just be like, "Hey, I want to know about your project. Tell me about your project." Or do you have a Discord or a Telegram, or I just want to make friends. So I just started my X account, my Twitter account. Follow me, and I'll follow you back. And then that's how you get people to follow you. But what I'm saying to you is, you can talk about whatever you want. It's very free. And I didn't know if you knew about this type of social interaction, but I don't think you did. So it's a nice little addition, and you check it out. And there are some people who just listen to Twitter Spaces all day long. All they do is listen to Twitter Spaces 24 hours a day. And some people do that. Some people like to host spaces, so you can host a space if you want. That's when you get a little bit probably more familiar with it, but you can just go in and allow people to come in and talk with you. So I just want to make sure that you were aware of that feature.
I am right now because I had a thought in my mind about this. This what I want to do already all days now is learning programming and going away to meet the person and make system monetary system, like a cash system, and make the possibility to make a freedom without it, like not going to schools like this, to be not like in George Orwell 1984.
Absolutely.
Like making absolutely freedom, and some person who is for this, that this difficult between a class in a society, like a rich man and poor man, will be active to make a poor man poor and rich man rich because of poor man exist.
Yes.
And I am not maybe afraid, but I am interesting that this rich man will become to me and make everything to stop my doings to this class, here.
Absolutely.
This never can be, in 100% clear,
Yes.
but it will be not based about this existing because this exists.
Okay. So and I get you. So when we talk about the rich man and the poor man existing, that's capitalism. And usually in Western societies, capitalism is seen as good. But I'm with you. I like equality, which is generally known as communism. Now, communism hasn't worked well in many places of the world, but that doesn't mean that it can't be done correctly to get it closer. Because the longer and longer you have capitalism, the wider and wider the gap gets. The richer get rich, the poorer get poor. That's just how it is. So I'm with you. I want to bring it together. And so in English, that's known as communism, social equality. Okay, so you said that you wanted to start like basically a currency that does that. And that's what these people do in these spaces. That's exactly what they're talking about is cryptocurrency. Do you know what cryptocurrency is?
Still value is not exist and people are thinking this is exist and they are defined our lives are killing animals about something what is not exist.
Not cryptocurrency. Okay, do you know what Bitcoin is?
This is not money.
Uh, it is. It is. It's a different kind of money. So you have. Okay, so you're on the euro, right?
Again?
You're on the euro, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so like the United States is on the United States dollar, and
Yes.
China's on the yuan, and Japan's on the yen. There are different currencies around the world. Mexico's on the peso. Okay. The only thing that gives these any value is what the people give them value to be. They're really powerless, meaning if people won't accept them, then they have no power. But if we accept them, then they have power, meaning people give currency a power. And there is a group of people that started around 2009 with what's called Bitcoin. So what Bitcoin is basically people who say, I don't want to be on the euro. I don't want to be on the Great Britain pound. I don't want to be on the United States dollar. I want something new and something for freedom that you can use it anywhere in the world. And you can use it on the internet and everything's kept track of so that you can't steal money as easily in theory. And so these people started something called Bitcoin. And then the Bitcoin is a type of cryptocurrency. And you should know what you're talking about, where you have the little guy and the big guy. Cryptocurrency helps to even this out. And what these people talk about in these spaces, like 50% of all the spaces are just about cryptocurrency. So it'll be someone who says, I want to start my own currency. And I want this currency like you. You could start a currency just based on healing and positivity and positive energy. And everybody who hears about your coin, you would go into a space and say, hi, everyone. My name is Afirmashia, and the name of my cryptocurrency is the Heal Coin. And what this coin does is we are a group of people who are doing our best to be positive in the world. If this is of interest to you, look at my website. I'd appreciate it if you would invest in it. And you'll get people who invest in your coin, your Heal Coin, whatever it is you want to come up with. But that sounds like what you were talking about. Am I wrong? That's kind of what you're interested in, right?
Yeah, you're interested in me about this. Now I see. Really, this is exists because, as you said, people are accepting this, allowing this.
That's right.
And if I can create my own value, this is not exactly based on money, but it will be give me allows on, for example, buy, uh, you know, uh, dirt, ground, ground
Yes.
to in the forest to make with people own food, and the base that we after will be not need money. The start only need to
Buy
connect.
the
After
real estate. Exactly.
will be electrical because of the sun.
Solar.
Will be have yes.
Yes,
Will be
exactly.
have internet because of my abilities to connect to the Starlink.
Yes.
Invisibility, for example.
Okay.
Yes, you know.
Yes, that's right.
And
In English, this is known as communal living. In English, this is known as communal living. So basically, you would get a plot of land and you buy it with your cryptocurrency or whatever. You could use euros or whatever. And then people who are like-minded, who want to live there and maybe have free education and free internet and um, free water and free food, perhaps everybody pitches in and helps a little bit, and then free electricity, live together, and they help each other. And so this is done in some places of the world, and that's what you're talking about. It's called communal living.
yes, but it's hard to start.
It's very hard to
Because
start.
of I am in a jail. You know what I mean? I need working to pay taxes.
Yep.
To exist in a society. I don't need to.
That's right. So
But
basically,
I need to heal them
yes.
in other way.
Well, so what you could do is you could make money doing this. You could just live stream it, and people will pay money to see this community. There are ways to make money, so that you can pay the taxes. So you basically
I feel ready.
You feel what already?
I feel already ready.
Okay. So however you want to do this, but I just wanted you to know that when you're streaming, there are a lot of things to do that are fun. And I think Twitter Spaces are a really fun way. And I'm on Twitter Spaces almost all day. And I go into them and I talk about what I do. And then people follow me and say, wow, you're really cool. And then they join the Discord. And then they tell me about their project. And we just making new friends. And I'm getting well known on there. So I've only been doing it for about 75 days, and I've made 3,400 friends. That's a lot of friends, real people, not bots, but 3,400 friends in 75 days. So that's about 50 people a day who find out about what I do all over the world. So Australia, Africa, certainly many in Nigeria, Asia, definitely in Europe, definitely in UK, Poland, in the Americas. A lot of people connect with you. They like what you do. They join in here. They tell their friends about it. It's a really nice community. And they have topics on whatever you want. You can go in there and make a topic on communal living or on Polish history or on cryptocurrencies or on Bitcoin or on dogs. You can do whatever you want. You can make any space that you want. And you're home. And if I were you, this is just my suggestion. You don't have to take it, but I would do my multi-streaming. I'd be on YouTube and Rumble and Kick and Twitch all at the same time. I'd be live streaming that. And then I'd go and I'd be on X Spaces and I would start to listen and I would just live my life and I'd drink my coffee and I'd play with my dog. And then you'll be able to hear what people are saying. And then one day you'll get the courage to get up and speak, maybe not in a huge space, maybe with a couple people, and you say, "Hi, everyone. My name is Afirmacia. I'm new. I want you to know that I am doing my best to not only learn English, but also learn about cryptocurrency. And I'd appreciate it if you would follow me, and I'll follow you back." And you'll get people who are like, "Oh, come on in. We're happy to have you." And they'll tell you about themselves and their project, and they'll follow you, and you'll follow them back. And then you'll get a little bit of a community. And at least it's not necessarily a community out in the woods yet, but it's a small community online. And then you do it enough, and you do it for 75 days, and you can have 3,300 followers of your own.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay, good. Well, I don't want to rush you into anything, but what's stopping you?
What is stopping me now?
Yeah.
That was a feeling about the other's manifestation. You you cannot do this. You cannot recode the world because you are learning how to programming and something like this. It's not stopping my soul because I I have a mission inside myself to really change the way the possibility of taking from glory nature this what she is giving us for free, for being, for growing. And she's telling to me that the nature is a me, is a you, is a she, and we should live together, not into four walls, but to feel our wind, to feel the sun, to feel the growth, to and this all what I express now is just something like a God is talking to me, and I am expressing people because I want to hear Him, and He wants to not a money, but living each other, not material upon the energy, but energy and material together.
Okay. Well, I understand what you're saying. Um, so do you know anything about coding?
Yes, I'm learning
Okay.
from Science 2025. I know all basics of Python, and I am fast going to create my own mini robot. And I will can talk with him about this, what I can do, how to plan this. This will be my little assistance, but not from ChatGPT or some conference. I really want to know how it is complicated. How which one's code are create this, which one mechanics can do more express more knowledge, everything about this.
Excellent. Okay. So what I want you to do is um, I'm sending you two links. And when I started learning about computers and computing, this helped me a lot. Um, and just one moment, I'm going to send you. Uh, it's like a really simple way to understand computers with like cartoons. And um, I let me make sure I sent it correctly. Yeah. Okay. So go to your messages on Discord.
Yeah, I saw.
Okay, so one is a YouTube playlist. It's 40 videos. It's really simple ways to understand computing, though, and the history of computers and algorithms and all of those things. And it's a really good foundation for learning. The second one is that language reactor extension that I use so that you can see the English and the Polish. And I personally found this to be very helpful when I was starting to get certifications in computing. It just gave me a very good understanding, the base level. This may be a little too simplified for you. Um, you may be more advanced than this, but if anything, it's just a nice thing to have on in the background. You learn about how computers started, you learn about the language that's going to be used, and it's a good base for understanding computing. So it's just a little bit of advice that I have if you ever want to just get the basics of computer science. It's a really good crash course on it. Really simple.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Really simply explained, and they have a lot of these crash courses that are amazing. They're like one of my favorite things I ever found on the internet, of just like any topic that you want, from like women's rights to religions to computing to world history. They're fun and they're colorful, and they just are like simply explain things, and they're not overwhelming. They don't use really complicated words. They're entertaining. And when I found these, I love them. I watch them sometimes just one after another after another. So for your own benefit, I would watch that if you have the opportunity. But you're already on your own. You're already starting to create your own robot, which is really good on you. That's more than most people are doing. But if I were you, I really want you to think about this. You have a really great heart. You have a really great spirit. And if you don't show that to people, they're never going to know it. You're never going to be able to impact the world. But if you just say to yourself, Affirmatia, I am already streaming in Discord. And I already stream already. People know what my face is. I'm not afraid to show people what my face is. So what if I'm watching YouTube videos and just there, and somebody comes in and says, hey, what's going on? Okay, I can comment back to them. But the thing is, you and I both know, you read George Orwell's 1984. Big Brother's watching. Even if your computer's off, you know that you're being watched from one way or another. So embrace it and say to yourself, not only will I be able to make more friends, but I'll be able to impact the world. It's like this. This is how I describe it. Do you know what a journal is, or a diary? Okay.
General diary. Wait.
Diary.
No.
Diary. Do you know what diary is? Okay, it's like at the end of the day, usually people write what happened to them over the course of the day. So they'll be like, today it was a really nice day. I met with my friends. I ate really good food, and it was a really good day. And then the next day they'll do the same thing. It was cloudy today. Everything was really cool. Let me find the word for you.
I know I know when it's a notebook you're writing.
Yes.
What you.
Yes, exactly. I should have said it like that. Exactly. Well, what the videos are just your digital notebook. They're your story. And that's how I see it. And people can go back and watch my story for 4 years now, Affirmatia. I have 4 years that people can go back and watch everything that I've done. It's a beautiful story that I'm able to tell. And you should consider it in the same way. You're writing your own story. And maybe someday you will find love, and you'll have children, and they'll be able to see what their mom was like years ago when she was just starting her computer science career. and just starting her ideas about communal living. And if you don't like it, you can always go back and delete them. But this way, they're archived for the world to be able to witness. Now, I'm not saying you have to you don't have to go to the bathroom on stream. You don't have to do your private things on stream, but just anything that you can always shut your camera off too if you ever just want to not be on camera. You aren't a slave to the camera. The camera is there and you control it. So basically you show what of your life what you want to show with people. But it's an amazing thing. It's like what Brandon's doing right now. I don't know what he's doing, but he's got his camera on and he does live streaming, and I do the same thing, and people can watch me and see what I'm doing. And if they want to interact with me, they can. It's a beautiful way to tell a story though. And if I were you, you're basically in the same spot that I saw you a few years ago, except your English is way better. 1 year ago, your English is way better, and you should say, if I had just started to live stream, I would have a whole year done right now. And you don't want to be in this position next year where you're like, I could have done it again. All you have to do is hit play. Your YouTube streams can be 12 hours long, and so every 12 hours you just restart your stream, and then you have your life on camera. It's a lot. I certainly understand. And it's not for everybody. But I've already seen you. You already sleep on camera. You're already an attractive person on camera. So you're going to get people who want to interact with you. And you're a smart person. And they're going to want to learn about you and what you do. Why wouldn't you want to record that?
It's interesting way in Polish. Doing that, I think I will fast make more popular, but not all popular is about it. About the energy I can connect with, but not everybody is open as this. And about knowledge, you bring me today. It's about the person who was coming a channel and was screaming for a few seconds, and so to know how to connect with that screaming and knowing why. If he don't want to say why, just focus on myself back, bringing energy back, about the vampire energy.
Yes.
About something like this. But if I have knowledge about energy in motion, like an emotion, it's the knowledge about, making my consciousness more advanced, like looking with mercy. This makes me more shield into somebody's hate or something like that. And that knowledge I was knowing for this all year I meet you first time. And as you said, a place to record, to streaming, 24 hours all the time. When I was meet you first time and I was here in channel, I also was turning camera on or being here. I feeling connect. I feeling like I am in home, like somebody is understand me. This helps me a lot.
Absolutely.
And after that, I was learning about this what I tell you.
Okay.
And here today I felt impulse to went on this channel when I was meditate. And I felt impulse. I said I want to meet you again.
Good.
And this is the time now.
This is the time. Absolutely. And it is like a home. I feel like we're just having coffee and like we're in the same living room and you'll find you'll go do whatever you need to do over the course of the day, and I'll continue to do what I do over the course of the day. And then you'll come in and say, hey, Rabbi, I have a question. And I'll be like, okay, what's your question? and you'll be like, I'm learning about this subject, and I want to make sure I understand it correctly, and we'll talk about it. And then it'll be like, okay. And then you go back and do what you want to do. But we're here to support each other, just like a family would be.
I felt that.
Good. That's
Now
a,
I felt that.
excellent. That's how I want you to feel. And I'm not doing this alone. Well, we have Brandon here, but I have some more people who join. Since I've last spoken with you, we've gotten about 1,000 more people in the server, and I'm growing. I'm not just in here, really, especially on Twitter. I'm very popular on Twitter. People know who I am. They ask me to come up and speak. I have a pitch. It's like, I'm sure you have this in Polish where you have like a salesperson and they tell you about what they do, right? It's called a pitch. And I have a very good pitch and people like to hear it. So I'm going to give you my pitch. You're going to hear it. And you'll hear me say this throughout the day, but this one's for you. So, and you may not understand everything that I'm saying, but generally I think you will. Like most of the words that I'm using aren't, they're pretty, I think you'll understand. Okay, so here we go. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king. And I'm making that true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. And here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my streams, they're available in my profile. You'll also find in my profile a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. I also have a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We just surpassed 2,800 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, a shiller, or a reply guy, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a direct message. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. And that's what I say to people. And they're like, wow, that's really good. And I make friends.
This is happening.
This is happening. It absolutely is. Exactly. You're here. Absolutely. In 75 days, we've gotten 3,400 people to follow me because they like what I say. And that's a lot of people. And it's growing. And in another 75 days, you never know. We might have another few thousand people who follow. And that's what I do. And then I go to these different Twitter spaces and I say that to people. Some people are like, whoa, that's too much, stop talking. But that's rare. Usually they're like, that was the best pitch we've ever heard. And it sounds really positive and you sound really energetic. And that's what I do.
I must be goofy. Thank you.
Absolutely.
You said a lot of things. I record it into my people and I keep.
You go do you.
But
Absolutely.
yeah.
I'll do the same.